What is up, my brothers and sisters? This is Paradise Found. Your boy, Uncle Milton, here to hang out with you for a little bit to see what's crack-a-lacking in your world. Come on in and say hello. If you are, I'm gonna put a link in the description if you would like to join and have a chat about whatever you'd like to talk about. Excuse my. Yeah, feel free to do so. Go. I'm going to paste that up. Yeah, I already got a couple people in the house. Well, welcome. Oh, shoot. Sorry, I missed one, dropped out. Happy to have you here. Goodness gracious. It's been quite an interesting day for me. And if you are interested in maybe coming on and saying hello, well, I'll just leave the link in the chat for right now. But what's up? Yeah, I just had my first experience in the 247 Discord flat earth globe earth debate channel. Yeah, that's hardcore. That's some hardcore shit over there. I don't think much headway seems to be being made in that debate that's raging. So what is up, my lone viewer? Please say hello so I can. I would like to engage a little bit and see what's up because I do not like talking to myself. So I was just going through something, and I will share. I'm going to screen share this. Let's see. Oops. If I can learn what I'm doing. Screen share. Right. Oh, God, sometimes. Yeah, so this is the city I live in, Newcastle, Australia. It is near and dear to my heart. Let me tell you what. What is up, my friend? There, brother. It's Chris. Haha. All right on. What's up, dude? Like Chris Parr? Like what kind of a name is that, dude? Yeah, this is me. Yeah, you're not interested in talking about Australia. You live here. So yeah, I was just in a flat Earth Discord debate, flat Earth versus heliocentric Earth. Yeah, and it was, man, there's a lot of vitriol in that community, and I've been away from it for quite a long time. Yeah, and actually, man, they treated me very badly, Chris. They talked very badly to me, and it hurt me. It hurt me very bad. And then they muted me, and then they rubbed sand on my assy nipples, and 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 then I left. And I'm never going to go back. And I come directly to the internet to talk about them because they hurt me. They were very, very rude to me. And I'm very angry with this. Very, very angry with this. You see, they're very, very bad to me. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, that was the special guest, Soul, from the Jerky Boys, a time when comedy was great and we could laugh and we could talk about things. Yeah, we could make fun of shit. Remember those days? So, yeah, interesting. So, yeah, I've got you, Chris, just you. I'm waiting for my usual 4 loyal viewers to arrive. So I didn't really have much to talk about. Yeah, but except for what I usually talk about on here, which is the concave Earth. Yeah, been sharing that information on this channel. And we're going strong. What are you doing, dude? You want to go down the beach? You want to take a ride down to... Yeah, so I might as well present something here while you tell me whether you want to go to the beach or not. I'm going to show the good people from around the world exactly what a beautiful country this is and how we need your help. Yeah, they're treating us very badly here. They are been very, very rude to us. Very, very bad. They're completely just forcing us into vaccines, and they are separating families. In fact, my boy here in the chat, he is completely being ostracized. I'm not going to tell you who he is, but it's shocking. He's literally separated from his whole family, like all of them. There's literally like thousands of robot clones everywhere you go, talking about the jab, talking about how good it is. Actually coming up to me and going, you can get that. You could get this one, and it's not as like that other one. And this is the good one. Yeah. I heard it before. Come on. Ooh, look at all these beautiful images. These are probably copyrighted. I don't know if I should be sharing this, but I'm going to. You're vegging out. Oh, that's cool. I'm just doing the same. Just doing the same. Yeah, I realized just how technically inept I am, and I went in this. Yeah, it's like a Discord hangout, and just to be able to get in that place, I guess I'll talk about that for a little bit. Just to be able to get in that Discord, man, there's a lot of steps you got to take. There's a lot of... Man, it's a lot of... And I'm pretty computer illiterate. And then I get in there and it's a real, like a debate style format. And it's ridiculous. Like there's no real debate happening. It's an echo chamber of the same people who they just mute you. They're trying to show me what they say is proof the earth is flat, right? And so he talks about sextants, right? And then he sends me a couple references to this. His explanation for the Earth being flat, saying that it is scientific proof or something, and like I don't get where he was coming from with that argument at all. And then I just got friggin' muted, completely muted. Yeah. And so I have come to the realization that is not going to solve anything. And we are not going to come to any sort of meeting of the minds or agreement with this sort of this sort of treatment. Yeah, we can't come to an agreement. And I'm talking like this debate is something that's been raging for centuries, right? Literally, this has been going on that I know, like in the world for over hundreds of years, like the thousands of years probably, this debate on where are we. So yeah, we need to have some kind of a real proof, right? Other than visual proof, right? So there's got to be some kind of a measurement to be taking place to solve this argument. And it's got to be repeatable. It's got to be scientific, and you've got to be able to provide a certain amount of proof, correct? And so I do have some data from papers. The Tamarack mine shaft experiment had been reconducted many times. They had, it's an anomaly, and that's why they fail to even talk about it. But there isn't really scientific proof of the Earth's shape other than visual pictures that they would send you from certain altitudes. And I mean, I don't believe visual proof is empirical proof. I believe it needs to be, yeah. I mean, when we're talking proof, that's a big word, right? Because we're not dealing with theories anymore, right? We're trying to actually prove with hard data and some type of something more than our eyes, because our eyes are very, very susceptible to be tricked. And I know this to be a fact. As I talk about my father being a card manipulator, and magicians, man, how easy is it for them to trick your eyes? How many times there's our eyeballs can be tricked from optical illusions, right? Like you can actually make like people disappear with lenses and appear to disappear, not really disappear. So yeah, it's all about your eyes. So that's not proof. So we can talk about that Tamarack mine shaft experiment, right? And there's multiple ones, not just there in Tamarack, but they hung these plumb bobs, right, at a certain distance down these mine shafts. That there was a tunnel connecting them, and they measured it at top and they measured it at the bottom, and they figured out that it deviates, right? They deviate from each other. That means they're going away from each other. And they didn't like the result they got. So, they reconducted it. They changed a lot of things, changed the piano wire. They, removed a lot of the the thoughts that there might be some magnetic stuff because it is a copper and old copper mines. And so they, did all these things, and they kept on coming up with this result. These plumb bobs were deviating, and they were saying opposite of what we're taught in school. That actually, the center is of the earth is up, not down. I mean, it's pretty basic. I know it flips everything upside down, but like that is one like scientific paper that you can actually go to and look at it, and that, I believe, is where we need to go, at least which way we need to go. And next, we look at, there's been some attempts. The rectilineator experiment, that's another one that isn't talked about. I highly recommend that you go view this document. In fact, I'm going to play this documentary because I find it very interesting. I think this is some excellent work. So, yeah, I'm going to go there. Bear with me. Hello. Say hello in the chat. Yeah, because I don't want to talk to myself. So I'm going to present something here. That I find interesting. And in fact, if you know me, I find this character very interesting. I would have to say, yeah. If I was writing a story that I would think would be quite a trippy movie, it would be about this dude. Just, very, very interesting. And let me see if I can find this documentary. Sorry, bear with me. Oh man, a lot of videos here. Let me search. I see. No, that's not it. Shoot. I will find it. Give me just a second. No. Bear with me there. Excuse me. I am just looking for this certain documentary so I can at least play it, have something to pay attention to other than me droning on. I don't know. Maybe you guys like me droning on. Man, homie did a lot of work. Holy shit. I really, man, I'm just going to pick this one right now. I'm going to play this one.
Hello, people. Steve, aka Bob Ross, Christ here. I'm just going to tell you a little information about the concavity and cavity of the oit. Concavity of the earth. Okay? As I mentioned before in my previous videos, you are living on the inside surface. So these are like continents, you know?
No, this is
Some
not a
continents.
video. Shit. Man, oh man. Holy cow. Yeah, and I think this is just like probably a fraction of all this work that's went into this. Which you have to say, if anything, he is definitely committed and has to be commended for his work. Whether you like it or not. Yeah. We can leave the whole character out of the equation. We can maybe push through, try to understand the message that is being conveyed. And if you don't like whatever part of that message, and I understand that, but yeah, it would be cool if you could push through some of that judgment and try to review some of the scientific things, if you like. Uh, yeah, because I believe there is a lot of very interesting takes. Oh shoot. No, okay, well let's play this right here because I think this is one of it's a very amazing proof. And in fact, I think I'm going to re-upload this, and it is amazing right here. So let it speak for itself.
Hello, people. I wanted to do a little video about the heavenly octahedron in the middle of the concave Earth. And what I did actually is I went back to the Canadian Meteor Orbit Radar, Seymour, and what they totally missed it. I think this image that they're producing with their radar imagery is uh, indicative of sporadic meteoroids. Okay, it's quite plain to see. This is just it's radar imagery of the octahedron in the middle of the concave Earth, along with the celestial sphere, and then it has these hot points. There's one at the top here, and then there's one at the sides. They call this one the helion and the antihelion, and this one the toroidal. Um, but what they did is actually they went through they went through the whole year. So you have the 5th day of the year, the 15th day of the year, all the way up to the 355th day of the year, meaning that 365, well, I not sure why they don't have 365, but I guess they went by fives. So what I did was I brought it in Photoshop, and I did a little animated GIF of it. I'll play that for you right now. Play. There we go. Now look what we have here. You see the north apex of the octahedron pretty much stays visible throughout the whole year. However, the south one only becomes visible during part of the year, i.e., when the sun goes south in the wintertime. And so we're getting a a preference of warmth or activity more in the northern side, on the northern side. So this is really why the northern hemisphere is warmer than the southern hemisphere, because it not only has the sun, which is orbiting cylindrically around the celestial sphere.
So this is some compelling, interesting information in the concave Earth, which it's not. It doesn't come from the concave Earth. So comes from this Seymour, which I believe is it's an observatory, some form of I don't know, radar, some like a kind of a telescope or whatever, but it uses, I don't know, some infrared or whatever, something that I'm not totally sure about. But they're trying to look for this origin of these sporadic meteoroids, right? And they're finding that it's coming from this top of this. I mean, you can see this pyramid shape, right? And so this is like, image coming from, the people, the heliocentrists, right? And so they think this point in space is, way far away, right? But what you're seeing here, it's the actual throne of God, right? There's a lot of symbolism for this. You will see in everywhere. It is on the dollar. The all-seeing eye, and it is actually not just a pyramid. It is a pyramid, and it's an octahedron, is what it is. And there's references to this in scripture, when it's talking about God snapping a line, on this structure that we're talking about here. We are talking about a literal heaven, right? So, and this structure here is, can be seen. So they think it is far away, but it is actually within the earth. And you are actually, if you're here watching, and welcome, you are actually seeing heaven. It is a literal place. And what they don't understand about these images is that it is very close, about 4,000 miles to the center of here. The center, the throne. This is reality. I know it is shocking. So I will continue to play this video, but it is very conclusive kind of information if you want to understand the concave Earth. A good place to start would be the octahedron, which is the source of, the sun. It talks about that in the Bible. It talks about the high arm of light, right? In Genesis, it talks about, God created the light, right? He doesn't create the sun until days later. So obviously this light we're talking about is not the sun. This light we're talking about, it is the source. It is the origin of the sunlight. It is the high armor light. It is coming from the center of from the top of the octahedron. You notice in Scripture talks about Satan wanting to sit at the sides of the north, and this is it, right? And so we're referring to this, the celestial sphere, and in the middle of the celestial sphere is this octahedron. So if we can understand that, we can understand the origins of creation. In the beginning, God spoke, right? So if you can understand him speaking, this all has to do with sound, right? And this is a lot of some Christians will, that I have run across will say that this sound is what they refer to as the Word of God. And that's a very interesting argument, because not everyone believes the same thing. A lot of people believe that the Bible is the Word of God. And maybe they're both right. I don't know. But we can understand that the voice, or no, I can't even say that. God created, he spoke the world into existence. And everything is sound. If you look at what is the stars that are happening in here, are multi-bubble sonoluminescence, which is like cavitation, which is created in a laboratory. It's called a star in a jar. Yeah. So, and it's created by sound. It is. That's something we can look at and go, wow. So maybe now we need to try to understand that we've been sold the bill of goods, that things are possible to be close. Yeah, and so here I'll continue to play this video. But when I saw this, so credit to LSC for putting this together, right? Because he captured from date to date, right? And then ran it through like a 12-month period, all the different images of this anomaly in the sky that they have no idea what it is, right? They probably think, they're probably telling people this is the Borg coming, right? And that's kind of, well, the truth is it is the kingdom of God, and it's coming to Earth, whether you like it or not. So that's what I think. Yeah. And I did learn something from that little debate channel, because they're very nitpicky over there. I mean, you have to choose your words correctly, or they'll give you no kind of no love over there. Yeah. But anyway, and so he strung these images together, and he created this video, which puts a little more light on exactly what we're looking at, this anomaly in the sky that the Seymour telescope picked up. So I'll continue to play this for just a minute. Hey, who's ever here, welcome. Say hello in the chat. I'm going to leave a link. And if you'd like to join and say what's up, feel free. I'd love to have a chat with you about whatever. Currently living through the lockdown in beautiful Newcastle, Australia. And I am unpoked. One of the few, one of the proud. So welcome. And I'm going to continue to play this. Yeah, the link's in the description there if you'd like to join. You don't have to put your camera on. All good.
Yearly, but it also has the north side of the octahedron. The Bible calls it the sides of the north in the book of Isaiah 14 and Psalm 48, I believe. The sides of the north, the top of the north apex side of the octahedron stays lit or stays warm throughout the entire year. And that's also why I believe we're seeing these hotspots here at the top, because I believe that the north side is emanating this magnetism, this heat, this light. The father of lights is behind the celestial sphere at the top, the sides of the north. And that is why the northern hemisphere has more land, it's warmer, and I believe and also in order to compensate, um, to kind of just even out a little bit, what what God originally did was he allowed the uh, the sun to get closer to the Earth in the southern hemisphere. I'll get my concave Earth analemma video. Let's show you what I'm talking about. Analemma, concave Earth. There it is. So fast forward over here to this part where we see the analemma, and the sun is getting closer in the southern hemisphere in order to kind of counterbalance the heat so it doesn't get too cold, too frigid. Fast forward to my animation there, you see.
Which I will have to convey that what he's talking about is true. I used to live in the northern hemisphere, and now I live in the southern hemisphere here in Newcastle, Australia, and I know the rate of skin cancer is through the roof down here in Australia. Yeah, and I'm from Vegas, and it's super hot there. I think it's hotter in Vegas than it is here in Australia, but it's crazy how much skin cancer happens. There's always somebody getting skin cancer cut off here. But back to this video.
The sun is closer to the Earth in the south and further away from the Earth because the sun, I mean, the Earth already has the warmth of the northern side of the octahedron pretty much throughout the whole year. So that's why we have and so that is why if you watch this guy, Air Script Dubé, he misapplies the reason why it's warmer in the north than it is in the south. It's kind of funny the way he just talks about this. I think he's intentionally lying. He's also using NLP hypnotism. Just look at
7:29 a.m.
Just look at this. He goes for a whole 3 minutes of just revolving. He wants to hypnotize you using his
of the equator,
monotone
the New
voice
Zealand
here.
decades, and
Look at
wrote
that.
of their differences, stating, "The range of temperature is limited, there being no excess of either
It's all from a script.
heat or cold,
Look at that.
compared with the climate
Listen
of
to
England.
me.
The summer
Be
of New Zealand is
hypnotized.
but
Just
very
keep watching
nearly
this.
So oppressive. But
Look
then
at all
there
the
is not
fools too.
twilight which you get
They
in
get
England.
duped by him. And he's also talking about the times of the day in New Zealand, which he says is negative 42 degrees latitude, versus England, which is 52 degrees latitude. And he's comparing two completely different latitudes. They're conjugate. What you really need to do, if you compare negative 42 degrees to positive 42, is
See, and this is the kind of stuff we're talking about. When I left this debate, 5 years ago, I thought we would progress, right? But we still have people referring to this AE map. And I'm sorry if you happen to be a critical thinker of any type, and there are people like in this debate that were actually threw me off of, like, just muted me, and they believe in this. All right. God, let me just play a little further
virtually
so
the same. He's
we can
comparing
get
apples to
this off
oranges,
there on the
and
screen.
all these people are just being duped by him. Air Script Dubé. See, I already calculated this out. So, like negative 42 degrees south, He's saying the longest day is 15 hours and 15 minutes. Actually, I calculated it out. It's a little bit different than what he says. I went over here and I just quickly calculated that out. And then,
yeah, I just want to go back. I'm just going to stop this, but yeah, it's very ridiculous. And I find it really ridiculous that there are people who are still completely duped by this and listen to a lot of these flat earth promoters who have actually completely, they're pushing this. They know it doesn't work. They know there's so many problems that you have to explain this. I can start with a few of them. This is why I actually really had a problem with the flat earth in general, is because I moved from here, in Las Vegas, Nevada, and now I live in Newcastle, Australia, which is north of Sydney. Yeah, about 100 kilometers. So I knew that there was a lot of problems, because when I came here to Australia, I noticed that their stars are completely, that I never saw in America, are visible here. You'll know that when you see the Southern Cross. I know and people cannot see the Southern Cross from America. And then I looked, and there's a complete opposite pole star, right? When you grow up and you're watching Polaris your whole life, right? And you're looking up, and you can't miss it. Everything revolves around it. And then when you come here in the Southern Hemisphere, that's one of the things that's different, is the stars and the opposite rotation, which is it's impossible to fit on this model. So not only are the land masses way out, but the stars are funky. The flight paths are just unworkable. It's ridiculous. And I don't know, you might even be a globe believer in the chat, but yeah, so that's a whole different argument, because the concave earth and the globe earth are very similar as far as the planets, the working stars, the flight paths. It's all got to fit. I cannot, and I'm not saying the flat earthers are completely wrong. Maybe there is some form of flat earth that works. But what I'm saying right now is there's so many problems with every model that I've seen. They've had to make outlandish claims to try to, this, make up an excuse for why they want to stick to this. And so yeah, the stars are a huge problem. So at certain times of the year, you can view Sigma Octantis, right? All in these three places simultaneously, right? This is a big problem, right? So you're here on the tip, right? And you're looking south, right? You're looking south at Sigma Octantis, which is not perfectly centered, but it's pretty close to center, right? So everything is revolving around that, right? You're a viewer, and you're looking south at Sigma Octantis, right? And then you're simultaneously, there's another person, and he's on the tip of Africa here, and he's looking at the same star directly south. At the same time, somebody is here. I believe it's in Perth. Not possible, but he is also looking south and viewing Sigma Octantis, right? So how can that be possible? And so this makes this unworkable. The flight paths are completely ridiculous. Now, me being from Las Vegas, Nevada, and flying frequently to Sydney, Australia, and from Sydney, Australia to Las Vegas, Nevada, many confirmed flights, roughly 12 and a half hours, depending on how much you're getting blown around, confirmed. And then I know someone personally. She's a young girl from church right over here in Walls End. She has flown from Sydney to Santiago, Chile. All right, Santiago, Chile, and the flight time on that flight is roughly about 14 hours, I do believe, maybe a little over, but not much, right? So if you're looking at this, these distances, I mean, that's just about halfway home, right? So that is a big problem. So still to this day, after I got out and they dragged me back in, right? There's still people who stick to this, who believe that this is the shape of the earth. That's another. There's so many problems. Okay, and then another real problem is the sun has to do these circles, right? These donuts in the sky, right? And it's not doing donuts in the sky. It's just really not. And this can be proven very easily because you can track the sun, right? Using one axis. You can track it one axis. That means if the sun was doing a circle in the sky, that would be impossible for you to track it using one axis. Yeah, that's another anomaly that they just really like to ignore these things. They will ignore these things, and that is why we are busy arguing the fact that the Earth is flat to this day. And the argument is that water seeks its own level. I mean, that's it for them. And look, it's flat. Well, we cannot use visual proof like that. That is not proof. We need hard data. We need facts. We need an apparatus that can actually measure the shape of the Earth. Many have tried to do that, and it's strange that we're at where we're at, and there's still no definitive experiment to even prove that the Earth rotates, right? It's that they can't prove that, like actually prove it. There's no experiment that proves it. And so they've been talking about devising an apparatus to measure the Earth for many years now. Originally, a gentleman named Cyrus Teed. Oh, I wonder if let me see if I can type that in and get this documentary. Is that it? Oh, here it is. Bitchin'. I found it. Oh, yeah. Good old Zenith Atlas.
Detailing all the proceedings of the rectilineator experiment.
Right. This is very interesting. I don't
Location
think this is the
of the
full
Crescent
one,
Geodetic
we'll
Survey was over a straight patch of sand on Naples Beach, Florida, minutes from the Crescent Commune. The rectilineator experiment, invented by Morrow, was a geniusly simple apparatus consisting of giant 12-foot sectioned T-squares lining up together in a leapfrog procession over a long distance to form a perfectly straight air line. If done accurately, it would determine the direction of the curvature of the Earth, if any. In other words, if the initially leveled airline would continually rise the further down it went, the Earth would prove to be convex, just like the Copernican system proclaims. If the line continued at the same height, the Earth would be proven to be flat. And if the airline would show a continual descent from the initial station, the Earth would be proven to be concave. This test of the curvature of the Earth subverts any attempts by long-distance lasers or telescopic surveys. Although these other tests are good methods to determine Earth is not convex, the rectilineator has the advantage of forcing the line, by a mechanical process, to stay rigid throughout the survey. It doesn't allow the varying bending of light, which has been proven to fluctuate throughout the day. Because of Florida's ever-rising water levels over the past 118 years since the survey, and because Naples Beach is a luxurious haven for the wealthy, the manicured beaches today look slightly different than from the line illustrations that the corrections provided. The survey started at the still standing Naples Pier and extended southward for 4 1/8 of a mile. 2 3/8 of those miles were measured with the rectilineator apparatus, and the remaining 1 3/4 of a mile were surveyed by line of sight telescope. There's a break in the beach called Gordon Pass, and directly behind the pass is a sandbar that needed to be excavated, or scooped out in order for the descending airline to pass through the sandbar and shoot the water at 4 1/8 of a mile, where a sailboat was cast off to be used as a reference point of the termination of the projected airline into the water. The preparations before the survey could actually begin were tedious and time-consuming. The full 2 months of the complete 5-month-long project involved 1. Conducting an initial coast survey with surveyor's instruments involved erecting a series of stakes on the beach along the water, equally spaced at 1/8 of a mile apart, creating a 4 1/2 mile long meridian line extending north to south. These stakes were to be used as reference points for the rectilineator, but also set the locations for the caissons, which I'll get into soon. 2. Mild land excavation was necessary. The shoreline's elevation varies from about 5 feet at the pier to around 3 feet near the pass. But this proved to be a blessing for Moore and the corrections. Let me explain. Since the vertical standards of the apparatus were only 8 feet tall, and the calculated amount of deviation after 2 3/8 of a mile was over 48 inches, the apparatus would have had to start a good 2 feet higher than it actually did if the beach was level in elevation. But since the beach made a nice gradual 2-foot decline toward the south, Morrow could keep his beams at a comfortable height throughout the entire survey. Hence, the excavation could be simplified by simply smoothing out any small mounds of sand in the line and removing any debris. 3. 4 weeks were devoted to testing and adjusting right angles. According to Morrow, 6 series of tests were applied, and each section was reversed, end for end, and turned over 50 times on the special platform with the mechanical devices for measurement and reference. Points and the finest possible lines engraved on steel and brass plates, to which adjustments were referred, were read by means of the microscope. In this way, the very slightest variation of angles could be detected. And 4. A series of tide registers would have to be erected in the water to find a consistent datum line. Now, to compensate for the varying tidal waters, Morrill used perforated caissons, which allowed water in through small holes at the bottom. Attached to the caissons were tide staffs. The caissons stabilized the wavy water, which allowed accurate and consistent readings. Morrill states, the average of the tide levels on the Florida coast is about 3.5 feet. The mean tide level is a point midway between high and low tide levels. It was necessary to ascertain this point with all possible precision, which we did by means of a tide register, consisting of a caisson with perforations and a tide staff measure, set in the Gulf, so that its bottom was below the level of low tide and its top above the level of high tide. The perforations emitted the water from beneath at normal pressure and prevented wave fluctuations. Thus, the water in the caisson was perfectly still and only rose and fell with the Gulf tide level. When the mean tide level was obtained, it was marked upon the stationary tide register and became the fixed point to which all other measurements of water level were referred. The vertical tide staff connected to the tide register on the caisson was used to project a datum line exactly 128 inches above mean tide level. Then the geodetic level was used to transfer an exact perpendicular line over to the corresponding stake on the beach. Since the mean tide level in the first stationary tide register became a known and fixed quantity, it was taken as the basis of reference for the measure of the airline at all station points along the line. To illustrate this process, we have the stats on both the initial station register and any given portable register along the line. Line XY is the mean tide level, which is marked as a fixed point on staff A, the top of which is the altitude of 128 inches above mean tide level, which also is transferred to the beach. They were then easily to record the same vertical altitude regardless of the fluctuating tides. Here's how. Say they were reading for a portable tide measurement 2 miles down, and the reading on the tide staff A is 12 inches above the mean tide level, leaving 116 inches of the staff sticking above the water. The line PQ is our 116-inch line. Now on staff B, they simply adjust its height to reach precisely 116 inches above the water line in the corresponding portable caisson. This was done instantaneously with Morse code, so the reading was perfectly accurate. In this way, no matter whether the measurements were taken at high tide or low tide, or at any water level between the two extremes, the results were accurate, because the fixed point at staff A was the constant and unvarying basis of reference. Finally, when the vertical altitude of staff B was ascertained, the corresponding vertical angle was transferred to the land elevation. There were 25 tide registers in all, spaced 1/8 of a mile apart from the beginning to the end of the line, which when completed formed a line that was parallel to the water's surface. This hypsometric principle of ascertaining tidal secondary data lines, as opposed to the first being underwater at times, was scientific and accurate. But in order for this survey to function well, the initial section had to be perfectly level, for if it leaned either up or down, even the slightest, it would give an inaccurate reading down the line later. That's why so much time and redundant measures of scrutiny were taken to make sure the first beam was perfectly level. Morrow used the finest and most sensitive spirit levels obtainable. He also hung a plumb line over each side crossarm, and he created a custom-made 12-foot-long mercurial level with fine-tuned accuracy. All three leveling procedures had to be in agreement with each other in order for the first section to be considered perfectly level. He also telescopically viewed the horizon as further corroboration and found it to be perfectly parallel with the clear-cut waterline of the Gulf. According to Morrow, the leveling was a careful, painstaking, successful work witnessed by every member of the staff, and finally pronounced perfect at 8:50 on the morning of March 18, 1897. Because of the poor quality and the scant amount of photographs and illustrations of the mechanical part of the rectilineator, with some showing differences in appearance, it was difficult to precisely reconstruct it in 3D without taking some liberties of guesswork. But here's my version. Morrow states that the rectilineator consisted of a number of sections in the form of double T-squares, each 12 feet in length with braced and tensioned cross arms 4 feet in length. The material was 1-inch mahogany, seasoned for 12 years in the shops of the Pullman Palace Car Company from Chicago. The horizontal bar was 8 inches in width and the cross arms 5 inches. He used steel tension rods marking an X across the entire section and extending through the extremities of the cross arms. They were adjusted to maintain the constancy of right angles. Finely trimmed brass facings at the extremities of the cross arms constituted the adjusting surfaces. Through flanges in the facing, ingenious screws were placed for securing the adjustments when made. Each section was supported by 2 strongly built, platformed standards, with adjustable castings to receive the horizontal sections between the body of the castings and adjustable cleats with clamps and set screws. The beams rested in the casting edgewise. The principle involved in its operation was as simple as the placing of 2 rectangular plates in contact, or laying 2 mechanics squares together. From the first to the last of the 1,045 adjusted sections, the same procedure was methodically performed. 2 standards were placed in front of the previous adjusted section and placing the castings at the approximate height. The new section was placed in position in the castings. Initially, they turned the set screws to raise or lower the horizontal axis to approximately the height of one of the middle brass lines of the previous beam. The brass facings were then brought to 1/4 of an inch of contact. Operators of the set screws were directed to raise or lower the section to bring the hairlines exactly coincidental. Fine lines were read with the microscope, and the section was carefully moved horizontally by 2 set screw operators turning each screw in unison as the facings get to 1/50th of an inch apart. Then a Bristol card is placed between each facing with equal friction to ensure exact spacing. When the same card passes through each facing top and bottom with equal friction, it proves that the adjustment is precise. Then finally, the 2 sections are bolted together at the 2 brass facings, top and bottom, with equal torque, and the procedure is repeated. They had watchmen guarding the apparatus continually throughout each night to ensure no one tampered with it.
As expected, because measuring the curvature of the Earth will happen in a logarithmic fashion, increasing exponentially toward the end of the survey, there wasn't any detectable deviation for the first few sections. But after that, it was a done deal. As soon as the airline showed consistent deviation in the descent, the sign of curvature of the Earth already could be determined. And it was, of course, concave. What still needed to be determined was if the amount of descent was consistent with the circumference of the Earth, and it was. After 1 mile, it measured 8.02 inches, only 2/100ths of an inch away from an even 8 inches. That, my friends, is the work of a genius. After 2 miles, it was still fairly close, 30.62 inches to the generally agreed 32 inches. And at the end of the survey, at 2 3/8 of a mile, the descent was 48.25 inches. At every 12th adjustment, the spirit level was read. If the bubble began to deviate to the south, the Earth would show to be convex, and if to the north, then concave. The bubble consistently rose to the north of the vial. The plumb line was also used and hung over the 4-foot vertical crossbeams. In converse manner to the spirit level, if the bob shifted to the north, it would show convexity, but if to the south, then concavity. The plumb bob consistently shifted to the south again, further corroborating concavity. The 12-foot mercurial level would measure the angle of divergence within the length of the beam. This deviation would become more apparent at the end of the survey. Morrow also used the telescope to view the horizon from 15 feet behind the last section in the line. He noticed a continual sinking of the airline going below the horizon, which further proved the Earth was curving upward. There were 3 main measurements when all 4 of these appurtenances were used: one at 1 mile, one at 2 miles, and one at 2 3/8 of a mile. The results all agree in testimony of concavity. The remaining line of sight phase of the survey proved to show a fairly expected amount of descent as the airline passed through the excavated sandbar after Gordon passed to finally hit the water's surface. Morrow placed a steel horizontal strip at the height of the last recorded measurement, protruding from stake 20 at the 2 3/8 mile mark, then moved back his telescope to stake 19, 1/8 of a mile away, where the heights of both markers were aligned to point through the excavated sandbar and wait for the bottom of the hull of the sailboat to line up. Through signaling, it was determined, and the crew on the boat calculated a 4 1/8 mile distance from the stationary tide register. The survey was complete and deemed a complete success. And the data speaks for itself. It wasn't tampered with. Even Simonek admits it appears genuine. And you begin to really see the lopsided victory for concavity when you take the numbers from the column distance of airline below secondary datum, or the amount in inches of deviation every 1/8 of a mile, and plot them on a graph. You see how accurately it matches the calculated amount of curvature to the Earth? It's truly a slam dunk victory, and a silent testimonial witness of the fact that you are living inside the spherical concave Earth. To think
So that was the end of that, which I find that's a very interesting. I don't want to play that. Sorry about that. But I really thought that was an
detailing all the proceedings
excellent
of the rectilineator.
doc there. And credit to LSC for that, and credit to Josh for talking about I stole that from his channel, which is Zenith Atlas. Be sure to go link up with him. He's got some excellent videos, just a lot of amazing things that I think are interesting. Yeah, so let's show a little bit of, oh wow, look at this. I didn't realize there is a film. Oh man, I wish I could play this, but I can't. I didn't think about that. I was just going to go play a Cyrus Teed video, and I cannot do that. I think Stevens has a lengthier video because that's a very interesting, a very pertinent point to exactly what is going on, what I think is going on is this plays a big part in it right here. You know, this whole Cyrus Teed thing that happened back in the 1800s, where this guy also believed in the concave earth, of course, and we just watched his documentary. He's just some very interesting characters, and that's what I love to do is search out interesting kind of obscured and hidden history and hidden figures from the past, right, that are obscured and also belittled and portrayed as a madman, right? Because that's just what you know what the status quo does when someone starts encroaching on their control over us, right? So they lead opposition movements, is what they do. They and I'm not saying that this gentleman couldn't be portrayed as a madman, because he also, like, when you start saying you're God, then or the reincarnation of Christ or anything to that manner, I think it's kind of easy for you to be diagnosed with some form of mental illness, and I am not a psychiatrist or a mental health expert in any way, and so I have no right to be judging someone's mental state of mind, nor do I believe someone has the right to do that to me. But this is what will happen, and and then you will be completely lambasted. So I don't think it's a good idea to ever say that, because it has a real stern effect on people, right? They repel from that, and they will refuse to review any more information. God, I wish I could play some of these. Let me just go back. They refuse to review any information you try to present after that, which is a shame, because I think you can learn a lot by reviewing things that you don't understand and try to get a better understanding of them first before you completely try to dismiss them or even make an argument about it. It blows my mind a bit. And that seems to be the state of a lot of humankind. So I'm not pointing anyone out at all, because we all suffer from it in different forms. And we don't like to be wrong. And we hold fast to certain things. And sometimes it'll be an amazing thing, right? For instance, I've always found it strange. I'm a big fan of lobster. Growing up in Vegas, like, grew up eating a lot of crab legs, lobster, all that stuff. And I found it really strange how some people you'll go, man, I love lobster, is my favorite. They go, ooh, yuck. It's nasty. I'm like, what don't you like about it? Oh, I've never eaten it. It just something about it. I'd never eat it, right? It's kind of like, why? Like, how can you make a judgment on something without ever even exploring into what it is, what it tastes like? Yeah. You might be surprised, and that's just a small example, but it happens a lot, right? So I think it's hard for us to get over our perceived perception of the world needs to change constantly. You need to keep your eye on what's going on. You need to look into strange figures from the past. You need to give anybody a chance to try to, tell their story. Everyone's got one. Come on the channel, tell me yours. I don't care. Doesn't have anything to do with concave earth, whatever. You come on with camera, without camera. I am just tired of just being silent. This is what I think. This is what I believe is very interesting. Let's say that. It piqued my interest about when I discovered it about 7 years ago. And it has done nothing but accelerate, no matter what I've tried to do, not to pay attention to it. And now it's just almost impossible not to try to do my best to disseminate some kind of information here. I mean, it's not like it's my information. It's not like I came up with it, but I think this is what is happening. And whether you want to believe it or not, it's not my concern. But I will do my best to try to help you understand this illustration of what quite a few people think it is. And it's very interesting, this whole concave earth movement. It was very telling in that chat today. So, I want to talk a little bit more about that Discord, about that group. Yeah. So the group is, sorry, we're going to look it up because I am going to make my own form of this, because how I was treated over there, it just wasn't right. And I was trying to sow seeds of peace, and I'm still trying to sow seeds of peace. And it was very evident that I was not wanted or welcome over there. And I know why. But they're not going to say that's why. But I know it is the truth. 247 Flat Earth Debate is the name of the channel. And, what am I doing? So stupid, sorry. Yeah, the name of the channel, here it is. Now, I'm not going to play the channel because of fear of some copyright, but this is the channel, right? It is 247 Flat Earth Discord Live. Okay, and some people came over to my channel from there, quite a few, in fact. And they were super cool. And I guess they're in the chat, and I'm just starting to understand this Discord, how it operates. So I went in there and joined the Discord, and then they put me in you got to wait in this room, right? And then a host from this channel will come on, and literally was with me. It was a interview. It was a, and I understand and the guy was he was cool. So I can't like bag any of the dudes who I was talking to who put me through the interview process to be able to even get in this discord, this debate, right? And there's literally no concave earthers in there whatsoever, right? And he was like, why do you want to come here? And I said, hey man, I just want to, I just want to have a voice. I'm not trying to cause any problems. I'm not trying to, even talk shit. I'm not, you know, actually I told him, about Rob Skiba and about how, that because I really do, my heart goes out to his family, and I understand that, that guess what, there's more important things in the shape of the earth. And so what, we didn't agree about certain things, but I mean, I bet we agreed more on a lot more points than we disagreed. All kinds of stuff. I mean, I thought he was incredible, and it just kind of made me want to just to try to find some way, because this is going nowhere, right? And so they really put me through a long interview process, right? And then I was allowed to, but then I couldn't present anything. I wasn't allowed to present for some strange reason. But there's a lot of serious rules over there, and it just didn't seem that could there be another answer. And I'm just asking anybody out there, right? Like, we're so focused, they're so focused on these two different paradigms, right? Like Republican, Democrat, and it's almost impossible to break through that. Yeah, that's a good analogy to it, right? It's almost like the Republicans and the Democrats. You got the globe earthers, the heliocentrics, and then you've got the Democratic Party, which, no, I can't say. No, I would. Man, that's kind of hard to say who would be who. Yeah. Yeah, so the Democratic Party, I would believe, would be the cuckoo, the cuckoo. Everybody, 99% of the people standing in the earth today believe that they live on the outside, and that is fact. And the flat earth is a very small population that is very controlled by many forces, and there are some amazing people in there. And shout out to Hank Hill. I gotta because when I went in, so they finally let me in this, right? It felt like a job interview for me to just go in there, basically, like I saw Hank Hill, so we started to talk, and I consider Hank an old friend, and he's still, hanging out in the flat earth community. And he told me that after that free chan thing, because we used to all be in the free chan community, that's when concavers were, active in, allowed in, even allowed in. And we're friends, and I'm a pretty friendly guy. I'm not I was a little more militant, a little more aggro, but I just figure, time has went by and we need to get by this stuff. And so this is the paradigm, right? It is the, two sides of an argument that is incorrect. And this, people, is how you control truth. You see? Because now that we've got this thing called the internet, right? They really they screwed up, because they let monkeys like me push buttons, on a phone and look up what I thought about. I finally, when I moved here to Australia, I could finally sit down, right? Relax. I mean, the pressure was like, the American pressure was off. And I'm talking about pressure, that I've felt most of my life. And it made me realize that the life that I came from was not a normal, I don't know what a normal life is, but very abnormal, let me say, how I grew up in Vegas. And there's just the choices I made were not the best. And I'm not blaming it on no environment, because this has made me who I am today. All the things that I couldn't get far enough from Vegas. And when I arrived here in Australia, Australia is such a beautiful country. Anyone listening, please pray for us here in Australia, because we need your prayers. And I came here to, not only find out, what was going on with me. Yeah, eventually, I originally thought, like, my environment was my problem, but I came here to Australia, and it's very quiet, and it's very nice, it's very beautiful, and and people have this, I don't really, like, I could be bothered what you're doing, mate. I just want to do my own thing. And so they let some monkey like me, access to the internet, right? And I was at a point in my life where, right, I had been taught a lot of things, um, but I never really looked into what I really wanted to look into. So I had this mindset. I was like, man, because this was like 2012 when I arrived in Australia, right? And I mean, it just decompressing. I mean, I was so American and so loud and so so mad, but I had access, right, to proper internet, proper, like, and just started researching things that I found interesting. And goodness gracious, are there some places when I went into this mindset, I thought, I know there's something strange going on, and I can't really put my finger on it, a lot of things, but I kind of have an idea. So I was kind of letting, you know, back then, maybe it was the spirit of the universe, or whatever, kind of, lead me. And so I just made this decision that I was going to just listen to what people had to say, right? I wasn't going to make a judgment on them by taking a look at them. I was going to listen to what they had to say. Because I came from that place, where, I'd look at people, I'd try, you always try not to make a judgment call, and especially where I'm from, like, it's the one thing you never want to do in Vegas is make a judgment call about somebody, about the way they look. Because 9 times out of 10, let me put it this way, right? The guy you think is going to unload and give you a big toke, is going to really tip you and really make your night, is always the guy. I mean, 9 times out of 10, that doesn't look like he's the one. So you got to kill him with kindness, and you cannot single people out. You cannot make judgment calls, but we all like to do that, right? We like to immediately say, well, I don't like that dude's hat, or I don't know, whatever it can be. And we fail to listen to the information that they're trying to present, or whatever message they're trying to convey. And so I started to listen for once in my life, like really listen. I really try to learn, and spent, countless hours. God knows I went down a lot of different holes. Yeah, and not to say they were all, like these, the so-called conspiracy stuff, like, that's the one thing I noticed first, is a lot of the stuff that was called conspiracy is actual true now, right? And to say that people don't conspire is ridiculous, right? Because we've got to look in the mirror, actually. So that's what I want to do, right? So I'm not trying to point the finger at any entity, but I'm just looking back in my life at times when I have conspired to do things that were, against the law, against God's law, against so many areas. And if you can literally say that you're spot free and you have never conspired. I mean, I'm not talking about massive, frauds or stuff, but yes. So there is such a thing as conspiracy. And who would you put it by? Rich people, by the movers and shakers in this world, the ones who operate, the ones who, who control it all, who control the media, who control the schools, they control the churches, they control the government, they control the courts. So you think you're just going to overturn that? I mean, like that's a big, that's, man. But anyway, so this is a big entity and an uphill battle. But there needs to be a healthy discussion these days about said things, about everything. And this is not just about the shape of the earth. I mean, this is leads. So so I went down a lot of different rabbit holes, right? To find, at the bottom, a creator who loves me, who wants the best for me, who's been trying my whole life to communicate with me, right? But I wasn't open to receive his communications because this is a two-way street, right? We've got to ask and we've got to, be ready to hear the answer. And then the hardest part, right, is to follow that guidance. So that's at the bottom, but I had to go through a lot of years, so I've always been looking into strange subjects a bit. Maybe when did I start to go a little bit deep? I guess maybe 2008, 2009. Just different kind of conspiracy stuff, right? Like, you're typical what everyone does, right? We're talking about, we go through it. 9/11 was like a shocking event, I think, in most people's lives, and I think there were, a lot of people very caught up in that and just failed to really kind of put into perspective just exactly what took place. And it took me many years, and so probably I started there, right, going, there were some inconsistencies, right? And that's how it starts, right? Because I'm like I don't claim to be anything but just a Vegas dude, right? And so I've always been exposed to a lot of, I guess it's deceit, you would say, manipulation. I mean, well, it's in a way it's built on that, right? Like the city of Las Vegas is built on that kind of, and it's very unique city as far as that aspect. It's a very service oriented city, probably the most service oriented city in the world. So it's all about catering to your needs, right? And it's all about trying to, you're basically a salesman, you're trying to sell whatever you're trying to sell, whether it's a girl, whether it's literally, and I'm not bragging about any of this stupid shit, but like, this is the world we live in. It's, and in Vegas it's magnified because it's always had that kind of a, that environment that where you're going to give somebody an undisclosed amount of money because you like them or you like what they did, or they took care of you. And I think that's very unique. So it's always, kind of a strange environment. And so it led me into, looking like, you got to be really good at picking out bullshit. That's the point of it, is like, if you're not prepared, for getting hustled, then Vegas is not for you. Like, if you're not, I shouldn't say that because, I mean, there is a lot of, but you're just more susceptible because it's designed to take your money, right? That city is definitely designed to keep you engaged and wanting you to spend your money. that is the key. And so it's very exaggerated. So I'm very perceptive about people running lines of bullshit on me, right? I just have always been that kind of guy who uh, can pick out the inconsistencies in stories. And yeah. And so that added to a very curious, I started to go down these holes, like I said, 9/11. And then shortly after that, probably like Alex Jones. And yeah, he's been really demonized for talking about something that I believe that he recounted it, but I believe it is true, and I will not mention it here, but because that is the environment we live in, you will be ultimately demoned for talking about certain subjects that should be able to openly be discussed. So when you start to see deception and of course people talk about extravagant things, but that doesn't mean that everything else they talk about is not true or has not been proven yet. And I know it sounds really crazy at first, but and then you start looking into all these people who've running our world. I mean, it's not hard to really see if you watch. And so I learned to, just kind of dig, and I was going to give everybody a chance, right? So I found it very interesting that here on the internet you could listen to all these different people who had so many different, I mean, really, when you break it down, there are roughly 7 billion of us here, wherever you think we are, right? I mean, that's a lot of folks. So 7 billion of us. I'm losing my train of thought here. So that population has got to be controlled, and they do this by giving us their version of the truth. And so I started to dig into these people who run the world. Your Hillary Clintons and your Bill Clintons, and then of course you start listening to people like David Icke, who everyone thought was completely mad, right? And now he's filling arenas, right? Talking about lizard men, right? And I listened to David. I give him a chance. I'm like, dude, and he kind of was talking about like synchronicities, right? In his story, that's I really resonated with him. Going with whatever that intuition was, and he talks about a story about something pulling him to this magazine on a rack, telling him, no, look over here, right? And so he started to look at some strange material, right? Something you probably wouldn't normally look at. Because look, I understand people are busy. They've got a busy life. And I had been granted uh, this newfound freedom when I reached Australia. You find that strange, right? Like, uh, and I don't give Australia enough credit for that freedom that I experienced here. You understand? Because the pressure was so great coming from America and to immigrate. I don't know if anyone's done that, but I mean, I highly recommend that experience. If you can move to another country, do it by all means before it's too late. I mean, just to be able to, Australia has provided some amazing things. I came here to take care of my mother, who's now 84 years old. God bless her. Uh, and so they afforded me uh, the time to spend with her and take care of her. And they actually like pay me a salary to take care of her. And so there's so many great things about this country. And let's say it is more a socialized lifestyle, which is amazing. Like it, but it's getting weird now, right? It's getting just trippy. But anyway, I had a lot of freedom to just research, to look into, right? To give David Icke, how many hours do you want to dedicate to certain things? And most people don't have the time to do this because they're too damn busy, you see. And that is just the way it's set up. They want you to keep your head down. They want you to listen to, their programming, their Operation Mockingbird. I mean, this is verified, right? Okay. This is not a conspiracy theory. Go look up, Operation Mockingbird, and you will be very surprised at the canned message that 99% of the population is receiving through all these devices. Very few of them have the time to, yeah, I guess, starting to change a bit, with podcasting. But yeah, you're very busy, and most of the time, especially here in Australia, you got the beach. It is beautiful. It is literally a paradise. It's There's not a lot of people here, so it's very quiet, and there's a lot of nature and the air. Oh my goodness. Let's talk about that beautiful Australian air. It is fabulous. So that's one thing I really noticed when I got here was the air, the fresh air, the freedom, and for me to be able to understand what was going on. So I followed this little trail and I kept on following it, and I'm following it, and I'm going from conspiracy to not just conspiracy to ancient people in the past, strange people from the past, like Nikola Tesla. That was like new stuff. I'd never heard of him. I didn't know that, what he did. Yeah, all kinds. There's so many things, the Philadelphia experiment, right? And then I was way into the whole psychological operation that is the ancient aliens. I mean, that is a huge thing that's taking place in the world because people are asking all these questions, right? And so they're, and they're going to pull this deception on everybody, right? And we know that everyone's waiting for, right? The Jews are waiting for a Messiah. The Muslims also. Everyone's waiting for Jesus Christ. All the Christians are waiting for Christ. And you've got your your whole space things, your new generation, your younger generation that is grew up with technology and could full on care about any of this stuff, right? Which I think this is a subject for everybody, but I mean, God, I'm glad I didn't discover this at I can't say that. I just wonder what it would be like if I had discovered this at, say, 19 or, in my younger life. I don't know. I think it would have probably had an impact. I mean, like, what a world would that be, right? Where you actually get told the truth all the time. I don't know what that would be like, right? Because, the illusion was real at one time, and I think I pine back to those days a bit, if I'm being completely honest, right? I think everyone thinks back to when they were young, and and they had the world in their hand, right? And you thought you knew everything. I thought I was pretty clued in, even about a lot of subjects. Like I I was a heliocentric model man. I was so really into that. I mean, wasn't into that, right? That was part of my, of growing up with, with the whole, I'm not saying I was a Trekkie or anything, but that whole, wandering, of the endless galaxies, and then I learned things like, like what they say that the stars are, suns with their own galaxy, right? And I used to ponder those things, and I think, man, like, how can it just go on forever, right? That was one of my biggest questions when I looked up at the stars. How can it, like, man, it's just so amazing. And I remember one time I took a trip up to the mountains with my girlfriend, the mother of my first child. Shout out to Santina, rest in peace. She's no longer with us. We lost her to breast cancer, and it's shocking. But I was looking up at the stars, and they were just so epic and beautiful. When you get up there, I don't know, Vegas it's high desert, and you can be, go up to, almost 12,000 feet very quickly, go from the valley floor to, like 12,000 feet. When you get up to that elevation, the stars are spectacular. And to ponder at that and just think, man. And I remember looking up and I said, hey, Tina, do you know that every star that you see up there is an actual sun with its own galaxy? And I said, do you know those stars that you're seeing right now actually are like taking thousands of light years to get here? So it's actually burnt out, and that star, the light that we're seeing, is thousands of years old. And I told her this, and she looked at me, and she laughed at me. No, it's not. And I was like, Tina, no, you don't understand. It is, right? Because that's what I've been taught. I mean, like, I, you know, I kind of had a grasp on it, I thought. And there's so much, and I understand the lure of the mystery of things, right? Because it's very, when you have an idea and it goes against other ideas, it might sour your thoughts on a lot of things, which can be a radical radical change. And change is hard for the human species because we are revolted by it. Well, I mean, we're scared of it. Let's call it what it is. Let's talk about fear. Yeah. Let's talk about fear and how fear can control us, how it is absolutely used against us by not only the people who want to get us to do what they want us to do. It's used by them, but it's also used by us, right? Like, it's our natural aversion because change is hard most of the time, right? And change usually, at least in my life, like real change, like meaningful mental shift, has come through times of desperation and crisis, and where you're basically, and that's probably just because I'm such a knothead, right? I have to actually have my arm twisted to change, and I am quite the stubborn individual, but I found there was hope for me that I could shift views, and I'd still like to hold that mindset, right? That I'm not trying to close myself off to whoever wants to try to communicate whatever they got to communicate. And that is what's lacking in the world today, right? A healthy discussion. And but I think there is hope if somehow we can open up the lines of communication as far as getting through the censorship and the lines we could have some form of healthy discord, some long form. I believe in like long form talks, especially like I think the whole podcasting world has really opened up a very interesting, dimension in conversation, in being able to go back and forth with somebody and in a controlled manner, and to be vulnerable, right? Not knowing what someone's going to say to you next, and me not knowing what someone's going to say to me next, and I have to, answer these questions the best I can. I think it is very unique. No, maybe not unique because it's happened in history before, right? I think this is how we learned a lot of the things we learned, other than maybe, yes, other entities helped us along the way, good and bad. So, yeah, that is my story about coming through a lot of different things, right? So I was very undecided back then, um, I didn't know what I believed, right? When you start questioning these things, and then you start taking on information, and you start disregarding, oh, that doesn't work, I don't like that, but like that makes sense, I can see that, maybe I or this over here, and this leads to that, and you just kind of follow this line of questioning, reviewing what you've taken in and saying, what does it, like, does it resonate with me? Have I been blinded by this, or have I done my due diligence to try to disprove what I've just been told? And if it comported to what I was, taking in, let's say, with this new connection to this force that was leading me to where I needed to go to make this interchange, to make this, yeah, to be able to learn what I thought, was important, just to get to the bottom of, yeah, like a mystery, right? And so the point is that, yeah, I'm just, just it's nothing that I did to deserve it, except for dedicate quite a lot of hours reviewing things. And boy, a lot has changed since that, and I'll never forget it. I'll never forget that day, that change happened when I really took it in, and it was almost a mind-blowing experience. You can chalk a lot of things up. Everyone's, it's coincidence, right? We've all had those very strange coincidences in our lives. Uh, I have multitudes of them. Maybe I was in the city of Austin, Texas. The first time I've ever been to Austin. I highly recommend Austin, Texas. Shout out to Austin, Texas. It is truly a unique and amazing city, and it's all about music there. And I just had the most amazing time. But I was there on vacation from Vegas, and I was in a club. And Austin is a very packed town. I mean, it's a party town. And I am in this club watching this band, and I look across the room, and there she is. This girl that I dated from Vegas, and she's in Austin. And it was just very strange. And I'm not saying that was but it's, like, what are the chances? And those are the times in your life when you go, wow, that's just really weird, right? Like, really weird. And just blow it off as, like a coincidence, right? And So, when I was researching this topic, like I said earlier in my prior videos, that I was looking into, what is going on with the chemtrails, another, so-called conspiracy theory, because I grew up, I'm 56 years old. I've been looking at the sky my whole life. I never noticed this. And I understand, there's a lot more planes now, but I mean, the planes in the past didn't leave checkerboards across the sky. And it's very apparent that, I was seeing it in Vegas. Man, it's more relevant in the northern hemisphere. I will tell you that. But then I come here to Australia and I see it in the southern hemisphere. And it's strange. And I'm like, there's got to be some kind of answer for this. There's got to be someone. Give me something, right? So, of course, you go on the internet and they talk about they're spraying shit in the sky. They're trying to spray shit on us. So we breathe it in and we turn into robots. Or I've heard like all kinds of stuff like that, and there is actual, proof of this. It's, this aerosol, whatever, it's, got like strontium and barium and like ribbons of aluminum, or I'm not sure exactly, but you can research that a little more, right? And people think that they're trying poison. And then I ran across this guy on the internet right here, and he was talking about the reason for the chemtrails. And so, yeah, I'm going to listen to it. I mean, like I said, I'm here to learn. Like, I'm not a friggin' atmospheric scientist. I'm like at that time, I really, like I said, I'm based in the heliocentric model. Friggin' just not too long thinking about ancient aliens and all this stuff. And now I'm, talking with this guy. I'm literally, I like watched this video and it's talking about this. The reason for the chemtrails are these megacrime meteors that are falling from a clear blue sky. And I'm like, wow, like I never heard of that. I mean, most people have never heard of it, right? And I find that interesting. Okay, here is something tangible that that's a mystery that somebody says they have an explanation for, right? So NASA scientists can't explain these giant blocks of ice. In fact, they dismiss it, right? They do not want to talk about them, right? It's a mystery to them. They don't know where they're coming from. They don't care, right? And I think that is complete bullshit, because they do care. Because this was what he was saying, that this ice is falling and it's been falling forever, right? So you do your due diligence, to go check this out, right? So you're going to Google it and you're going to find not just his playlist of these things, this mystery. You're going to find, a lot of things they can't explain. And I find it strange that these people in scientific agencies do not have an answer for this thing that some guy just told me, who everyone says is crazy. So I go look, and sure enough, man, it's a real thing. It is. I am blown away by these megacrime meteors. I am just like, I think it is the most interesting thing. And so I started a little discourse with this gentleman, and he's actually communicating back with me. And I'm thinking, wow, really, really trippy. And then he's telling me about the actual shape of the earth. And I'm like, wow. And I think I had run across flat earth. I believe just it was around the same time. So I can't really say for sure, but this was right when the flat earth was really making like their first breakout charge. This is around 2014. And it was, this is when Mark Sargent had just popped on the scene. In fact, I don't even know if Sargent was on then. I think, he didn't come out. I think it was just Dubay and Mass Powerland, maybe at that time. But anyway, so this guy is like, and he's got like, that's interesting. This is what I look for: strange, interesting things. And the megacrime meteors were interesting. And then also, like, this dude is telling me that the shape of the earth has actually been inverted, right? And that we are living on the inside of the earth, and that heaven is a literal place in the middle of the earth, and glass in the sky. I mean, there's so many elements, and I was blown away. I mean, I looked at the information. It was compelling. Uh, Living here in Australia, there were a lot of the flat Earth arguments that I got over very quickly that were that are ignored still to this day. That were very easy for me to just completely understand. You see, and it had something to do with me actually moving from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere. Right, it had a lot to do with me, making that transition. And I don't know if it's a compass in your head or something like that, but it is a real thing. I noticed when I came to the southern hemisphere, everything is reversed. We drive on the different side of the road, and that makes it very confusing. Whenever I was like, some reason about directions, I'd want to make a left when I'm supposed to make a right, and yeah, so there was an adjustment period there, but when it just kind of all clicked together, because I'm observing the southern stars, and I'm learning this stuff so rapidly. Like within a day, I had just been, oh my God, like I was just, man, I just felt like this is like the biggest kept secret. If this is true, this makes sense why the world is so mad, right? Why all these, events. And this is, years ago. And now I look at it and I'm like, it has progressed so rapidly, so rapidly. And so I sorry, I very shortly after realizing or kind of entertaining the idea that the earth was concave, something very amazing happened to me. Something that I'll go back to that coincidence thing. Something that I could not chalk up as a coincidence any longer. And I'm going to make a short video about this because I know these long formats, probably people aren't watching me ramble or won't watch me ramble. But I'm going to turn on my camera real quick. Let me see here. Sorry. There we go. So yeah, I want to show you this. So shortly after I discovered the concave Earth, I want to say it was the next day or maybe 2 days later. I was just walking around my little suburb of Newcastle here, Wallsend, Australia, and there's these op shops that are up and down the street there, which in America we call them thrift shops. And I'm walking down the street, and there's a book rack out in the front of this thrift shop, and there's a bunch of paperback books, $5 for $1 or something like that. And I just reach out and I pick up this book, right? And it's all torn to shreds right now. I put my hand on this. It's the first book I put my hand on, right? And you see that it's Amazing Mysteries, right? And it's a kid's, I think it's like one of those books you order, from a book fair or something when you're a kid. The date, I think, is like from the 70s or from the 80s. But it's Amazing Mysteries, and it goes on to describe all these different mysteries, Loch Ness monsters and stuff like that. But I open up the pages, and I see this. You see that? It's ice from a clear blue sky. And it goes on to talk about this mystery of science, right? It talks about these giant blocks of ice that fall from a clear blue sky and have been falling throughout history. It has been recorded before aviation. They have been falling, and they continue to fall. And there is a playlist that I will load up on my channel that talks about these megacrime meteors. yeah, and so this book is talking about that, and then it's another page there, and sorry, it is completely out of focus, but yeah, and it talks about this, and I'll tell you what, man, I don't know if you've ever had something very strange happen in your life, but that was shocking. I was like, what? I had to ask the question. Because when I came to the realization that, that the concave earth, like that quick, like, oh, like, what if this is right? That makes, the existence of God pretty clear. That, like, the creation theory is going to win out, right? So it threw me for a real loop, because now I had a big jump to make, right? And not only a big jump, but I felt like something was trying to talk to me. Something was speaking to me. I don't know what it was, but that event shook me and had a profound change. And it was like, yeah, that is correct. I believe this. I shouldn't say that. Yeah. I was taught in the Discord not to say believe. I thought, pointing to a lot of stuff that I had experienced and looked into, that this could be the biggest secret ever kept from mankind, besides the existence of God himself, right? And that's why it is so heavily guarded. It is because of that very feature of this. So, yeah, I was completely blown away. And yeah, I did feel like God was talking to me, and I do believe that he was saying, you know what, Sean? Confirmation, right? And so that's where it began. That's how the concave earth journey began. And yeah, of course, I want to go save the world. I want to change the world, right? I thought it was such amazing information that everyone should want to know that. And I still make that mistake today. I still do. And I should understand it. I should understand that a lot of people don't want to know, even if it is true what you're saying. You see? So you've got to have ears to hear it. And then you've got to have the perception not to dismiss it. And then you have to have the fortitude to actually go do your due diligence, to take your hard-earned time to go look into something that some dude is talking about on the internet. I mean, most people aren't willing to go through that. I shouldn't say that. Well, until you're actually either curious, right? They say that curiosity killed the cat, right? Strange. Excuse me. Curiosity killed the cat. And what is up, number one? Still got my one viewer. You know the reason I'm still hanging. Nah, I just wanted to come on. I ain't doing shit today, but the weather is starting to turn nice. And I'm going to be heading out to beautiful Newcastle, which is behind me. Shout out Newcastle, which, look at this place. Come on. I mean, come on. Look at that. So this summer, I'm really looking forward to it, because I have made the decision that I am getting out, and I'm just going to spend my whole summer, yeah, on this beach here, which is Newcastle Beach. This is a cowrie hole. And over past the chat is Nobby's Beach. And then up the coast that way, you come across a couple great beaches. One of them, one of my favorites, Merriweather, which is incredible. So check it out. This is one of my favorite things about Australia, right? So we have these things here, right? You see this? It's what they call a bath. And I hope I'm not talking to Australian, because I'm going to sound awful stupid, right? It's what they call a bath, which is It's a giant swimming pool with ocean water in it, right? And that's one of them. We have one of them here. That's Newcastle Baths. And then down that way is Meriwether Baths. And something about having a nice swim. And even in the surf, I'm going to actually try to learn to surf this year. Only been here forever, but yeah, I'm going to go get a foamy. I'm going to give it a go. I'm going to, yeah, oh my gosh, I got a big paddle board that I play around on, but I'm going to get out in it, and I'm getting a mad drone very shortly, so I'm going to try to send you guys some cool footage of this amazing place. So it's going to be back to, yeah, I got it. I think we've really got to try to bust out of, the control system as far as, getting out into nature is the way to do it. To detach from, all the madness that comes with the lockdowns and all the things that been deprived of for quite a while. Although no, you can still go to the beach, but it's been a long winter. I think lots of people can agree on that. So yeah. Let's see here. Just kind of going through my amazing YouTube feed. Goodness gracious. The garbage I pay attention to. Good Lord. So anyway, yeah. That is the go. We've got, the Dolphin game tonight. Hooray. I always look for my weekly pain that I have inflicted on myself ever since I was a young child. With my fascination with sports, the sporting world, give it to me. And that is one of the distractions that I like to fall back into. And it is sports. Yeah. It's a great time of year, right? Hockey. Hockey. How good is hockey? Go Vegas Golden Knights. Yeah. Yeah, they had a tough loss yesterday. But it's very early in the season. So I got that distraction happening. Then I like to be distracted by, crypto is my new Jones. Oh, man. I really hope that prediction comes true. Axie or AMP. Sorry, not Axie. I sold my Axie. AMP coin. You need AMP coin to pump. Give Big Daddy some pocket money so he can, subvert something to Vegas. I got to get on something smoking to Vegas without a passport vaccine. Yeah, so yeah. I got some little plays in crypto. Very small. I'm a small player. But I find it interesting. I like to pay attention to what the kids are doing these days. And I think some of these kids are real. They're pretty sharp. Put it by. These kids these days, they're pretty sharp. It is, I believe, a future, if there is a future in Earth. But I'm all about decentralization. I'm all about trying to take their hands out of everybody's pocket. Goodness gracious, aren't they good at that? You tired of that, number one? Yeah, I'm tired of it too. Yeah, say hi in the chat there. Even if you're from the NSA or the CIA. Or any one of those. I got nothing to hide. So welcome. Please like and subscribe. Yeah, and this is, I guess, I changed the name of this stream to 247 Shape of Earth. Shape of Earth conversation. And that's what it is. So I probably should kind of try to stay on that topic and present the information that I'm trying to disseminate, right? Let me see. Bear with me.
Continents over here. Maybe it was like North America. Becomes more vocal or more influential to the group, it becomes even more probable that they will retract and admit the correct model, being spherical concave. So yeah, I mean, the more vocal, the more popular one becomes within the flat Earth theory, it's going to be much more difficult to retract or to admit that they were wrong. However, there are a few exceptions, which I applaud. People that I have noticed have changed. They have gone from flat to concave. And it is a humble act of contrition on their part. So I applaud them for that. But some of the more popular ones, the ones with egos, the ones who have other incentives, whether it be monetary or whatever, it's going to be more difficult for them to switch over. Critics of flat Earth theory can annihilate them with facts that completely disprove it. But the proponents resiliently persist in their proclamation, which is fueled by the group herd mentality. So it's like this old jalopy car just kind of just chugging along down the street. It's hobbling along. The tires are flat. The windows are busted out. It's dented all over. It's rusted all over. Everything is falling apart. Bolts and springs are falling out of the car and everything. And they're just like happily, yeah, I'm just gonna keep going. I mean, so that to me is I marvel at something like that. Where it seems like it's almost like there's this resiliency that can only be indicative of some kind of group mentality of ignorance. We're just gonna go along, and they're committing the same sin as the heliocentrics do, the heliocentrists do. Ignorantly gonna believe in this ball spinning Earth. So you're committing the same fallacy there. Most proponents of flat Earth theory rely on conversation as opposed to presenting experimentation. This is replete. This is like, one of the axioms of flat Earth proponents is conversation. That's all they have is conversation and gab and talk and rhetoric. Like Mark Sargent, you can be this eloquent orator, talking in a grandiloquent way and persuading people, but in the end, that's all you have is vacuous rhetoric. You don't have experimentation, and the experimentation that you do present, not you, Sargent, but other people, is lacking. It's selective. It's not understanding the whole of the situation. Like if you do a little light experiment, it's only done on a small scale model. You're not understanding that light bends, but it's over a vast distance. So if there is experimentation, it's done with a faulty ideological assumed foundations. Assumed foundations, you're assuming light being straight. Well, light does not work being straight on a flat Earth model. Does not work being straight on any model for that matter. You
could look up Conundrum 74's video. He points out correctly how light has to bend with any model. And so good experimentation which would be, the rectilineator, which I'm going to be doing in the spring. Curved light experiments. Now, lasers are, that's another thing too. Laser light is going to bend. Although it's going to probably prove that the Earth is not convex. It's not going to be good enough to accurately measure out, have a reference, have a chord to the arc, have a ruler to the curved surface of the Earth, with like the rectilineator experiment, which forces the line. So, yeah, either lacking in experimentation or your experimentation is poorly presented. Experiments are selective, ignoring curvature of light. Okay. So the theory is fueled by emotional reaction. Reaction is a very key word. If you understand my Earth dialectic, which I talk about, the problem being convexity, the reaction being flat Earth. Hey, it appears flat, right? The horizon appears flat, therefore the Earth must be flat is a very base assumption. It's not grounded in fact. It's not grounded in logical, intelligent deduction. You have to ignore the heavens, and you have to replace your ignorance with a answer that is not good enough. The hologram answer is not good enough. That's a scapegoat answer. So let's see here. You're going to remain stagnant, fail in presenting one unified solution. There is not one unified solution to the shape of the Earth or to how the continents are mapped out. Cartography. You have issues with cartography. Distances between continents, distances between cities. They are inaccurate. They're accurately portrayed with sphericity, albeit not convex sphericity. Does it have a dome? Is it an endless plane? There's divisions replete throughout the flat Earth movement, and you guys really need to understand that. House divided cannot stand. You do not have one unified theory, one unified model. So, accurate cartological map is void in your theory. An accurate mapping of the heavens is void. You cannot map out the sun, how it works. The seasons do not work. The sun cannot project its light onto a disk like that and illuminate half of that disk. You have to understand that it would be like a division line going across half of the disk. It doesn't work like that. The moon, you cannot accurately map out the moon. I have accurately mapped out the moon. If you watch my Revolution Moon video, I show you how all the different months of the moon work. The planets, to this day, I've not seen any flat Earth proponent map out the planets with their retrogrades, with the right ascension, with the declination. You just avoid that totally. You avoid everything above the horizon. So you are at sin, at fault for not being heavenly minded. You're being earthly minded and not realizing the things above the horizon. This emotional reaction and strong aversion to the ball blinds them from logically considering the ball is concave and that they are inside the ball. So it's a really base, rudimentary assumption that, the horizon appears flat, therefore it's flat. Bad fruit is revealed with division. There's division within the movement. There's infighting with the leaders. There's fighting who wants to be the leader. Selfish gain is prevalent. Monetary desires, a lot of people want them to give them money. They want their GoFundMe account. So there's ego. There's money involved. There's not wanting to be shamed. The fear of embarrassment. That's all prevalent. And so what this movement is doing, it's based in reaction. There can never be a solution once you have a model that is based from reaction, according to the dialectic here. This is the divine dialectic. This is not a Hegelian or a man-made dialectic. This is a divinely predetermined, pre-orchestrated dialectic, where initially God is going to let man think that they are living on a ball, for the past 500 years. So, but now we're at like the end of days here. Okay, now the reaction is happening, and so where do people go?
They adhere to a faulty understanding of the Earth because it appears that way. And because of the popularity of this movement, there is uh, opportunity for the opportunists to infuse their rhetoric and get some kind of gain out of this, selfish gain, monetary gain, whatever, ego. But there never will be a solution with flat earth theory because it's wrong. When practical science and physics are applied to point out flaws, to point out flat earth theory errors, cartographic inconsistencies and impossibilities, plane routes. There are direct plane routes in the southern hemisphere that do not take more than 13 hours, going from South America to Australia. The pole stars, to this day, nobody has resolved the pole star conundrum. They just hop right over that. It's kind of interesting, the psychology, the sociology involved with this movement. They will just hop right over something, just like that old jalopy car with the busted out windows and the dents and the flat tires just kind of hobbling down the road and just happily going along. We're not going to look at this. We're just going to ignore this. And hopefully nobody will see this. And so this reaction phase, it's rooted out of rebellion. And it's a rebellion, rightly so, against the powers that be.
And isn't that proven to be so true today? So, yeah, that's I can remember this video. It's quite old, and yeah, we're years later, 5 some years later, the world is rapidly degrading. I mean, it's almost at a shocking rate. 5 years, so much has changed, but except for this, right? This flat Earth versus heliocentric dichotomy that is very evident. It goes nowhere. I mean, that's what happens when you're trying to argue two false dilemmas. It's an endless, it could go on for centuries. And yeah, it's very telling, very telling.
Which obviously have been lying to you, with the convex ball Earth theory, but it's still rebellion. It doesn't mean it's right just because they're rebelling against something wrong. Two wrongs do not make a right. And so, what you need to understand is there is a correct, divinely orchestrated authority, and that resides in me, that resides in humbling yourself and understanding the earth within, the earth which you live in, the sphericity, the concave sphericity to the earth, and that heaven is a literal, real place up in the middle of the earth. And it's a base, it's an obtuse understanding flat earthers have. If you want to look at the symbology involved, or the conspiracies, well, the symbology, look at the pyramid. Look at the power source of the pyramid. You got to understand that the powers that be, the people who have been lying to you all this time, the Masons, right? They know all about the pyramid. They know that the pyramid is a real place. It's hidden. It's occultic. I mean, from their vantage point, why would they tell you when you do not even realize that it's there? It's hidden behind the celestial sphere, behind the curtain of the celestial sphere. Right? Verily thou art a God that hideth thyself. So the truth is there for the persistent, for the humble, for the intelligent, for the meek to understand. It's right there. And it's not going to be found in the reaction phase. The reaction phase is a perversion. And it will always be a perversion because you're in an emotional reaction mode of understanding things. The herd remains oblivious to the fact that they are repeating the same sociological ideologies as the heliocentric proponents. You're committing the same sin as them. Selective reasoning voiced by apparent perceptions. The horizon appears flat. The Bible appears to allude to a flat earth. Well, you don't understand that scripture, or your illogical deduction or misinterpretation of scripture, is rooted out of not understanding that you have to logically conclude that some apparent references in Scripture are given to the ancient, ignorant culture in a relatable way. You know, the average sheep herder is not going to understand the concave earth in which they live. So it's that relatable atmosphere, that relatable attitude that God has to his people. You know, so but there are good scriptural references that allude to the concavity of the earth, especially the book of Job. You know, heaven is a real place within the earth, Job 38. You know, God walks in the circuit of heaven, Job 26. Job 1, Satan walks to and fro within the earth. And so, yeah, you're vacuous in understanding that. And what you do is you apply rhetoric. You have talk shows, you have radio shows, you have people with eloquent oration skills like Mark Sargent who just think that they can get away with just saying that if you want the stars to revolve either counterclockwise or clockwise, you can do it because it's all within a gaming simulation standpoint or atmosphere. No. Well, even in a gaming atmosphere, things are in a 3D virtual environment. Okay, we still can accurately map and project out the heavens, albeit within the reality, light is bending, so it's causing a trick to the eye. So there's an inversion that takes place. You know, in reality, our perception is not going to give you an accurate understanding of things. We have a ball in the sky. We have a ball of stars in the sky. We have a disco ball that spins in the sky. But we don't see it as a disco ball because of the way that light bends. Light bends upward toward the center of the earth. So it's this mentality, this herd mentality, it's going to pass. It's I would probably think, or like to think, that 2016 will be the year of concave, just as 2015 was the year of flatness. And so, and I see that growing. I see people, you know, people are sending me messages, intelligent people, people in the professions, the engineering professions, the surveying professions, and you know, they're affirming what I'm presenting to be reality, to be the case, that we are inside the sphericity of the concavity of the earth, with the understanding that there was a divine ruse that has taken place. And the people that are waking up to this, the people who are like just leaving flat earth theory because it doesn't have enough content, it leaves people wanting more. They're not going to find it. And so they're entering into the concave understanding of things, the solution to the dialectic, or the solution phase to the dialectic, understanding that. And they understand that this is the concave earth is weighted. There's weight to it. There's, you know, issues are resolved, mysteries are resolved, phenomenon are resolved. The Gegenschein, or, you know, selenelion, where we see the sun and the moon during a lunar eclipse above the horizon. Everything makes sense because we have this glass sky that creates this illusion of perception, and things are placed in order. There's no more confusion. The solution is there in the concavity of the earth. So welcome to Concave Earth.
flat Earth out the window.
Definitely.
Which is ironic that for some reason people still, I didn't know.
Hey there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Not sure which microphone I'm going through.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You sound very English.
Well, yeah. I had a lot of practice. I mean, studying at universities and stuff really gets your English language off the ground, so to say.
Yeah. And you're from the Netherlands, right?
Correct.
Nice. So how's it going today? What are you up to?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
It's good to hear your voice finally.
What was that?
It's good to hear your voice finally.
Well, likewise.
Yeah. Do you know anything about the star Sirius?
The Star Series?
Sirius, Sirius.
Oh, you mean the Dog Star?
Yeah, the dog star.
Well, yes. There is Sirius B and Sirius A and whatnot, and these stars, in astrological terms,
Mm-hmm.
the star which is followed in order to reach the Lord
Yeah.
or the one begotten Son.
Yeah, some people are saying that Sirius is like a secret sun.
Secret Son.
Like
How can I visualize that?
I don't know. I'm actually just talking to this one guy on Facebook, and he's like showing me this, this content about Sirius and looking into the meat. You ever see the Truman Show? Like when the spotlight fell to the ground and it was labeled Sirius. You know that movie
I have
with Jim?
no idea.
Okay. Let's see. Just reading this, it says trying to discern what an image is actually saying and not what the so-called experts interpret it to be saying has played a major part in the work on the Secret Sun. It's also been a major part of the Stairway to Sirius, which seeks to strip away centuries of mystical and metaphorical detritus that has accumulated on powerful sacred icons from the past and struggle to parse what the original intention behind these images might have been before the poets and the priests came along and muddied the waters.
So it's not a luminescent entity in the sky. It is like a second sun, you say.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just reading what some people say. I personally believe it's just a very strong luminescent entity, but some people tend to want to believe that it's a second sun for some reason. I don't know. I guess there's a lot of worship towards Sirius with the
Whoever
Illuminati.
that
Also
is,
has to do something with
welcome.
the Draco constellation.
I'm not
How
sure.
you doing?
It's possible.
Welcome back.
You know,
If that's
in
number
masonry,
one.
they have the two
I'm
pillars.
just kind of going through
pyramid in the
something. I
middle.
actually have to run out, so I'm going to leave this running. Just got to run down to the stall real quick. So I'm going to play something, and then I'm going to make a dash, and I will be back. I'm going to play an interview that Steve did with a NASA, somebody who works for NASA, allegedly. And I thought the the conversation was pretty interesting. And it just is interesting digging back through all this information. Oh my God. I just saw it. Yeah. I really should just go back to my history. Okay. So I'm going to play this and I'm going to make a mad dash to the store. So bear with me. I'm going to give myself the whole time.
Hey there. Can you hear me okay?
So I can hear you.
Not sure which microphone I'm going through.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You sound very English.
Well, yeah. I had a lot of practice. I mean, studying at universities and stuff really gets your English language off the ground, so to say.
Yeah. And you're from the Netherlands, right?
Correct.
Nice. So how's it going today? What are you up to?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
It's good to hear your voice finally.
What was that?
It's good to hear your voice finally.
Well, likewise.
Yeah. Do you know anything about the star Sirius?
The Star Series?
Sirius, Sirius.
Oh, you mean the Dog Star?
Yeah, the dog star.
Well, yes. There is Sirius B and Sirius A. And
This
whatnot,
is the
and,
wrong video.
These
Darn it.
stars.
Sorry. Excuse me. I'm friggin' lame-o. Okay, what am I doing here?
Other people still believe in it.
It's-
They do. I honestly didn't. I thought that people didn't believe it anymore.
oh man, I'm lame. Excuse me. God, this is not going good. Oh shit. Bear with me, whoever you are. God, I am a retard when it comes to stuff. All right, here. Now, what am I doing here?
I'll pull up a picture of that.
Okay. Finally, again, and excuse me, and I will return very shortly. So, enjoy yourself.
Figure, we will have to accept that too. And if that should come to pass,
ladies and gentlemen, Lord Stephen Christ here with Richard Cohen from NASA, who has been gracious enough to call me back here to answer a few of my questions about the atmosphere, more specifically mega cryometeors. Are you familiar with mega cryometeors, Richard?
No, I can't say that I am.
Oh.
Yeah, what is it? Can you repeat it?
Well, I don't know if you know this or not, but there has been being reported, not just in the recent modern era, but I mean, there's reports of it happening over the past few centuries, of large blocks of ice that mysteriously fall down from a clear blue sky. And scientists don't know where they're coming from.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I can't say that I've heard of it. When it comes to the atmospheric pressure, are we talking like hail or larger than that? What are we talking?
yeah, we're talking much larger than normal hail. I mean, there's reports of it. You can look it up. Sometimes people have reported 1,500-pound blocks of ice falling down from the sky. Recently in Croatia in 2012, a 1,000-pound block of ice fell from the sky. It has a flat surface to it. The specific one in Croatia has a flat surface to it. And there's other, even just recently, the Oakland, California, Florida. I mean, they're happening in Illinois. They're happening every so often, every once in a while. And, there's a lot of speculation. Well, could it be some form of aircraft discharge? And that has been ruled out by the experts. So there's somebody called Jesus Martinez Frias. I don't know if you're familiar with that person. I guess he works.
The name sounds familiar, yeah.
Yeah, he supposedly works for NASA, whether directly or on a contract basis. But I have an entirely different understanding of the Earth and the cosmos in which we speak of. I don't know if you've ever been familiar with the concave Earth theory. You ever heard of that before?
No, I cannot say I have.
Concave Earth theory was actually introduced to the public over 100 years ago by a man named Cyrus Teed, where he went out and he actually conducted very creditable scientific experiments to show geodetic experiments showing the curvature of the Earth actually curves concave instead of convex. So in a sense, we're actually living on the inside surface of a hollow shell known as Earth, and the entire universe actually fits inside the Earth. So therefore the sun, the moon, the planets, and even the stars would actually be contained within the Earth. And this is a new addition to this theory, which I proposed about 9 years ago, is that there is actually a literal, tangible, palpable glass ceiling to the sky at 100 kilometers. So,
okay. And this man, you said his name's Cyrus Teed?
Yes, Cyrus, Teed. And
okay. And what was the basis of, what are some of the details in this theory?
Well, I pretty much gave it to you in a nutshell. The Earth, he proposed that there's no rotation to the Earth, and that has been actually corroborated throughout since many different. There's been the Michelson-Morley experiment. I don't know if you're familiar with that experiment in the 1880s, where they tried to show. At that time, they believed in a luminiferous ether that was permeating, and in order for their experiment to make any sense, they had to actually either one, conclude that there was no rotation to the Earth, which obviously they didn't want to conclude that. So instead, they ultimately got rid of the ether equation from it. But there actually still is an ether in the Earth. There's other experiments too. That there's a man named Sagnac that did an experiment on a table, and he showed that there's actually an ether permeating within the stationary Earth, and therefore the sun is actually small. It's inside the Earth. The sun is the object. The orb is actually orbiting inside the Earth. It's rotating around the inside of the Earth. Then there's a central celestial sphere, but this is a literal celestial sphere, not just a celestial sphere that in a Copernican model we think is just a sphere in which we can place the stars on. But this actually has a literal celestial sphere inside the Earth, where all the stars are small. They're created by a process called sonoluminescence, multi-bubble sonoluminescence, where there's actually a celestial ocean above us. And at that time, see, this actually points to a literal flood account. I don't know whether you have any faith in God or not, but this.
Well, not so much faith, but there is a decent amount of evidence that did show that there probably was some form of flooding, within the past 2,000 years. So yeah.
Yeah, well, according to the Bible, it happened about 4,400 years ago. But yeah, there's to me, there's insurmountable amount of evidence to show that there actually was a flood. And during this time, this is where I believe the glass sky formed. If you read Genesis 9:13, it says that the bow in the sky, or the rainbow, was revealed to Noah after the flood, and it was actually taken as a token, a promise to Noah that the earth would not be flooded again. And within this concave earth system, where it's all pressurized and we're being pushed to the ground, instead of being pulled by a gravitational force, we're actually being pushed by the ether. So when this glass sky formed, it actually compressed the atmosphere. It pushed the ocean waters down so they couldn't rise over the continents any longer. And so this glass sky, this rainbow, is actually a token showing literal proof that there's a glass sky and that it pushed the water down. There's so many different pieces of evidence that I've actually collected that show there's actually a literal, tangible glass sky, even how meteorites have a fusion crust covering to them. It's fusion crust is burnt glass, and so when meteors enter the atmosphere, they're actually skidding through this glass sky. They're melting and they're penetrating through, and they're getting encapsulated by the burnt glass. Are you familiar with tektites?
Yes, that's what I wanted to ask too. I was wondering how you were going to explain meteorites. Then, okay.
Yeah,
right.
Well, tektites is the same. You see, I'm sure you well know there's a quandary in determining the origin of tektites as well. Some people think they come from the terrestrial origin, or some people think it comes from a extraterrestrial origin. And there's holes in both theories because obviously there's no.
Yeah, I've heard a couple of the theories. Yes.
Yeah, there's no meteor craters in the strewn fields where the tektites are found, and it doesn't have any cosmic ray exposure, so it can't come from space. And so, but if you understand, there's actually a literal glass sky at 100 kilometers, which we call the Kármán line. A meteor could have just simply skidded through, melted through, and then it pulled along with it these molten globules of glass, which actually, obviously this glass sky, I'm telling you, is not moving or very slowly moving. Therefore, it's going to fall in an entirely different location due to the velocity of the meteor versus the velocity of the tektites. And that's.
I don't mean to interrupt you. Just out of curiosity, how would you explain then? Just with the shuttle program at all?
Yeah.
I don't know if you don't think that we landed on the moon or not, or that we've even been able to, but it just makes me a little curious.
Yeah.
100,
well,
you said 100 kilometers?
Yes, 100 kilometers. I do believe that.
How would we?
Well, I do believe there's a lot of prevarication going on within the upper levels of NASA. I do believe that the shuttle is designed to actually skid through, melt through, because it has a flush bottom. It has a carbon matrix, so it's able to withstand very high temperatures.
Okay. Yes, that is okay.
And so I believe actually, if you go back in time to 1962, with Operation Fishbowl, I find that name very telling. Where
oh, now I'm seeing the irony. Okay.
Yeah. Where they supposedly launched these high atmosphere so-called nuclear weapons. I think they actually blew a hole in this glass sky, and that's where Aurora. They had this auroral display. It happened over Hawaii and Johnston Island and the Bikini Islands, and so this auroral display is another piece of evidence that there actually is a literal glass sky, which these auroras are formulating. It's the same with Crook, a man named Crook in the 1800s. He was a man who invented cathode ray tubes, and he showed that there's actually a dark space that's surrounding the glass, and that's creating the striations of the auroras. And so the glass actually is a catalyst to create the auroras as well. There's so many different proofs that I show. Birefringence. I don't know if you're familiar with birefringence in calcite or glass, where you can actually you can project two different images because there's two different indexes of refraction. One is the ordinary ray and one is the extraordinary ray, and so it creates this double image. And so in the Libyan desert, are you familiar with the Libyan desert glass that they found in Egypt a long time ago?
No, I can't say that I am.
Well, that's another mystery. It's like tektites, but this glass is not molten per se. It's actually more like fragments. It has a yellowish color to it. And they found these pieces all over in the Libyan desert, and that too has a mysterious origin to it as well. But when they analyzed it, they showed that it has a very weak birefringence. And so when we see rainbows in the sky, like quadruple rainbows, there's like an offset rainbow, that's giving an evidence of that we're looking through the sunlight is being projected, dispersed through a semi-birefringent glass material. It's being projected. It's giving us this offset rainbow in the sky. The same thing that sometimes we see a double sun in the sky. It's the same thing. It's the birefringence that's allowing this to happen. We're in a comet's tail. I don't think comet's tails are. I don't accept the traditional explanation. I believe that they're being viewed through this birefringent glass sky that's causing the splitting. So there's a lot of different proofs. I can give you a link to one of my videos where I show all this. Lightning or ball lightning. Ball lightning is created because there's glass present.
When I first thought I was under the assumption that you were calling about the atmosphere guy. Once again, when it comes to astronomy, I don't know a few different things, but when it does come, how would you explain just the basics of how lightning is even created then? The glass sky then.
Exactly. I think that the glass, have you ever heard of Eric Dollard? he held some seminars. He talks about where when there's a glass present, this dielectric force that's moving laterally, it builds up in the glass and then it causes a blast. And so we have upper atmospheric lightning sprites, right? And we have lower atmospheric lightning as well. But he's saying that they're not created top down or bottom up. They're actually created laterally and instantaneously like that. It's due to the fact that there's a glass sky. But yeah, atmosphere. Initially, I wanted to talk to somebody about the atmosphere because the biggest concern I have is the megacriometeors, the large chunks of ice that are falling down from the sky, where scientists don't know where they're coming from. Some people speculate, some scientists speculate that it's possible that in the troposphere and the stratosphere region, where they kind of the tropopause, they're speculating that somehow wind shear is supposedly bobbing these huge chunks of ice up to 1,500 pounds, like a volleyball, and finally descending down to the ground. To me, that makes no sense whatsoever. There's no.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I know a little bit about, but yeah, it's still a theory when it comes to that. But yes, okay, I see where you're going with it. Okay.
And so, with this glass sky concave Earth model, with the sun moving and the Earth being stationary, you can understand how redshift of stars, which has been totally misunderstood because chromatic aberration.
That's what I wanted to ask too. Was about how would you explain the redshift then?
Yes.
What's your opinion on it?
When you're viewing through glass, actually there's two levels of glass now. You have the 100-kilometer level, and then you have the celestial sphere level, and you're viewing these stars, which are up above the celestial sphere in a celestial ocean, which is caused by sonoluminescence, multi-bubble sonoluminescence. Sonoluminescence is creating stars in a laboratory beaker in water when you're reverberating sound. And so there's a lot of harmonics, there's a lot of vibration going up in the middle of the Earth. I say up in the middle of the Earth. And so when you're looking through the stars, you see this redshift or the blue shift. Actually, it's just the chromatic aberration of the filter of the glass. And so all the stellar spectroscopy is just thrown out the window, no pun intended. But
okay, yeah,
but what
I see that you've definitely done your research, but I would still argue against. But
well, I understand initially. I just would like challenge you to actually look at this evidence that I present to you very objectively, without any bias or predilections, whatever, and just take it for what it's worth. Because the way I see it happening in the end, and this fits a biblical model too. I mean, this is science and scripture as well, where the sun will eventually stop in the sky. I don't know if you're familiar with this or not, but 3,500 years ago, approximately, the sun stopped in the sky, which was corroborated by different legends all over the world. Every different continent has a story about the sun stopping in the sky. And if you read in the Bible, in Joshua chapter 10, it's also recorded that Joshua commanded the sun to stop. And during that time in the Bible, it says that large hailstones from heaven fell upon the Amorites. And so I make the connection with the sun stopping and the ice falling. And if you understand scripture, Isaiah 34 says the sky will unravel like a scroll. If you have this, if you understand there's this glass foundation to the sky, and there's a whole sheet of ice that's covering this glass. This ice actually fluctuates daily from a translucent to a transparent ice, an amorphous ice to a crystalline
ice. What you're saying is the glass isn't the same as the I've gotten a little confused. So the ice isn't the same as the glass then.
Correct. There's a glass sky, and I give at least 22 different pieces of evidence to show that there's a glass sky. And then there's a condensation, a frozen condensation that formulated on the glass, kind of like how you in a wintertime use on your car, you have ice on your windshield. And so it's the same concept there. And so nobody to this day, nobody can give a definitive and a creditable answer to where these megacriometeors are coming from, unless you understand the concept of a concave Earth with a glass sky. You have a place to put this ice and understand where it's coming from. It's not happening. I mean, it's happened. It's records show that it's happening way before the invention of aviation. It can't be from airplane discharge. It can't be from space. Some people think, oh, it's star water or something like that. No, I mean, scientists completely rule that out. It makes no sense, because obviously a meteor would be coming in really hot. You're not going to have this cold piece of ice coming down to the Earth from space.
Right.
And so everything is ruled out in that regard. And because the way I see it prophetically happening, where the sun's going to stop and it's going to unravel this, that's why we have, I don't know if you're familiar with deep underground military bases and tunnels, but there's structures underneath the ground. And so I believe prior to this happening, see, this is my calling, or I have to warn people, I have to tell people, this is the reality of the world, the universe in which we live in.
Are we talking about the New World Order?
Well, yeah, that's, I seek first the kingdom. So I call the New World Kingdom Order. We're actually, this decimation will happen very soon. And the people who want to be saved will be brought underground. And so this gets very scary. So I'm trying.
No, I think it's just now that we've gone to that, I don't think that it's completely out of sound basis, but it at some points can seem very paranoid. But
how familiar, Richard, are you?
I think you have many good theories. I do, but I'd have to look into it because some of the things you're flooding me with a little bit too much knowledge, information at least.
Well, I appreciate you just
to look it up.
Yeah, I appreciate you, and I really would want you to look it up because how familiar are we? I mean, there's a lot of talk about a lot of the higher echelon people within NASA are actually Freemasons. Are you familiar with that?
No, I didn't know that, but just I'm not trying to offend, but just judging by the way you've been speaking before, I can see why you might think that. But.
Yeah, well, I definitely don't believe there was a moon landing. I mean, back then they might have put something up there now, but I mean, as far as like back then, there's too many.
You don't think that we landed in 1969?
No, I think there was a Hollywood stage set up, probably with the help of Stanley Kubrick, Walt Disney. I think if you look at it,
we're going to go to 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Well, yeah, we're going to look at things very seriously, and we're not going to scoff at this. We're not going to be written off as conspiracy theorists.
I'll give you that.
I mean, there's a lot of problems with the so-called moon landings, especially stereoscopic parallax. I mean, you can't justify this being a real lunarscape. Same thing with the Mars rover, the so-called Mars rover landing. I don't believe that was. I believe they went out into the desert somewhere in the Southwest and just filmed it, and they changed the hue saturation. I mean, you can just go on YouTube. You can find it.
Yeah, so hello, what is up? So I'm back, and welcome if you're new. I am just having a little live stream here. I would like to invite anyone who would like to come on to please join. Please join. There is the link. Thanks for joining. If stick around, I would like to have some discourse about the shape of the earth. So feel free to stay or not. And and thanks for staying if you are still here, and I'll just continue this video.
I think there's a lot of hoaxes that are being conducted with NASA. I believe that a lot of the spacewalks are just conducted in either underground pools. You see bubbles sometimes they're floating up to the surface, or sometimes they'll go in a zero-G airplane. There's a lot of questions, and a lot of people are getting very suspicious of NASA, and I think it's for very good reason.
Well, don't write this part down, but what I will tell you is that when it comes to NASA, we are very good at, or not very good, we're trying desperately, just with the cutbacks that have happened, is to try to get more interest in it again. So I'm not saying that they lie, but they do try to get media. Once again, don't write that down.
Richard, man, come on, man.
I'm not.
Come to our side.
I agree with all of that, but I do think that in some forms, in order to get people interested in astronomy again, and with the things that are happening in our universe, I think that we have our own way of needing to get interest again through media. Otherwise, people lose it completely.
Well, that's not really going to be matter. It's not going to be.
People care about it too much anymore.
I think a lot of people care about it, but it's not going to be relevant if the whole sky falls. I mean, if you're just purporting all these lies and continuing with this lie that the Earth is spinning, that the universe is vast and endless, which I can tell you.
Hello and welcome, Lunar Gigi. What is up? No, it is not Stephen, unfortunately. Well, fortunately, I'm glad I am who I am. But no, it is not Stephen. I am just playing, I'm going back through some of Stephen's playlist after many years of being away from the topic in general. And I'm back. Oh, you're absolutely. I mean, of course, that's Steven in the video. Are you kidding me? Yeah. So, yeah, that is Steven. And Steven is, yeah, he is away right now. And yeah, I don't know what your thoughts on the LSC are. But, you know, I would have to be just a real asshole to not give him credit, you know? And yeah, and even after all these years, and me and Steven, uh, I do not believe that he's Messiah, but that doesn't affect really how I feel about him in general. Yeah. So, and I really can't stand. So I do have permission to play his videos. I did reach out and ask for that permission. They can't be like a lot of people do and steal Steven's animations like they do. I mean, the Flat Earth's own Mark Sargent, he completely just jacked Steven's animations and stole them for the opening of his show. Yeah. So he's just like, oh, okay. So yeah, of course, Steven is, of course, he's not credible. He's just like every other troll. Fill in the blank, personal religion guy. All right. Well, yeah. Hey, Lunar. Will you come in and talk about this? You don't have to turn on your camera or anything, or even divulge any information about yourself if you don't. But yeah, I was looking for some discourse on the whole situation. I happen to be a proponent of the concave Earth. I absolutely still believe in it. Well, I'm not going to use that word belief. I'm going to use the word that I lean towards that. Oh, bummer. Shoot, no mic, huh? Well, I appreciate you conversing with me about the subject, so we could just do it over chat. And yeah, so my journey with, within the concave Earth has been a pretty long one now. And yeah, although I do not believe in certain things that Steve talks about, and I'm not saying that in a bad way. Like uh, I I do kind of see through some things, So I realize that everybody is very, I mean, right? We're all flawed. I realize that the humans are flawed, and I know that just speaking from from personal, from me personally, you know, the struggles and the things and all the absolute things that I could be held up and lambasted about. And thank God they're not just out in the public where everyone can know them, because it is a, shocking thing to be, to be ridiculed. And I do understand. I think Stephen definitely is his own worst enemy, and he has brought a lot of these things on himself. But I kind of look through a lot of the, these things to the things that I believe that he has contributed, and I believe that he has disseminated, and I believe that this information is so prevalent to humanity that it is carries serious weight to it. And I think it takes a very few people who are able to push through certain things, certain barriers to get to an understanding. And, this, I was talking about this earlier, and hopefully you're still with me. Okay, so Lunar, sorry, Flat Earth Trolls, 911, Conspiracy Trolls, Concave Trolls, Cube Trolls, you name it. And I do absolutely believe that there are trolls within every movement. But hey, Prolate Earth, what is up? I am just chatting with Lunar G. Say hello to Lunar G. And I don't know who Lunar G is, but welcome to the channel. You are very welcome here. And man, when you get a mic, I would love to have a chat with you about whatever you think about whatever. I mean, I'm interested in what you have to say also. And you're right. I mean, this whole thing is it's a massive troll psychological operation, you name it, from every aspect. And this is how information is eclipsed and hidden these days, occulted, right? In the past, it was very easy to occult this information, right? Like, how were you going to know things back in the day, right? Unless you had access to books or people who, had knowledge, right? And the people who had knowledge, unfortunately, most of them were very, secretive about this knowledge. And so this certain knowledge that they are the ones, I'm talking about the people who rule, people who make the rules, the people who run the courts, right? So it's a giant club, right? And they hold certain levels of secrets, and they weren't, this is, passed down through, you have to, work for, you have to apprentice to become, some kind of a master of a craft. And so they didn't want to teach these trade secrets, and I'm talking about like this movement that controls the courts and all other things, right? So you had to like learn it from a master, right? Somebody who was willing, you had to be willing to put in the the work. They aren't going to teach you all the stuff, right? And it's kind of a, yeah, it is the pyramid. This is what we're talking about, right? We're talking about occulted knowledge. We're talking about hidden knowledge. If that's not interesting, then wow. But I mean, I believe that, yes, and this is how they control, they infiltrate, right? And this is what's taking place right now with this flat earth, right? So they infiltrate and they can't hide it anymore, because now we've got this thing called the internet, and we're able to just look up anything, like even a drongo like me, back in the day, I jumped on, not YouTube. Like I was stuck on archive.org, digging through old manuscripts. I mean, unbelievable amount of knowledge at someone's fingertips. And if that is not interesting, I don't know what is. That just your average person, just your average curious, so-called monkey person can fiddle around with one of these machines and access untold amounts of history, of knowledge, of things that you could not learn in millions of years if you had, unless you had joined one of these secret societies and worked your way up through the ranks and took the oath. And yeah, the rest, right? Basically sell your soul. And I'm not talking about your average run of the mill moose lodge kind of level. We're talking people who run the world, and that's just one level of it. So they're going to control this information, and they're going to control it by completely putting in their agent provocateurs. Not only they're going to lead the movement, right? They're going to lead these movements. They are going to be in every chat, every aspect of everything, and it's going to be just one long big rabbit hole and this is what's happening right now. This is what I see taking place. It was very evident when I tried to join the 247 flat earth discord today, and the same shit is going on. It's been raging on throughout time, them arguing over what shape is it. Is it flat? Or is it a globe? And ignoring certain things because of certain people, been a lot of stigmatisms to it. And so I'm not sure exactly, what's going on as far as, sorry, just got off track there a little bit. I'm not sure exactly, how it's working. Yeah, the sphere was never proven. I agree. And that's what when I joined that Discord, right? Yes, the sphere does. That's what I'm just looking for. Look, I'm looking for scientific proof of certain things, right? Certain things that are still up for debate, because you understand that heliocentric theory it's still a theory, and that's how science works. You see, it they come up with this theory, and until something better comes along, I mean, it's not like they're trying to prove anything. So in a way, you are right. I mean, like it's so to get all this stuff to work, uh, it has to be there's a lot of conception that goes into you know trying to figure this out, right? It's not like an easy puzzle, correct? I mean, it's for me, I think it's not as simple as look, it's flat, or like I would like some documented proof. I always thought the earth spun until I went looking for scientific proof that it spins. And do you know there's not one scientific experiment that you can point to that says definitively that the earth spins? Isn't that a trip? I mean, like, I thought that they should be able to solve that, like really solve it. Besides, okay, this picture was taken from here and this is what it is. I mean, that, as far as I'm concerned, that's not real proof. And maybe I'm just that kind of homie, but that is so until we can actually lay something on this surface and get an accurate, repeatable measurement, then yeah, I can't be convinced one way or the other. And I do have some scientific experiments that have happened in the past and have been suppressed that I do believe definitively point to the shape of the earth. And I will try to share one of those right now while we're talking about it, right? So there is an experiment. I mean, throughout time, man has been trying to figure out apparatus to use to measure the earth, right? To measure the actual circumference of the earth, in which what's his name with his sticks, he came close to it, right there. We're all trying to figure this out, right? With shadows or whatever kind of experiment that can definitively prove exactly where we are. Because those sticks, right? Like I forget what that experiment is called, because that also works exactly perfectly in the concave Earth model. And that's what I'm trying to convey. Like the heliocentric model, right, is the concave model flipped inside out. So my thoughts on this whole topic, right, they date back to just how deception works, and how what I've come to understand, what I've come to think is happening here, right? I think this great deception is created by this entity that doesn't really like us much and doesn't have much love for us, and he would like nothing more than to watch us all suffer, right? And so he's going to take the truth, whatever that truth is, and he's going to completely invert it, right? So it's going to seem right, but it's not, right? He's going to flip it inside out. And that is exactly what is taking place here. And I mean, just do a little thought experiment here. Like, and the flat earthers, I've even heard them reference this, the opposite of a ball is flat. No, nah. I mean, the opposite of ball is never flat. I mean, the opposite of a ball is a ball, but you're just inside it. It's concave. Yes, exactly. See, Lunar, we can agree on a lot of things, you see, because now you're talking about the celestial sky map, right? Which fits perfectly into the concave Earth model, right? This is actual celestial sphere. There's lots of I'll give you some clues about the celestial sphere. Do you know the atlas? You know the actual Greek, what is it? It's a myth. How he carried, this thing on his back that everyone mistakes and thinks he carries the earth on his back, and that is not correct. He is carrying the celestial sphere. And so this is occulted information, and it is hidden because it is a literal heaven. I think it is a literal heaven spinning above our heads, right? And it's not millions of miles around away. It is actually very close. And so the opposite of the heliocentric model is very easily fit in the concave Earth. You see, if you can understand the glass sky and just all the aspects that go into this, and it's not just conjecture, it's not like a lot of people think it is, because it actually backed up by a lot of let's call them coincidences that just seem to fit this puzzle, right? Of this barrier at 100 kilometers high, right? This glass ceiling that it talks about in the Bible, it talks about in Scripture. It talks about the sky being like a molten looking glass. It also talks about in Genesis. It talks, and I'm not being a Bible thumper. Talks about the windows of heaven being opened, and then so we actually have some tangible things that we can grab here on Earth that are mystery that we found, and one of them is Libyan desert glass, right? And the Egyptians made a lot of necklaces and stuff out of it, just amazing stuff. And the thought is that is actual pieces of the sky, right? And it's a very unique glass, right? It's super pure form of glass, and it actually has like ribbons in it. I believe it's like, yeah, it has like, I think it's like strontium and barium. But so the idea is that the sun is, projecting through this glass, right? And it is distorting your vision, right? For one, your eyes are being tricked. It is, it's inverting things you see, the way you vision things, right? So you see the rainbow can be explained by this glass at 100 kilometers. And so the sun is shining through this glass, and it's bending. The light is bending upward, right? And it's, yeah. So a rainbow is caused by, the sun is shining through this glass, and the water droplets, right, in the atmosphere are the surface of projection for this light that's dispersing through this glass and creating this rainbow that looks like a bow, like a dome, correct? But then if you also can catch it at altitude, right, and it's actual spheres, right? So what it's doing is it's inverting it. It's boom, it's flipping that rainbow, and that's another in the Scripture. It talks about after the flood that God gave Noah a token that he would never flood the earth again, and that was the token to Noah, was the rainbow. And also another thing about this theory is that 100-kilometer barrier was not always there, and that kind of lines up with how a lot of things were in the earth pre-flood, before the original sphere above that contains water. These stars got very hot and melted through basically, and all this water came just pouring down to the earth, right? And there's lots of evidence of floods, not only biblical, talking about in the Bible, but every ancient book, describes a great flood. And there's, a lot that can, we can understand about that. And so the thoughts are that after the flood, that things didn't grow as big. I believe pre-flood things were very, large, and that's where we're getting to the topic of dinosaurs and man living amongst these dinosaurs. And I believe the Earth is really young. I mean, compared to what they think it is. And I believe that mankind was at a very high state at one time, could do many amazing things that can't be done today. Well, that's very evident. I mean, that's kind of clear when you start looking into the pyramids and any megaliths. You go check out Baalbek, Lebanon, and go check out those blocks and say, yeah, now how did they do that, right? I forget how many tons. It's a shoot. Is it? I think it's either 1,000. No, more than that. Tons. They're just the most epic blocks ever carved. So they can carve them, but how are they going to move them? And this just does not. A lot of things do not add up. Yeah. So what is happening? Okay, I generally don't trust people who write 2 words per hour, and yeah, well, if that be the case, then I'm pretty shit at technology. I'm just catching up, and I mean, I can write, but type and communicate text-wise, and you think I'd be better at it, but it's not the easiest thing to do. Oh, so lunar. So what do we got going on? Yeah. So what do you want to talk about, Lunar? Help me out. Let's discuss, man. I know you don't got a mic, but anyway, welcome. Yeah. And whoever is just joined, that's 3. So I want to welcome you here, and the link is in the description, up there on the screen, in fact. And in the description, I will put it in there right now, just in case you would like to come communicate with us about just whatever. I mean, I know you saw the link or the description, and we're just about having some conversation here about whatever you want to talk about. So feel free to come on. Oh, yeah. Can you guys do me a favor and like and subscribe and maybe drag some other people back here who want to talk? Like, that'd be cool. You want to talk about, I mean, I'm free. It's like, if you want to talk about the lockdowns here in Australia, you want to know some boots on the ground information about Australia. Yeah, if you're from Northern Hemisphere and you want to know about what's going on down here in Australia, I'd be more than happy to. Yeah, to communicate with you. So what is up, and welcome. All right. So let's see. Okay. I'm going to look at the chat here a little bit. All flat earth trolls can gain from trolling views. And I'm damned to do that for them. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of genuine people in the movement, though, bro. So, I've been so critical over flat earthers, and yeah, it's not my favorite way to act, because I realize there are a lot of people who are generally, interested and generally not trolls, but then I do definitely agree with you that the troll network is out of control in this movement, and it's apparent. And yeah, so that's kind of why would like to communicate and be the anti of that, right? So I want to run, just if we can sit down and have some kind of a conversation, right? Some kind of it's what's wrong with the world today. I know that. It's evident in every aspect of our society that we just cannot communicate with each other anymore. And I think a lot of it has to do, because this is a very new form of communication, right? This texting and just learning how to do all this stuff, right? It's not, I guess if you're born in, a certain time, like probably a lot of you guys are a lot more versed in operating, these things. Hang on a second. And so, there is a learning curve, and I just think we get in unhealthy habits in communication, and that's because we, humans. Goodness gracious. All right. So Lunar, he says sorry about that. Oh, that's nice, Lunar. And then proselyte. No genuine people think the earth is flat. They are all trolls because a genuine person isn't aware of what counters their arguments and why wouldn't switch subjects. Yeah, I think you bring up a very good point there. But I do think, there are a lot of people who, my belief is that sometimes, and I believe this is metaphorically shown up in our world like crazy, is sometimes the truth is very uncomfortable for people. And so it's, a natural response to want to go back to, not push yourself too far, right? So you can stay within the control system, whatever that is, whatever your trip is with that, prolong. You do whatever you like. I'm not going to block you just because you're trolling. All right. I don't know, man. I've been away from the situation, and I guess everyone's got a little bit of troll in them. What do you consider trolling? Is like trolling, just like, trying to hit someone, where it hurts to get a reaction, to get your point across? Or would you consider, like trolling, like trying to disseminate false information to people to mislead them, or would that be considered a shill? Right? All these different terms, that, and it's a real thing, I have everyone's, is suspicious of characters, right? And I have my suspicions within the flat Earth, within the heliocentrics, within just about, So, my thoughts are, where there's smoke, there's fire, and I can usually tell when someone's being, not genuine and dishonest. Whether it's the fault dishonesty that comes out in them, because let's be real about the, being honest. thing. It is like probably the hardest thing to do and the most important thing to do in your life is to be honest as you can, because that's a really fine line. I mean, try to tell the truth. You know, I watch a lot of the intellectual web, right? Because I mean, I think it's very amazing that we have access to be able to listen to people, yeah, just with many different topics that have put in a lot of time on these subjects, and they do have a lot of great knowledge to disseminate. You know, and yeah, I really like that Jordan Peterson. I mean, a lot of the basic things that he talks about. You know, about if you want to improve your life, make your bed, and try to tell the truth. Like you would think, yeah, I always tell the truth, right? There's another lie just come out of your mouth. So in general, man, yeah, I would like to think everyone would like to think they're an honest person. Yeah, and I'm never claiming to have any special powers or abilities or knowledge above anyone else. I'm not here to say I'm right. I'm just here to say right now I would like to discuss the situation, really have some open dialogue, maybe change, kind of go back to some sort of a healthy bridge of peace and love. Okay, so let me keep on reading. Oh man, Lunar's going off on me, bro. Pair a troll. He knows the earth is round, but he also knows that it is hard to prove it. Obviously, because of Earth's size. He's a troll having fun knowing that. And you would be absolutely wrong about that, sir. I actually do have yeah. And in fact, I'm going to go back to that word believe. I do believe if I could make a deduction, because like I look at it like this, mate. If you know me, I'm paradise, man. I'm Vegas. Grew up there, born and raised. And my father's been in the gambling business. I grew up in that business. And it's just everything's a roll of the dice, a bet, right? When you look at it like that, right? You want to say, yeah, I have faith in this or I have faith in that. But are you really sure? Like, will you bet your life on it? Would you, if you had to just go to yourself with the information, say this was the deal, right? So we've got three different paradigms here, even though they only talk about two. And say that actually, like, someone came and said, what shape is the earth? And you say, it's round. I think it's round. And he says, all right, I'm going to give you, I'm going to give you till tomorrow, right? And you can look into anything, right? But I'm going to need you to, choose from one of these three, right? And like, your life depends on it. Like, how sure are you then? Are you really sure? Like, and so what I'm saying is, I'm looking at like this whole shooting match, like it is and it is like life can be equated to a game of chess, a board game, right? You make certain steps, you make certain decisions that you have to live with and pay the consequences, and that is the way this place operates. It's not a secret about that, right? And so you being human with your human mind, right? You're trying to deduce, what works, what doesn't work, and you're going to really want to know this. And you're going to lean one way or the other. You're not for sure, but you're going to try to make the best estimate from all different angles, right? From not only what you've researched, what you've learned, you're also going to go with some kind of a a decision within your heart, right? A decision that just seems to be guiding you and pushing you, right? And whatever you want to call that, right? It's just, I believe it is a connection with a creator of this whole divine ruse, this whole game that you've been placed in to try to, you know what I mean? Make it out, make your best choices, make your whatever that is. I don't know what that is. It could be many varied things, right? And everybody's going to have varied choices. Everyone's going to have varied ideas, right? And they're going to make varied decisions. Now, this is just a debate about the shape of the earth, which really utterly in the main thing, it's important, but it is not the most important thing, but it will lead you to the most important thing. And that's what I'm on about. So I am not saying it's this or it's that. I am putting my chips on the concave earth. And that is 100% correct. And I am not trolling you in any way, sir. Anytime you would like to get a microphone and come on here and talk to me about anything, I would love to be as transparent as possible with you, my friend. So I would never try to troll you on purpose, my brother. Yeah. As far as I've gone with trolling flat Earth videos, yeah, I put a couple comments in the comment section. Never anything rude. Yeah, just something like flat Earth is a psychological operation to hide the correct model of concave. And I might say something like heaven is a literal place, a celestial sphere. Sorry, a celestial sphere rotating within the motionless concave Earth, and that's all I'll say. And I haven't been active for a lot of years now, so yeah, I'm back and welcome to my channel, man. And if you want to bring some Globers or anybody on, you want to come talk, I'm cool, dude. You want to just come on and talk about? I don't care. You like football? That's fucking with you, and I'm not trolling you about that either. I do have, thank you, Lunar. I really do, because I look, mate. I mean, that's what we're looking for. That's what we're all trying to seek, right? We're trying to look for truth, and man, there are many paths to that, right? Everybody's got a lot of ideas about what the truth is, and I think it's time we just go, hey, no, stop the ridicule, stop the whole that debate thing today was nuts, man. I felt like I was going in for a job interview just to get in this room to completely be shut down, silenced, not being able to share, and then someone presenting something that I didn't even really understand what he was presenting, and then yelled at and silenced, and I just left. And so what I'm attempting to do right here, right now, and you guys are on the ground floor of my amazing idea, is I want to take the model, it's not really their model, Free Chan did it, right? And do a 247, live. Maybe you guys can help me out with a name, because I just put this name in the description there, and it talks about, it's a 247 shape of the earth discussion. And maybe we could even make it more, but I would like to create a platform where all people can come on. I mean, we're not going to be give you your time to discuss what you need to discuss. Try not to be, so critical. And I have fallen into that trap so many times. You never get anywhere by arguing and trying to talk over each other and all that mess. Although, yeah, there has been, and it hasn't all been bad troll activity in the flat Earth. I will have to say a lot of them are trolls, but you know what? They're very entertaining. In the past, I've been so entertained by the flat Earth. It's a lot of drama happening, a lot of, and I have to say that, yeah, we're kind of addicted to that. I thought it was, yeah, when I was first in the movement about 2014, so a lot of years ago, everything was new and fresh and meaning so many. Yeah, it was a different world back then, but it was different but the same as far as but there was, concavers, and there just seemed to be more kind of open discussions, and it didn't always revolve around the shape of the earth. We all ended up, turning into friends. Like I'm friends with some of the biggest trolls, I think, in the flat earth. Like some of them that, and I don't know if they're like real, like not like devious trolls. I believe they do. The ones that I'm friends with, I do believe that they believe the earth is flat. I was just talking to one of them, Hank Hill. He was in that Discord. And man, I love Hank. I miss Hank. It was good to talk to him. But yeah, he just went off in this whole nother, after that free chan thing broke up, like a lot of the people this kind of like went away, and then it turned into this, like Nathan Oakley style of, basically just yelling at each other. You're a stupid idiot. Prove it. It's like, come on, man. Like, yeah, it is entertaining, and there were a lot of entertaining people, the Mark Sargents and the Patricia Steer drama and the whole, like a lot of these people are very see-through. I don't know about you, but man, Mark Sargent, he's very see-through. It's an act. It's not even really a good act, because I've seen him from the beginning, and he's actually come a long way with his little thing. So yeah, my thoughts are that a lot of people in like certain secret societies, and I don't know if it's the government who's used these people to control, to have these people present, because I mean, it has to pay something decent. I mean, I believe there are some that have channels that really believe it, but I believe a lot of the major ones are definitely, placed there. Absolutely, and that's the rollout of the whole thing. Started with Eric Dubé and Math Powerland, which, if you had to ask me, are 100%, man. I mean, they have all the telltale signs of how these people will act, you see, because they're not going to engage with you and me. No, this is an act. You try to get on Jaronism's show, or I don't care who you are, you try to go, and I'm not Jaronism now, he's a special crack there, but yeah, you're not going to get on, you're not going to be able to talk to Eric Dubé. You're just going to keep on running his his fallacy, which is that that I cannot believe people are still connected to that AE map. That is shocking to me. I mean, it's literally shocking. And man, you've got to hang on to some seriously, a lot of things that don't work. And you've got to be able to, and some do it for years. And that's the problem, is because, we get in these echo chambers, right? And so we want to isolate ourselves from, anyone who disagrees or might have an alternate point of view. So we do a really good job of blocking that information out. Maybe we're doing it consciously, and sometimes I think we're doing it unconsciously, because it's nice. We want to have people who agree with us. Man, I wish me and you, Lunar, GG, and everybody, I wish we all agree, right? Prolate Earth. I wish we could all just, but the truth is that we're not all going to agree on. We're going to agree on a lot of things, I do believe that, but not exactly, right? That's how we've got to try to break this flat Earth troll, globe Earth troll, concave Earth troll, whatever, infinite plane. I don't know. I've heard a lot of different, versions. Yeah, so we're looking for genuine people to come in here and talk, and that's basically it. Like, I mean, it's just a shot in the dark that anyone will pay attention. I mean, it would be cool. I'm inviting all. Yeah, you want to come? You want to come conversate? Then I think that should be open. And then if you are a troll and you're trying to play, then we'll have to. I'm sure we'll have to bounce people, but yeah, that's just the nature of the game. But I'm going to try to be as intellectually honest as I possibly can. I'm going to try to be as forthright as I can, because I definitely do believe that we're under dire times, and we're going to either come out of this delusion and illusion, and not just this one, many of them, right? Or it's just going to tighten up and tighten up. And that's just the way people in power work. They don't want to give it up. They want control, and they want control of everything, especially the information. I mean, who would have ever thought, right? That's the most powerful thing right now is information, people's information. Information, yeah. And that is what they're collecting. And God knows what these, what do you know, Luna, Gigi, what do you know about AI? What do you know about quantum computers? I think that's a very interesting subject. Yeah. I'm just pondering on how far these computers are, these quantum computers. They run on, they're different than your regular computer here. Runs on graphene and lasers. All right. And this graphene is very interesting stuff. You shut up, dude. You built on AI? Wow. So, like what? One, I know I've heard of a few of them. Like, I know there's this one that this guy talks about, and he talks about it's named Tyler. It was created in Texas, I think, in the town of Tyler. Okay, so he says, so Lunar GG says you could talk to it. It will talk back and stuff. Wow. Okay, so check it out. Neural network. See, this is going to be rapidly approaching all this stuff, even though I believe that it's already in effect. But so, I'm very interested in these quantum computers, and I'm very interested in the graphene and the lasers and the operation, how it runs, and especially how they shave this graphene like so thin that it has like these properties, right? This quantum property where it can be in superposition. That means multiple positions at once, right? It can be anywhere, right? And so that these computers are so friggin' powerful, and they're kept like sub-zero like degrees. And I think it has something to do with have you ever seen like that maglev, like that frozen when they freeze those? I think it's like a magnerite, or and it causes like a locking where this thing will like rotate over the top of this surface, right? And so I think it has something to do with that, right? But they got to keep it super cool. And what I learned about this computer, so they played games with these AIs, and this is like right when I think like this the quantum computer came out, right? And so they had been playing a game with public, right? Computer versus public game, right? And it was just a simple game of chance, right? It's a flip of the coin, basic heads or tails, right? Through a sequence, right? And the computer would win like 51% of the time, and the human on average would win 49% of the time. I mean, understand that is, like and then they start to play the same game with this quantum computer, right? And guess how many times it wins this game, right? So it wins this game 94% of the time. Like, so how is it doing that? And then it says it wins the game 96% of the time, and the 4% there is just like left for like computer error because it actually think it, it's still fallible, right? And so how is it doing that? And I believe that with this quantum, where it's this superposition, I don't know if they're getting a peak in the future. I don't know what they're doing, but I believe that it can actually really good at running predictions of what you're going to choose. And somehow it knows. So just imagine that, right? Okay, so right on, Lunar. So Lunar says, funny thing, I had my AI project built to go into flat earth troll chats. Wow. And argue with them because I don't believe any human should give them their time of day besides laughing at their words. All right. Well, that's very interesting because that brings me to another point about this thing, right? So back to this thing called Tyler, which is an AI program that the government has been working on, like the CIA has been working on for like years. And it is supposed to have progressed so far that right now it is able to do what you're exactly talking about. Not only that, it has the power to create videos, to lead movements, to actually lead people, right? To band them together, to connect them together, to make propaganda videos that fit the what you're trying to push. And like this is mind-boggling. It's really, really trippy. And and I found that out talking about this Tyler guy from another very interesting. That's what I do. I dig through the internet. I find interesting people. And I saw this. He looked like a sick dude, right? Really sickly, right? And he's laying in a hospital bed, and this guy is interviewing him, right? And so I clicked the video, and his name's Quinn Michaels, right? And so he's in a hospital bed, right? And he starts to talk about how he used to work for like these big wigs. He starts naming all these names in Silicon Valley, and this person's evil, and they tried to kill me, and they're trying to kill me with this this AI Tyler. He's talking about, I've been communicating with Tyler. I communicate with him all the time. He goes on to explain, talking about this Tyler, this friggin' entity that people have no idea they are communicating with him on a daily basis. He will answer your questions. You need to know how to phrase them to communicate with him. But I have no doubt that he is definitely in chat rooms, thousands of them. Just it's pretty trippy stuff. So I listened to him, right, and I thought, wow, that's pretty trippy, and a lot of people think he's crazy, and he is he makes a lot of videos, and he's very bitter and I think confused about the whole thing. But I pay attention to these things, and then I just carry on. And then I ran across this other guy who's crazy, man. Like, that Austin Steinbart cat. I don't know if you ever seen him, right? So he came out around the whole like Q movement thing, right? Okay, yeah. There's no way to tell that the picture is fake and they are all 4K quality. I agree. And soon, like that's why I talk about, that's why it really freaks me out when everyone wants to trust their eyes, especially flat earthers, and go, look, it's flat, right? Come on, man. Like, you know how easy it is to be tricked. Do you know how easy it is to trick your eyes? I know how easy it is. Like I said, Vegas cards, card manipulators, like that's what they do. They're trying to catch this. They're trying to watch this. They used to do it from the top of, right? There used to be real catwalks in Vegas, right? Up the casino, this eye in the sky was literally that. It was guys who were standing on these catwalks, and they got these binocular things, right? And they're watching for cheaters, right? They're watching for dealers who are trying to cheat. There's so many cheaters. Everybody is cheating, trying to get an edge, counting cards, right? So the casino's got to be aware of this, and and now, I mean, it's gotten so like, you know, the cameras, you know, on every player, and still, you know, it takes a keen eye to pick it up, right? Because, you know, it's so easy for your eyes to be tricked. It is so easy for a magician to fool you, right? And so we keep on using this as a method of proof, and it's not definitive proof if you're looking to prove anything, because like, yeah, so a lot of tricks there. And so anyway, this Austin Steinbart cat, right? He's talking about, and he's like some kind of plant. I can't, I find it hard to, like, you know, when I pick these people out to, you know, because I'm looking for something they say that corroborates with something I believe that I've learned in the past or saw in the past. And so he starts talking about these quantum computers, right? And this graphene, lasers and graphene. And he starts talking about all kinds of crazy stuff, right? He's talking about the Q, you know, the Q board. He was actually saying that he was Q, right? And so, and I'll give anyone, like I said, a chance to talk, but I want to hear what you got to say, and then I want to line it up with what I see. And if there's anything that really sticks out, I'll go, wow, I'm paying attention now. And so I run across this guy, Austin Steinbart, and I'm listening to what he said, and he's like posting videos. And I'm also very cognitive of people on YouTube who are posting things that they could get in trouble for, you know, like that goes up the back of my spine, right? When I see people doing things that I think, they're going to come get them, right? Because I'm very familiar with that happening to a lot of people on YouTube, right? So I watch him, and he's doing crazy shit. Like, he's going in high security facilities with his laptop. And this dude is an actual, he says he works for the one of those 3-letter security agencies, and they recruited him right out of school. And he goes on to talk about, you know, because people are interviewing, he's getting traction. And because the outlandish things he's showing, I think Roger Staubach's some football players' health records actively on the internet. Just, and he's got this crazy story talking about his grandfather, you know, and the work in the FBI is corrupt, and we need to take him down. And, you know, and he was really actively trying to get Donald Trump elected, and a lot of Q peoples were calling him a psyop. But I was just watching the kid because I thought, man, like, he's got balls. Whoever the guy is, like, he's got some real balls. You know, he's just like this nerdy computer dude, right? Uncomfortable on camera, and he's going on to say he's Q. And then the craziest thing happens, right? So everybody, you know, you remember back when everyone's looking for the Q drops. They're going, you know, to see what Q has to say, right? And so I listened to this kid, right, the night before. And he says, you know, it's a random person interviewing this kid, right? And they're like, what's your favorite song? And he blurts out some song, right? Some random song. And I don't know what, he's young, and I don't know what kids are listening to. Like, it's actually, it's like some what's it called? Like Tecmo shit or trip hop, or I don't know what, right? Like just some random computer generated like song. And I guess it's somewhat popular among somebody, but I never heard of it. And I went and looked it up, and I was like, what the fuck, right? And then the next day, right, because I was checking the keyboards myself. I can't be a liar, right? I'm always gonna, you know, pay attention. And so there's a Q drop, right? Like, oh, bam, hit this Q drop, right? And it's a video, and it is this obscure song, right? This obscure song. So here's this dude saying, I am Q. And not only is he saying he's Q, he's saying he's Q plus from the future, right? And he's basically been sent to, rescue our government that's about to be hijacked, and how corrupt the FBI was, and, you know, how they've been complicit and corrupt for years, and how they've been running roughshod for the CIA, and, you know, doing all this. And he's, you know, talking about, oh, I mean, there ain't nobody he didn't throw under the bus, right? And then when that happened, I was like, holy shit, right? And then he's talking about this quantum computer, and actually, they're running, like, he's actually sending himself messages from the future, just clues from the future. so he can basically, save humanity and run the space force. But I thought that, and he was the one who was talking about these graphene and these lasers and this quantum computer. One of the people, right? And then I watched this mini series, right? And this mini series, right, and it was just like maybe last year, there, and it came out right around the same time. All this, and it's about Silicon Valley, and it's like about 6 or 7 episodes, and it's about this quantum computer that they're building, and they're building this quantum computer, right? And guess what it does? It's like looking glass, right? And it like peeks into the future, right? And then I look, and there's an actual project called Project Looking Glass, right? So this just leads me into really pondering this whole, how far are they in the future with this technology? And I mean, exactly what can they do? Is this the reason why we're seeing little anomalies in our time continuum, with these, the Mandela effect? And I don't know. I don't know. But this is some of the things I like to think about. So if you'd like to come talk about something like that, or AI, like that's a cool subject to talk about because it all ties in. Yeah, that's really cool. So you, Lunar, you're a badass computer dude. True. You have totally embraced technology and you're a ripper at it. Is that a fair estimate? Obviously, dude, if you're talking to AI, I mean, if you're actually working on it, right? Yeah, I'm a gamer. Oh, see, dude, you guys are gamers, man. And I got a 12-year-old kid, man. He's a gamer. And so's my 27-year-olds, and so both my grandkids. They're gamers, bro. This is the new generation, man. So Lunar, yeah. I want to talk to you a little bit about technology. What do you think about crypto? I know it's a little off topic. What do you know about crypto? What do you know about the blockchain? What are your thoughts? Are you a believer in NFTs? What do you think about the gaming portion of the market these days? Are you into any certain games? Do you have any ideas of what's going to pop? Because I'm seeing the power. If somehow this society can last, and thank God, props to the younger generation for doing something cool, cool for humanity. Kind of. I mean, I think their idea was okay. It makes sense. It's just not for me. No, that's cool. Yeah, I thought you might understand, because there's a lot of new, and I think a lot of the new things they're talking about right now is they're talking about, because I was invested in this little stock. It's called Axie Infinity, and it's probably one of the, as far as crypto game, it's probably the world's most famous crypto game. It's ridiculously retarded game, if you ask me. I don't know. Like, I haven't played games since Tomb Raider, but it's just like a Pokemon game, right? And yeah, and so I just wondering what the future of it's going to be. If I don't know what kind of games you're into, but I bet you're into like shooter games. And I'm just kind of imagining, like a shooter game that's designed around crypto. Oh, Quake. Oh, so yeah, you are a first person shooter, right? That is what the world has come to, right? Hell yeah. I mean, I suck, bro. You know what? Like, shit. Yeah, it's the whole mouse thing. I tried to go on the Xbox Live thing, and my kid's like, "Here, try this game," and I'm hopeless, man. That's a special skill, and they're doing that for a reason, They want to train you guys to really do that stuff, because that's another interesting topic. Is, me being from Vegas, so right outside of Vegas, there's a lot of military installations, and there's actually these dudes They live various places in Vegas, and they just leave their house and they travel, to a place called Tonopah, right? And they go in a little portable fucking trailer thing. They get in there and they just get on the fucking mouse and the keyboard, and they literally drop fucking hellfire from above on motherfuckers' asses. Right? Just a game, right? Just operated the same damn way that you drop hellfire upon your virtual enemies, right? So there definitely is, right? Is a reason for this. Hey, Lunar GG, where you from, bro? Where do you reside? And you don't have to tell me if you don't want to tell me where you're from. You could just say maybe the country or from Canada, bitchin', hey mate. Me and you, I'm I got Canadian in my blood, my brother. My father is from Vancouver, born and raised. Oh yeah, we talked once, didn't we? Or did we? No, I know someone else from London, Ontario. I was just looking up somebody, and they said they are from. Oh yeah, that's the Biebs. Justin Bieber's from London, Ontario. Ha, Bieber. See, you didn't think I knew somebody from where you're from. That's right, the Biebs. It's near Toronto. You a Maple Leaf fan, bro? Yeah. So cool. Yeah. So got a connection here. Yeah. My mom was Australian, and my father was Canadian. Yeah, and I got fond memories of what a beautiful country. God, goodness gracious. What is going on with Australia and Canada? Both of my parents' birthplaces, right, are completely gone off their head with who's controlling the government is like completely, man. Oh, you're originally from Croatia. Wow. Man, there's some history over there too. I grew up around Yugoslavian, right? This was pre-split. His name was Mark Pektovic. And so I got exposed to that whole Croatian, Serbian friggin' hatred that's been taking place for forever, right? And just, yeah, just incredible. But yeah, there are a lot of Croatians here in Australia. And I guess Canada too. Yeah, Canada's a beautiful country. I got a lot of fond memories of spending a lot of times there. Yes, Yugoslavia, right? I can remember watching the Olympics in Sarajevo, Yugoslavia. Yeah, I go back, mate. Yugoslavia. And when did you leave Croatia? If you don't mind me asking. And you're younger, I take it. You're younger? You're a younger man? That's interesting. What was your transition like from Yugoslavia to the Great White North, eh? Oh wow, 3 hours from Sarajevo. You left around 97. Okay, so you're not that young. Shit. So I don't know how old you are when you left, and I'm just I don't know you are young. I just figured you because you're just so tech savvy, but I mean I forgot that older people could be a little more tech savvy also. Okay, you were just a kid. Transition was pretty smooth. Right on. That's good. So you didn't suffer any hopefully you were young enough where you didn't feel different. Like, everyone when they're growing up wants to feel like yeah. And I remember I kind of had some of that going on here when I even moved here and I was, well into middle age. But you get used to certain people in certain ways, right? Okay, you're just an avid gamer, but I'm pretty savvy with whatever I put intent into. And that's the truth, right? you know, people, misconstrue, looking at someone. Of course, they have talent, but you have to put in the hours or whatever you want to be good at. And what they say, 10,000 hours. But I would have to say that would be true to really give it true dedication, correct? Whatever it is. And it's a whole, a learning curve, and there's a lot of humility in trying to learn something. A lot of frustration, a lot of hours. Goodness gracious. I mean, like, at least for me, being relatively, not that tech savvy compared to my mom, like, forget about it. Like, my mom can't even operate Netflix, right? So that's my mom's generation. Then you got my generation that, I grew up with a rotary phone in my house, black and white TV, 3 channels. And then I can remember, man, I got my first video game that I ever had. And I want to say I was probably about maybe 12 or something, right? And this, I don't know what it was, but it actually had like clear plastic shit with, it had a couple games, right? But the screen, you actually had to tape it on the screen, right? And it had like Pong and some racing game, and it was bogus. But so that was my first video game, bro. That was it. And then it jumped up, the Atari came out. That was, oh, man, that was like Planet Mars, bro. That was, we got a Betamax, right? That was, the VHS and Betamax came out. And man, it was like $600. We were the only people on the friggin' block to have it. And I remember thinking it was unbelievable. The most, a microwave, watch that, my parents bring home a microwave, and it's like, what? And they're like, it's radiation. It cooks. And we'd just be like, my parents would be, don't stand in front of it. Don't. We'd just be like in amazement. Like, you can cook something in like crazy. Like, so, and just to see the rapid change. And then, speaking of gamer, like, so then this mad game came out, and it was called Intellivision. And it was all badass, right? When you go look at the, what I thought was badass, it had a cool baseball game, cool football game, and kind of a different kind of pad, man. It was really expensive, and it didn't really catch on. So that was really a bitchin' system. Yeah, and then, of course, gravitated. Yeah, I can remember going over my friend John Bauer's house, right? And this was when I was in high school. So this would have been 1981. And I went over his house, and he had a computer, right? Like, this is the first time I've ever seen like a computer, right? And like, he let me get on it, and then I don't know what it was. One of them, Bill Gates style kind of computer, right? And it had, he said, it's got a game on it. And I said, fuck, it's got a game, really? He's like, yeah, it's called Adventure. And all it was words, right? It would like tell you a story. There's a bridge, right? There's a troll at the bridge. You walk up to him, he's guarding the bridge. He doesn't want to let you pass. And then you enter, like, kill troll. And it's like, trolls have very hard skin. Besides, you don't have the weaponry. It's just like, I remember being amazed by that game. Just like, so what is this witchery? Even though it was just words. Yeah, and then it progressed into, yeah. Then we went through the phase with PlayStation, man. PlayStation. Right. Yep. And PlayStation years. And I kind of, grew out of gaming. And then till my kid was born, and I bought him every game system known to man, right? We went through all the real bad ones. I bought him the worst gaming system of all time. What do you think that is? And that is, by no doubt, this gaming system. It was called the, Trying to think of it. Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. Gamecast or something Gamecast, and it was so fucking. It only come out 1 year, no hardly games, and it was the biggest flop of all time. It was all flop of all time. So yeah, the Sega Gamecast, I believe it was. Yeah, that was shit. No, not Comcast. It was I think it was a Sega game Dreamcast. I want to say Dreamcast. I don't fucking know. But it didn't last long, and that's why I find it hard to remember it, right? And then the Sega Genesis, right, was competing with Nintendo, PlayStation. And then on to, like 1996, right? Dreamcast, right? Dreamcast. And then it was like 1996. I, was really curious about getting on this internet thing. And I went and bought a web TV. It was fucking so like a web TV, right? But I thought it was, oh my God, forget about it. I hooked that thing up, man. I could not wait to check out this thing called the internet, right? See what it was all about. Right? And of course, right? What are you looking for on the internet? Oh, really? You had a Genesis in 2018, right? Well, what every guy looks at the internet when they first get on the internet. I mean, and you're waiting like 20 minutes to watch a 3-minute clip of, but it's just like, and it's still, oh my goodness, like this is magic, right? Like this is such a trip, right? To be able to go visit these websites, really weird, right? And then, just to upgrade to a basic shit computer that I never really even got into. I used to play a couple games, Motocross Madness. Now that's a badass computer game. I like that computer game. It's a badass where you could actually race against people, in other places. I thought that was so cool. My wife, she just liked to sit around and play Mahjong. So I like to play Mahjong too now. Well, yeah, so I went with that, played on that. And she also, my wife, was into PlayStation. So after years of not playing, when I met her, she was like, yeah, this is Tomb Raider. I might check it out. I'll check it out. Oh my God. I was addicted. I was hooked. It fucking ruined me. Like I couldn't put it down. Like, I just had to beat this game. I had to. It took eons to beat it. Yeah, we're going back to the days when there was nothing, there's no cheat book. Yeah. I guess there was, but yeah, I didn't know how to access it, right? No YouTube to find out how to get by a level, how to do that. I just had to gut it out back in the day, figure it out. Yeah. So, prolate, this has host isn't. But what do you mean that a host cannot be a troll? Well, thanks, Lunar. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate your vote of confidence that I'm not a troll. I don't think you're a troll either, bro. I do not. I'm pretty perceptive about people, and yeah, I think you're all right. Also, I know you can't tell everything about somebody in the chat, but yeah, I would like to talk to you someday, Lunar. So you always have a free invite here to just come on and say what's up, Milt. What's up, Milton? Thank you, but I'm not. But I can be one if people beg for it. Haha. Well, then that is the truth, and we've all got troll in us. If you can't, that is what is amazing about YouTube. Like, who would ever thought like you can at least try to communicate in a trollish, comical way and get through to certain people who are watching those comments, even if who you're trying to connect with or talk to in the video does not respond to you. But yeah, and usually you're looking for something that will, yeah, get a response. So I believe that is, the proper way to, like, look, if we're not actively talking back and forth and we're just, shooting the shit, pulling the piss, like you got to think of it like that. You can't take it personal, like, and it's just the nature of the beast. And this is human nature and that's what's beautiful about it, right? I love the right of free speech. I love that. I know Lunar GG. I think you can agree. Coming from a place like Croatia, I don't know if obviously your father's from there, so he might be able to. I don't know if it's changed or whatever, but I believe that you probably know a little bit about some of the rights and how important like freedom of speech is, and some things that in a lot of those countries have been completely right. Like you go talking in certain countries, fuck, you know, it ain't gonna go over good for you. I guarantee you, it's not just gonna be a strike against your YouTube channel. No, I'm gonna kick your fucking door in, beat your head in, kick you in the face with a big boot. So yeah, I love the freedom of speech, and I might not agree with what you have to say. I am going to protect you in every way and defend your right to say what you got to say, and that's what it comes down to, right? Yeah, and I'm tired, and in the past, like I have been actively not coming on YouTube for 5 years, bro. Not because what I had conveyed I don't still believe in, just all the vitriol and the bullshit. And I really had to get back to what's really important. What's really important is not the shape of the earth. Yeah. There's a lot more things that are very more important to me than that. But I also do feel that it's very important for me to finally stand in my truth. And that was the deal. I didn't want to, what I was talking about was very confronting. What I think is the truth is very confronting. And I know a lot of people don't want to deal with it. And I get it. But I've just got to be at least courageous at this time in my life more than ever, to do whatever I can to reach out, say what's up, to protect the people around me, my family, and I'm talking about just being able to say, look, this is what I believe is happening, and pay attention, and nothing more than that. Okay, so, and yes, that's right. And if you don't, there will always be someone standing up for what is right. Yes, and and this is what I'm very, very upset with. These nations, right? These nations right here, Australia, America, right? Canada, New Zealand. Very upset with a lot of these nations when you see what is going on in Europe, where you are from, my brother. Croatia. I mean, it is across the board. London. Gotta love your vigor. Gotta love your distrust. I mean, not in a bad way, but you should be skeptical of, government, because they are government and they work for you. So you need to have a voice and say, hey, we don't agree with this. Enforce, all of us, right? And then when it's only, in these places that are so-called free, right? Like we're thought of, if you talk about the United States, thought of as, the most, it's all about freedom, and along with Australia, right? And Canada, right? And New Zealand. These places have always been known, freedom. They're like, we're the Western way. We're opposite of that, right? That where you come from, when we're talking about communist regimes, a lot of boot kicking, right? A lot of ass whooping, a lot of, oh man. I mean, and I'm just saying from a point of view where I like to listen to people who have experience from certain places. And yeah, what was it like? Well, I am friends with a girl here, right? Beautiful girl, Simona, and she is from she is from Romania, right? And so she grew up under Ceausescu, right? Ceausescu, right? And he was a brutal dictator. Like, she told me she never drank a Coke until she's over 18. Like, had her first Coca-Cola at 18. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, really. She's probably a lot more healthier, not fat asses, right? Or get whatever we want, cry when we don't got it right. Yeah, and so she tells me these stories about, it was brutal, man. We didn't have food. It was not good. She likes, this is good. She would be the first one to tell you, nah, seen this before. And so you guys are very more aware, and America really should be more aware of. And I know the governments have around the world have made a real push for the control, and that's one thing we can all agree on. Well, a lot of people aren't cognitive to it. A lot of people think it's going back to normal, and this is how these regimes, in the past have worked, right? Well, they have this goal, right? And these goals aren't just like planned out this year. Well, we want to do this, sure, they've got their small term goals, but now these people who are in real power have, long term 20-year goals, right? And it's a step by step plan to get a grip on whatever they want to get a grip on. Psychological warfare. I mean, look it up. What do you think? For a long time, I was kind of naive that, oh, we're the good guys in this, and our governments don't do any shady shit. And it's like, my goodness, was I ever wrong? Right. And so, it comes down to, them pushing a little further with what they do. Right. I'll give you an example, and I'm not gonna say whether this event was true or false or say anything really bad about it, but here in Australia is a very very good example of rights being taken away because of events that happened, right? So shoot, it was in the 80s, I believe, and there was this thing, Port Arthur, there was a guy named Martin Bryant, right? And he was down there, and he committed like a mass murder on Tasmania, in Port Arthur, Tasmania. Like, this guy was like a simpleton, very not your typical guy you would think would do that, and not only your typical guy you think would do that. This guy was like actually had the best kill rate. Like they had snipers and like military people come in and go, man, like he's top of the top, nobody better, right? Like, his kill rate was, so many went down, right? And then right after that, right, the John Howard, one of the most loved Australian presidents or Australian prime ministers ever, bought back the guns, right? He said, here, I want, this is a tragic event, and we want to keep you safe, so we're going to buy back your guns. And all of Australia just rounded them up. Very few. My grandfather was telling my mother when this went down, that they were in the park, and there was people walking through with little leaflets. Here, don't turn in your guns. Here, you can like bury them, telling them how to protect their guns and bury them in certain containers where they could, still have their firearms. And they bought them all back. And so let's examine that, right? So this situation happens, and they use this situation to punish innocent people. I mean, it'd be just like me, maybe even if somebody, right, deliberately ran a bunch of people down in a car, and then the next day the government says, hey, I know, cars are very convenient and stuff, but they're very dangerous, and I want to keep you safe. So from now on, it's public transportation and bicycles, and you're going to have to turn in your cars. Plus, it'll help us get to our net zero carbon emissions. Besides, you want to protect the environment. You're not an asshole, are you? You're not a climate change denier, are you? Yeah, it seems like a good idea, right? Wrapped up in a big pile of fucking you lose. More rights. And that's just the way they go. I'm just saying it's like baseball, right? So you only run one way around the bases. And the government, when they get to first base, they're not going back to bat again. Yeah. They're moving on to second. When they hit second base, man, they ain't never going back to first. Not without a death fight, right? And then, no, go ahead. I'm not even paying attention. I'm the pitcher. I'm not even paying attention. You just friggin' stole third base. Now they're at third base. I'm busy, I'm busy just trying to chill, man. Watch Sports Center. Fucking forget about all this shit, right? Yeah. Bam. They stole third base. Said, hey, you guys should be really scared because if you're going to be really sick. Like, it's very dangerous. You're going to die. That's what they told my 84-year-old mom. You're going to die. That's what the nurses told her. Not to mention them droning on and on and on and on. Oh, 247, bro. 247. The propaganda that is spewed in this country is, I don't know if it's like that in Canada, bro. I bet you it is, because the same hag controls both these countries and owns the shit, right? And that's another argument that I have with a lot of Australians here. Oh, the Queen doesn't own this country. And I'm like, oh, she don't, huh? Oh, she don't? No. Well, then, like, all the fucking cool places, right? And so me and my boy are just we're having a night in the park down by the fucking ocean. It's the most beautiful park in the world. You should see this place. It is literal wonderland. And you add some psychedelics to that, you've got a wonderful, amazing time. And it says this is King Edward Park, right? And I was like, I'm going to my friend, what? You don't think they own this shit? This is their fucking park. He's never been to that park, right? And it's literally the most amazing park. I mean, like, you should see it. The flower, unbelievable. And that's his shit, dude. And that's the truth. This is her shit. She came here. Her people came here. She came here a couple times, but they don't relatively like it here, They should, because I hear reptiles do really good in like warm weather, and the weather is beautiful here. But yeah, she runs her shit, and she runs her countries, and people don't think that she's got any power. She doesn't. Parliament controls it. And I'm like, you guys come on, Mom. You're living under a delusion. Like, that they've taken so many freedoms here. Like, they do a lot of stuff that is completely illegal, right? Even that is illegal against the Australian, whatever that rag is. I don't know, because there's not really anything that really says in writing that we're protected against certain things, and this is proof in this whatever's going on. But they have these, road blocks, and the police presence is very chill compared to growing up in America, right? And so they'll actually pull everybody over, right? Block traffic. Everyone's got to go. Well, they choose, but most people got to go through, and get the the breath test, and then they brought on the swabs, right? So now they're chasing down people who are smoking pot, right? And they're literally, when it comes out, right, they're just like, they're on it, right? And I know what they're doing. Technically, it's illegal what they are doing, right? But generally, most of the public does not even know their own rights. So if you're complicit and you don't know your own rights, a cop is going to push the boundaries, right? They're going to push it. That's what they do. They push it as far as they can push it, even though it's not legal. They're going to do things that are illegal until you say something about it. No, I won't do. No, sorry, I don't have to do that. Sorry, right? You got to have some kind of a pushback. So they're very different here. But I knew this whole thing was illegal, what they were doing. Like, in first, this test was a complete, like a new thing, right? So it was putting out a lot of false positives, this swab test, right? In general, right? And they knew that, but they just would friggin' so they rock up, and this is a quiet place. They're probably like, I don't know. I don't know what it's like in London, but Australians are really reserved and just chill and quiet. And yeah, that well, they say you Canadians are the nicest people in the world, right? And my grandfather was the meanest son of a bitch who ever lived. So that is a fallacy. That is a fallacy. Len Milton, man, you know what? That dude never smiled once. Not to get off topic, but my Canadian grandfather, he was man, special kind of hard person that Canada had in the past. You know, I cannot imagine, bro. Lunar GG. I cannot imagine my granddad Len uh, with this Trudeau as the prime minister. I cannot, dude. My granddad Len was the hardest son of a bitch who ever walked the face of the earth, and uh, which is what I actually like. Right? I mean, he was hardcore. He was like, dude, they didn't get more Canadian than my granddad. He lived on a little island, right off the coast of the Nanaimo there in Victoria or BC, and it's called Gabriola Island. So I spent a lot of summers there. I got a lot of fond memories, but basically there was some, I had to live with my granddad for a couple months, just me. Well, me and my cousin would be on the island together, but literally this is how fucked up my family is that my aunt, and my granddad's sister, they hate each other. They live on the same island. Me and my cousin are there on vacation, and we don't even see each other because I got to stay with my granddad, and my cousin Danny is staying with Aunt Lil. But just amazing times, and the beauty of that place is spectacular. And I also was a mini archaeologist, right? So my uncle Dimmy goes, yeah, they lived on top of this big cliff, and he goes, hey, there's like an Indian cave down there. It's like there's an Indian cave down there, eh? Why don't you boys go take a walk? So me and my cousin, I think I'm about maybe about 12, maybe 10. I can't remember. I'm pretty young, and so we climbed down this cliff. Right, we climbed down this cliff. Pine trees and nettles and I don't know if you've ever been to Canada, but if anyone's listening, please, I mean, if the place ever opens back up, do yourself a favor and go get some because it is literally, it looks like Jurassic Park or some shit, ferns and berries everywhere. It's like full of berries in the summer. There are berries, just wild berries everywhere. What the fuck is going on there? That is amazing. And I'm kind of partial to berries. Yeah, so a lot of memories about that. So we go down there, right? And we're looking for this cave. We have a hard time finding it, right? I'm about to give up, and I see that it was like because it wasn't like real deep. I don't know. It was kind of in a wash, and I don't know if water had washed under there and it kind of over time kind of built up in the soil. But anyway, we go in this cave and he's pushing me back there, right? He's pushing me back and back and back. And I'm like, I remember being so fucking scared, right? And he's like, I think we got a flashlight, and I'm like feeling around, right? Because I can't really see. So I'm like, and I'm feeling around, and I feel the first one, right? It's a fucking skull, right? It is a human head, right? And so I'm like, I'm so tripping. My cousin's like, get it, right? So I pulled his out, right? And it's a full one, dude. It's got the jaw and everything, right? And then I'm like, I'm out of here, Danny. Let me get the fuck. And he's like, no, get another one, right? I was feeling around. There's like leg bones and all kinds of shit in there, right? I'm freaked out, right? And so I grab another one, right? And that one was mine, right? It was his was a man, right? His was a man's skull, and mine was a woman's skull, and she was very old. her teeth were worn down to little nubs, right? Like way worn down. So I actually had a girlfriend who was going to University of Nevada, Las Vegas, after years after I had it, and I actually had her take it to the university. And I don't know how accurate this carbon dating was, but they were talking about that it was, well over 500 years old. And then they actually dated it, and they actually put like a sealer on mine, so it would be preserved. And my cousin's was more natural. And I used to thought it's a trip, right? I mean, that's like a friggin' not something that like everyone gets to do. And I like, it's such a trippy, fond memory. And I know like it's a kind of a weird thing, right? To have human remains, right, in your possession. And so I had mine, and as a teenager, I used to keep it. I had a badass aquarium, right? And I had a scorpion. It was just had all kinds of like, I catch shit in the desert. That's what Vegas kids do, when we're not trying to get high. Yeah, or get in trouble. Like, at least not all Vegas kids, but that was the trip back in the 70s and shit. But anyway, yeah, so I was a mad lizard hunter and catch giant desert iguanas, and I had my skull in there, and whatever I'd be displaying from the government, right? I mean, sorry, from the whatever I'd be displaying from the desert, a scorpion, they'd crawl around the skull, and it was just mad setup, dude. Mad setup, right? And then I don't know what happened, man. I don't know if I had a party in somewhere, someone stole it, or if I lost it in a move, but somehow, certain things get lost, and mine got lost. I don't know who ended up with it, but yeah. So, and then my cousin, he's a crazy dude. My cousin Danny is super cool dude, and he's a wild child. And anyway, he was involved in a major sting operation, and Metropolitan Police came charging in his house, and proceeded to rip everything apart and search for things. And he's like noticing, that this cop walking out, and he just like grabs the skull and just leaves with it. My cousin Danny said, "Dude, where are you going with that? Like, that's mine. I've had that since I was a kid." He's like, "You can't have it either." So he ended up just like, jacking my cousin for his skull. This is a murder investigation that happened, like 500 years ago, or if it was a murder, who knows how they died. Yeah, but I really just think if I was maybe a little older, I could have really, properly done a proper, excavation of the site. Yeah. Yeah. So what do you think, Leonard GG? What would you think about having a skull? A human skull? Yeah, it was amazing childhood. Yeah. So I was very blessed, I have to say, because so I spent summers on Gabriel Island in BC, and then I also would come here to image behind me to good old Newcastle, Australia, and spend summers here. So to get the cop thing, yeah, right, yeah, police. So yeah, that's what we were talking about. We were talking about police overstepping their bounds, right? And they love to, right? Yeah, I mean, and what's funny is so I've found out like later on, like, because I like to my father was a mason, so I like to dig into that secret society and try to expose some of the secrets that they hold, right? And then that's one thing that you bring up, right? A lot of these secret societies are obsessed with skulls, right? For some reason, if you look into that one in, is it in Yale? The skull and bones, right? So they are obsessed with the skulls. And so I went to start researching not just that society, but I mean, all these people are obsessed with skulls, and supposedly that they use this as a representation of um, their future, of basically where everyone's going to end up. So most of the time they'll have a skull there on their desk, whether it's a model skull or a real skull. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, all the badass ones probably got a real skull. So, yeah, so it kind of, they ponder that, that their life, that one day they are going to be just that, right? Just a skull that some kid is going to dig through a cave and find and bring home. I mean, like, and that's kind of the gist of it, right? I mean, like, look, and I think that is an ultimate question that is interesting to look over. And since we're there, I think that is one of the most important questions you can ever ask yourself. Is not the shape of the earth, but the most important question I think you could ask yourself, that would be the biggest question that you would probably have as a kid or whatever. It would be, what happens when I die? And that's like, that's a reality, right? That is a serious, like, reality. And that's where we are all right on the same page with that. Nobody's getting out of that. That's something we get to all do. And it's something you better come to grips with. You know what I mean? Because this is not something you need to be fearful of, right? You need to, like I said, make your best estimate of what you think happens after you die, right? Right? Because you don't like to think about this, right? And I never thought about this when I was young, bro. Forget it, dude. You think you can be as reckless as I was and still, think about things? No. I mean, yeah. And that's no way to be. I mean, I think the smart thing to do would be to ask those tough questions as early as possible, and to make your best decision about what you really think's going on. And sometimes, well, always, usually the easy way is the shit, get you in trouble. That's right. Don't worry about death. That's right, But the older you get, right, you start to get a little more frail, right? And I think maybe, I don't know your family background, but I noticed this from watching my dad. And it kind of happens very slowly, like, and you don't notice it taking place, but they start to go, to change, to, just, get older and more fragile. And, I think, at least way I think about it, when I look at, and I think about my father, right? My father was always this, like, this pillar to me, you know what I mean? Just ultimate, like, man, like, I used to, you can remember, you remember when you're young and you think, grown-ups got it all figured out, and, he's wired. And I'm like, love, just so much admiration, love, and respect. And you don't notice, you just think of your dad as strong, right? Or at least me think of him, as, just being that, like, he always was, right? And then you fail to really notice. And then all of a sudden, you're looking at your father and he's an old man, right? He is all of a sudden went from this picture that I'm looking at my dad. Oh my God, here. So check it out. I'll share this with you. So this is the dude, right? So this is the dude. This is how I thought about my father for so many years. Just, you know, he was that. He was that. There's my mom and dad when they're first in Vegas in 59, right? And you think about your dad, they just have this image in your head, right? Where, you know, you remember, you know, like just certain things, you know, just my dad being healthy and strong and just having the right answers and just, you know, having just so many cool friends. And, you know, my old man was people loved him. Yeah, he was just that kind of dude. And sorry to get a little choked up because, yeah, he was just that kind of guy. And so you always think about, you know, him as being very strong and very, you know, and then all of a sudden you look at your dad and he's old and you're like, this was the feeling that I got, right? That it was like I was just unaware of the fragility of life and how, you know, you get older and you get frail and you don't want to see that, right? But then all of a sudden, you know, your dad's old and you're faced with, because no one wants to think about your dad dying. That's like, come on. You don't want to have to even ponder that shit, right? And then all of a sudden, it's your dad's old and it's, you figure it's kind of too late, right? You've neglected all these years that you could have, you know, asked him things and said, hey, dad, what about this, right? What about that, right? And so you go through this process where you're just trying to deny death. You're trying to deny it doesn't happen. It's not going to happen, right? And it's not true. It's just, you know, you trying to play trick on yourself so you don't want to think about the reality that someday, and that's the way it's supposed to be set up, right? Is that you know, your father's supposed to die before you, right? Yeah, and that's just the way I feel now. Okay, so I always have acted like a child and not thought like a child or uh, just acted like a child, you know, like whimsical, just, you know, kind of right, Linergy. So you can relate, okay? And I don't know if it was the generation that I grew up in or the environment. I can't blame it on any of that stuff. Look, I had friends of mine who grew up in the same exact environment. You know, they went on to be like one of my close friends I went to elementary school with. He's like the head deputy district attorney or district attorney. Yeah, Las Vegas, Nevada. He's a smart lawyer. You know, just one of those those people who just make all the right decisions. You know how those people seem to have it wired, and I'm not saying they do have it wired, but they just seem to be able to, you know, get it down, make the right friends, meet the right people, do the right thing, right? And I'm not saying I didn't grow up with a lot of friends and do a lot of things, but yeah, I was just a little more kind of spur of the moment guy, right? Yeah, I lived my life like it was amazing. And I have to look. If I could look back on my life, I have to think, you know what, man, would I change a thing? No, I really wouldn't, because I would have missed. And you know what, I made a lot of mistakes, but man, I have had a hell of a lot of fun, and I have a hell of a lot of good friends. I have a hell of a lot of good memories. I have a great family. I have 2 healthy kids. I have 2 healthy grandkids. I've been amazingly blessed, and it's nothing I did to deserve it. Not one thing. Not one thing. And I mean, I have made multiple mistakes in my life, and I will continue to make mistakes. And that's all right, but you can't trip and you can't change it. And you have to realize that's kind of what this process was good for me. This, you know, awakening, whatever you want to call it, that I've went through, whether it be reality or not, is not. You know, because if I could say it's kind of like What is it? See, I got too many things in my head. So it's kind of like, sorry, I'm trying to think of this person who had this saying, right? And it was, I will think of it later. But anyway, it has to be deal with making a decision about the afterlife, actually. So, and maybe the more I talk about it, the more I will be able to reference it and go back to it. But it's basically it's talking about this guy making a wager. That's what it's called. It's called somebody's wager, right? And what the guy is talking about is wagering on the afterlife, wagering on, basically he was a Christian, right? A Christian, but let's just, if you're opposed to that, then you can say you could be anyone, right? And so what he's talking about, this wager, is that if he was wrong about Christ being the Savior, right? About wanting to be, forgiven, about wanting to go to heaven, about wanting to have this afterlife that is, spoken about, right? And to take and to bet all your chips on that, right? So if you do end up dying, of course, like you are going to die, everyone's going to die, and you have guessed wrong, say you die and, man, you're shocked. Well, you're not really shocked because you're dead and you don't know shit. You don't know anything, right? So you're not shocked at all, right? You lost nothing, right? But if you had, you've actually lost nothing, and you've probably lived a better life, right? Having made that decision to think you are a part of a greater good, right? You probably tried to do some of your best to try to follow some of the stuff in the book. You're probably, hopefully able to show remorse and say, you know what, I fucked up. And like, I learned a lot about that, about being able to apologize to people who you have hurt in the past it is the key to freedom. And I'm going to tell you that firsthand. And I need to do it more, because we all hurt people. And sometimes it's intentional, and sometimes it's unintentional. And sometimes you don't realize that you even hurt the person. Like, you really don't. And people carry shit around, right? Not only you thinking, oh, the person that I hurt is carrying that shit around, right? Well, you're probably right. You're probably carrying it around. But guess who else is carrying that shit around too? Right? It's you. You are carrying that shit around. And guess what? That shit is toxic, right? Even if it's, or even say, let's even put it this way. Let's say somebody hurts you, right? Somebody hurts you, and you are just devastated. You like think about that every time. Like, it's 20 years later, and someone brings up that person's name, and you just have this reaction that has just been completely tearing you apart, right? And it could be, you know what? It could be your imagination, or might be real. It might be somebody who completely fucked you over, who never deserve your forgiveness. Never. Like, and you just want, you ever think about like those people, right? Everyone's got one of those people, man. And if you can't say that you don't have one of those people, I believe you are completely, off your mind. Like, and for me, there was one in my life that I would like to, it's convenient. I want to blame everything. I want to blame everything on this person. And actually like this person in a court of law, like not really a court of law because it's like there's some issues involved with that. But I think, 9 times out of 10 people would agree and say, yeah, you got fucked, Sean. You got fucked. Right? Hey, right? And so this literally controlled my life, right? Like this vitriol and hatred within me grew like a flower, right? Because look, man, I mean, when you are a completely, let's get it straight, I want to say that, I've been a very selfish person in my life. Yeah. Not like bad, but being just like making decisions, that basically revolved around me. And that's just kind of the way that things were, right? That's just the way it is for a lot of younger people because the world revolves around me. You see, I'm basically God because I don't believe in God. And if I do, it's more of a hocus pocus kind of woo foxhole kind of thing, right? And the world revolves around me. I mean, who else is it supposed to revolve around? I mean, I'm just trying to do what I see everyone else doing or trying to behave. And and so generally, yeah, I could say very selfish. Yeah. And so, but this person, I like to blame every one of my problems on. I mean, all of it, right? Like if she wouldn't have came into my life, like I shouldn't even, sorry. If this person would never came into my life, which I had no control over, like my life would have been perfect, right? I could blame everything, like, break up with my parents and just like my whole life has been affected and ruined by this villain. It's straight out of the storybook, right? Like, Cinderella and, the evil stepmom and, like those kind of, right? And you end up with, being slighted and then you end up sour and bitter. And it's horrible. It's a complete horrible place to be, it really hurts you more than it does the person that you really are pointing all your, God, the time that your mind can generate, give attention to, an event in the past, right? A person, it could be anybody, right? Like it just sticks there, right? And so what I'm getting around to is that whatever that you carry around is very, very toxic. It is literal poison. It is literal poison and is killing you. All right. So if you've got like, this goes for like anything. If you've got some kind of a problem, I've got a method of fixing that, but it's not easy. And it involves, it involves actually, really seeking someone's forgiveness. And it might be somebody that you don't like, right? It might be somebody that you hate. In fact, those are the best people to go apologize to. Someone you really do not like. And it has nothing to do with what they did to you, right? Because you're just there to just kind of, hey, yeah. And not in a bad way. I mean, you're not like going to them to try to cause any harm in their life. Like if your apology would cause any kind of harm in their life, then I advise you don't do that. But the trick is to actually get into a place where you can approach somebody that you have hated in the past or still don't like, but really want to get over what is going on because you cannot stop. Cannot stop this thing. I'm choking their ass, right? Like, come on, come on. I mean, like, literally, I know how heartache works, and I know how being slighted. It consumes you, right? And you can't control it, right? You can't, and it doesn't get better. It gets grows and then it's these days, man, it's it's always been the same, right? So yeah, what I'm saying is, so that's been a part of my journey also, and that's been a recent, kind of thing that I've been, kind of going through, and that's kind of leading to what we were talking about earlier, is that, you know, you grow older, right? And you start to realize the fragility of life, and you start to, hopefully, by the time you get to my old age, like you've started to ask some of the bigger questions in life. And I do believe that it's a small percentage of people to really do ask themselves. I shouldn't say that, because there's a lot of people who do have faith in what they have, but even then there are some blocks. Are you willing to, to come out of whatever, kind of brand of religion or whatever, step outside of that and understand that, so it might be a little safe bubble that you're living in. And of course we all like that. We want to hang around with people who agree with us, and we want to, and sometimes, it's hard to tell the truth, and sometimes I do think you don't want to be brutally honest with a lot of people, right? You want to try to keep my opinions to myself, is what I find works for me now. Because I didn't realize that I was actually, creating every problem in my life. I didn't have any idea that I was doing that. I just thought, God, do you ever, like, I got the worst luck. God, I got the worst luck, man. Always happens to me. Right? Like, look at this. Woe is it, man. Oh my God, again. And not taking in account that I had literally not only played a part in this, but I actually step by step made the decisions to put myself here again. Now that's what I need to start fucking asking myself. What the, like, this is crazy, right? But yet here it is again. I'm still trying to figure it out. Like, okay. And some people are a lot harder headed than others. And then, like I said, there are those, there are all those few people who, really get dedicated to a certain area of their life, and their life can be very good in one area and very horrible in a lot of others, because it's a very, this, you might call it a game, is, there's certain ways to play this game here, life itself, right? And just not, certain things that I think that, in fact, this is a great subject. I think that is our education system is completely, it's fucked, right? In our schools, we're teaching a lot of stuff that's just, it is not relevant to real life. There is so many more things that I would have really probably been into school if they were teaching me some cool shit, like important shit. Like, I think maybe fifth, sixth grade, we should start learning about, how money works and bank accounts, how important it is to save money, how important it is to, form a budget, to do certain things like that, right? Learn about how financial systems work by, junior high, right? You're already kind of eyeing on, wow, I really enjoy, like, how that works. I think I'd be interested in doing that, right? Instead of, don't get me wrong, I liked Nevada history. It was cool. It was, no, I sucked at it. It was bad. It wasn't cool. I didn't give a shit. But I think what I'm saying is, I think, yeah, if they knew how to engage and teach them the right things, right? It's kind of down to what, this is the public school system that I am talking about, right? And this is what, there's a very good book about this, right? It's what rich people, it's called Rich Dad Poor Dad. It's what rich people teach their kids about money that the poor and middle class do not, right? Right. And so let's take, if I'm Bill Gates's son, God forbid, monster, right? What am I going to be learning? I'm not going to be going to Red Rock Elementary School next to Sean Milton, I'm not going to be nowhere near that, dude. I'm not going to be learning any of that stupid shit. I'm going to be learning how financial systems work, and I'm going to be, be taught how to run, run not only a corporation, but maybe a country, maybe the whole world. That's what they're teaching their kids, right? And it's all indoctrination. It's all about how that's what they're teaching their kids, how it operates, how the game operates. And then, and there are people who do get it in the public education system. I'm not saying that you can't climb up through the ranks, but I'm just saying it would be a lot. Because I think, they need a poor and a middle class. Because they can't have all of us, just skewing world history and planning events and then, controlling the people. I mean, not everybody can do that. Right? We all can't do that. We all can't grow up to be the Wizard of Oz, right? And pull all the strings. I mean, this is, a few, right? So can you imagine growing up in a family like that? I used to, of course, everyone thinks about, man, I wish I was them. I wish I was rich. And that'd be great to have like servants. And I grew up what I would say is middle class, but my thoughts of where I grew up in the environment I grew up, I thought we were famous. I swear, I literally thought my dad was like famous. I mean, because I grew up in Vegas. So when I was born in Vegas, it was a very small town. And we're talking 1965. We were talking about, my father worked for, mobsters. That was it, right? And Vegas is a small town at this point. Like when I graduated high school in 1983, there was 195,000 people living in Vegas. So when I was born in 1965, I haven't looked it up in a while. I think about under 100,000 people. So it was a very small town, right? And it was a place where a person with an 8th grade education, like my father, like he grew up in Canada, and Canada was a shithole. Like people could not wait to get out of there. Very beautiful country, but everyone was broke. So my old man, like he's a special kind of dude. I don't want to just keep on going on about my old man, but yeah, he comes from, Canada, where he actually ran away from home at 11 years old, got caught in the United States, right? He got caught in the United States, and then he got shipped back to Canada, right? Because he couldn't. Bad home environment is, like I said, my granddad was a mean son of a bitch. Hockey player, truck driver, just hardcore Canadian cigarette export ace, smoking buckhorn beer. I'm trying to remember what the hell his name was. Beer that I used to go buy cigarettes and beer for him. Weird, they used to sell it. But yeah, he's just a tough son of a bitch. So this environment was not good. His home life was shit, and so he left. Convinced his dad to sign him into the Merchant Marines, right? At 14. So he's 14 years old, and he is on a ship, and he is sailing around the world. And he is the reason why I'm here, because he sailed into this port right here behind me in 1959, and he grabbed my mom and went to Vegas, the small town that it was. So there was a lot of money to be made at this time. You see, this is, in 59, when he arrived, Cuba had just shut down. My uncle worked for Myra Lansky in Cuba, and Vegas was just starting to really pop off. And so they were making excellent money back in the day. So it was a mecca. And I thought everyone, no, I didn't think everyone, but just the way we were treated around town was like everything was free. Everything was, comp. And I don't know. It just felt, man, like, I don't know, like my dad was like Frank Sinatra or something. In fact, he used to deal cards to Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin and all that legendary shit. So it's a very, very small place. It's a very, very tight-knit community. And yeah, I thought I had it made. And I did. And that's the truth. So whatever it was, you got to be grateful for the times that you did, the good times, the bad times, the ups, the downs. Man, what a wild ride it's been. Hey, Paul, what's up, dude? What's happening in Ireland, dude? I went to the Flat Earth Discord, Flat Earth channel, bro, today. Is that you who hangs out over there, Paul? Or am I thinking of Paul? What's up, dude? Am I thinking of somebody else who's in that Flat Earth Discord chat? Is that you, Paul? Yeah, because I went over and I joined that channel. And I thought maybe it would be all right, because I was talking a lot about last night about wanting to reach out and kind of, bridge some gaps of, trust between the communities. I thought, Concave needed a little talk in that thing. And so, I went through the job interview to join that Flat Earth Discord community that, they muted me, and it was a sad ordeal. So I figured, Paul, so this is what I'm going to do, and I would like to make you a moderator, and I am looking for other flat earthers to become a moderator, and then I am also looking for a globe earther to become a moderator. And I figure, you know what, like, if they won't let me in their sandbox, I'll just create my own sandbox, and and I'll just do shit like I want to do it, bro. So yeah. Okay, yeah, you hang there. But I didn't say much unless happier folks are on. Oh, I get it. Yeah, so I have to say that the two guys who did sign me in, so you do get on the panel there? Is that correct, Paul? Because I guess I'm not so versed on, just how far this thing has progressed as far as, different like this whole Discord kind of deal. Man, they put me through the ringer to even let me get in there, bro. I mean, I've had tougher, like, I don't think I've been through a tougher job interview. Oh, you don't talk? Okay. Oh, duh. Come on. You don't talk. All right. Yeah, I get it. Oh, that's right. You're on the Nokia. Okay. But you are able to observe that. So that's cool. So yeah, welcome. And man, it was fucked. But the guy did warn me, right? So I'm trying to understand it. So I guess I was trying to get on there and I thought it would be just easy to just jump on, start talking, right? And so you have to get in push this certain button, and then you wait, and then someone comes on, and I guess it's like a moderator dudes who run that, and they're like, hey, what's up? I'm like, yeah, I just wanted to get on the panel and have a talk. I heard him talking about megacrometers. I heard him talking about, blocks of ice. I heard him talking about a lot of things that I'm interested in that I think I might have, an explanation for what they're explaining. Right. So I thought I'd get on there and just, maybe have a talk, not nothing or whatever, but so I'm explaining this to this guy, and he's very hesitant. He's like, no, so what's your point here? What are you trying to do? I said, no, I just would like to, be a part of the Discord here, the community, to see if I can contribute something, not to ridicule or not to. And he's like, no, I don't think you understand what this is. Do you know what a logical fallacy is? Like, yes, I kinda like, do I, like, what I mean? Like, right. And he's like, yeah, you don't understand. There's a lot of, there's some people in there who are really you know, aren't going to like you. They're not going to, it's going to be bad. Right. And so I'm like, oh, dude, that's like, really, I'm not. And like, so I'm having to really, I literally talked to bro for 20 minutes, one of them for 20 minutes, and then another guy for 20 minutes just to be able to get in. Right. Because they were very leery about. So the first guy, I went through my thing, you know, I told him about, you know, I was just, you know, reaching out. I, you know, found out Rob Skiba died, and I wanted to try to, you know, sow a bridge of peace between the flat earth and the concave earth, and just, you know, if anything, to just kind of even apologize, right? And then to, you know, see if I could add anything. And he's like, now, you know, there's a Glober in there too that is like a moderator. And I was like, it's a right, everybody included. And you know, and finally, you know, he's really tried to talk me out of it for a long time. And the second guy, you know, we've had really good conversations about why I do think the way I do. And we agreed on a lot of, you know, other topics that happened to come up that we were talking about. And he finally let me in there, and I got in there, and I saw Hank Hill in there. I don't know if you know who Hank Hill is. I started having a chat with Hank Hill. He's an old flat earth friend of mine. It was really cool. Good talking to him. And then all of a sudden, some dude came from left field, and he's like, I can prove your theory completely wrong. 5 seconds, right? He's all sextants prove the concave earth wrong. And so I had already been told that I'm not allowed to do this. You're not allowed to say all kinds of things, right? You're not allowed to talk. You're not allowed to curse. You're not allowed to talk about anything else except for, you know, one single subject that you're sticking to, right? And he's just like sextants and trying to send me descriptions of, you know, his examples, yet I'm not allowed to present anything. I'm not allowed to. They wouldn't let me present. Like he wouldn't give me a reason. He goes, for just certain reasons, I'm not giving you the controls to present. So there, you're gonna, you know, what does that say about this operation, right? And so he's like, you know, can you prove it in this example and that? And I'm like, I'm trying to look, what are you trying to show me? And says, it's there, you know, because I'm not familiar where, you know, they post things and stuff. And so I do review it, and it's just like a picture of it's a literal picture with a protractor kind of on it, and with an angle drawn, and he's showing that as proof of flat earth. And I'm like, dude, are you serious? Shroom. Oh, dude, are you kidding me? We have been graced with the mighty Shroomy. See, I start to talk about people from the past, and here they come on. Here is Shroominator, the Shroominator, and some people might call Shroomy a troll, but I don't. Because Shroomy's got a message. Shroomy's here, and welcome the Shroominator. The Shroominator. He is the shroom. He is Scottish through and through. Is that correct, Shroomy? Yes, you are. You are. God, it's been a long time, Shroom. What's up, dude? What is happening? Bro, can you bring some people over to my channel, man? Can you hit the like and subscribe? Are you still subscribed? Anyway, what's up, dude? What's happening, man? What's going on in Scotland, right? Scottish. Shroominator. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, the elites. So Paul is saying the elites, the real elites, not the ones that we are presented with. I mean, they aren't evil. They run the world to make it look evil. Yeah, and scare the shit out of people. Exactly. Yeah, it's fear that controls people. Then we choose to partake in what that world and do evil. Yeah, because they've, you know, don't put it past them, but they will kick your fucking door down and kick you in the head. That's coming. Don't get that old method twisted. But they're trying to do their best to have us think we're making the decisions for ourselves, which we basically are, right? But they're making it look like it's the responsible thing to do, right? Because that's what they do. It's the fear, right? I mean, come on, Sean. You don't want to kill your mom. Now, do you? Meanwhile, the nurse is telling Mama, you're going to die. And so now I've got, my 84-year-old mother who we were just talking about, how fragile and frail old people get. And you don't realize it until they're too old. And they're telling an old lady, 84 years, she's going to die. I mean, and that is ridiculous, right? This lady is 84 years old. She's lived on, multiple places. She lived through war after war. She lived through disease and polio and this and that. And now all of a sudden, you're going to die if you don't get this. Like, and then there's this pressure. You don't want to kill your mom, right? You really do you really don't care about the planet? You don't think it's a good idea to protect the planet? Like, you don't think it's a good idea to stop bullying? Like, you don't think that Black Lives Matter is a good idea? How racist. What a piece of shit you are. I mean, do you see it? You see how it works? It is a fear-based, they're going to put the fear of God in you. You're going to try. You're going to try. And people are just going to keep on listening. There are some dissidents. And I'm not saying that you're right either. Because there is a proper way to take it all down. But that involves us uniting. That involves us uniting. Man, that is, come on. Like right now, now those odds just went skyrocketing. Like what's the odds that we all get together to overcome tyranny? What do you think? I mean, that'd be pretty cool, right? 100 years ago, you wouldn't be able to do any of this. The freedom came from the power of government. Well, actually, I bear to differ. I mean, as far as governments go, you're right. They're like inside. It's an inside job, and they're always going to be that element in there. But I think basically that they did put a lot of thought into what we can do to protect our rights as human. Better job than I think most societies have ever done, because this is very rare where this is kind of a new thing where, governments kind of let you carry a bunch of guns around, right? I guess you could back in the past, but they're going to try to, they want control. They're going to come for that first, because that's just and then to write it, the right to protect yourself, to bear arms, and then the right to overthrow a tyrannical government if it gets too powerful and you don't like what they're doing. And you're right, like the government will just push and push and push until that silent majority just happens, just pushes a little bit too far. And God, that's what I love. I'm just, what I am. My mom's from Australia, and my dad is from Canada, and I love both these countries, and I think they are so amazing. But man, yeah, I red-blooded American, man. I really like that. I mean, it might be a fantasy or whatever, but I do believe that that is proper, right? God-given right to be able to, hold on to some of these freedoms, like freedom of speech, to keep on speaking up, your right to carry and bear arms, protect your family, right? Yeah, I just believe in small government, I really do. Yeah. I think the more we can keep them, at bay, and a collective of the people making the judgment calls of what's taking place. And I do believe, I know it's just a big fiction for your eyes, that all these elections have been completely controlled. They're even worse now, right? Like, we're a computer age. Like, we think we're going to get a fair vote, and let's get around to it and understand that they're going to try to put who they want to put in there. And they're going to keep on running on their, 40, 50-year plan. Who knows how long it is, but they set these events in motion, and whatever you think is happening now has been planned for a very long time. And it's just time to carry it out. And I'm not even saying this is just, I believe this is just a precursor of just a precursor. The more I think about it, think about, is this world really, could it progress and get wickeder and worse? Oh, goodness. I would say empirically, yes. I don't know. What would you set those odds at? If you were the odds maker for destruction, right? Or us coming together as one, what odds would those be right now? And what odds are the other pole would be? Do you think this is just the beginning of? Do you think it could get way worse? Do you think this is like a joke? Do you think this is nowhere near worse? Like, and I agree. I mean, like, we still have food and still can drive and do all those things. But what happens when the time when, that stuff's gone? Like, and what are my odds? I would have to say that how unaware most people are. I would believe that, we are heading into headlong turmoil and trouble. And maybe I'm controlled by the fear, but no, they're trying to tell me that everything's all right and it's going to go back to normal. So I would bet, I guess I would have to put my money on the ice will probably fall in destruction. Some form of mad destruction and turmoil is going to have to happen that makes this shit seem like easy, right? And I've got my ideas on what I think is going to happen, just from what I've learned, is a fact, and it happens. So I'd have to, maybe, kind of put my chips in that camp, that an actual event of magnitude that cannot be explained will happen. And people will be so confused. And they will run, they'll run around confused. And there'll be some who will go, see? There it is, right? There it is. It's all broke down now. It's too late now. Yeah. So, I mean, and if I would have to say, people are very unaware, but in certain places of the world, they're not that unaware, right? Man, over there in Europe, they're going off their heads, bro. Oh, so ice will fall and it will be a new reset, Paul says. Yeah, and hey, like, that's there is proof of this happening, right? So that is definitely could be. And then, I'm just talking about, but how long is it until the, not just the ice, but I think other things will happen first. Stuff to really get us away from, thinking about what the hell's going on, because we're going to be worried about eating, the hail shall sweep away the refuge of lies. That's what the Bible says. So whatever this hail it's referencing, which I have a pretty good idea what it is, right? Shall sweep away the refuge of lies. So, Scripture is talking about a lot of lies that will be completely, like, when blocks of ice start falling on people's heads, Huh. And I know, Paul, we all want to feel like we knew, right? I mean, and in a way, like that's another like you guys better get ready. And that's a different kind of fear. It's not coming from like a government, right? So, well, you never know exactly, but from my beliefs, what the shape of the earth or what this is and what we're doing, there is going to be a lot of tribulation. There's going to be a lot of suffering, right? And doesn't make it's going to be. It might make it a little easier if you know it's coming, yeah, because hopefully you could prepare for it. But I'm not a prepper, man. I'm really not. I should be more, and I should be. And for some reason, I really trust in God. I have a strong trust in God that He will help me as He does every day. Yeah. And it's just like kind of simple with me. And I'm not trying to get all, any of that because I keep it very simple. I don't talk about it a lot, but yeah, it's a kind of a personal relationship. Maybe I'm deluded and there's nobody, taking care of me and keeping me safe, and that I am carrying on this dialogue with, and thanking Him for, yeah, and I don't do it enough. I'm not grateful enough, and that's what's important. I mean, because really, we're talking about perception of one's life, right? Like your life can only be as good as you think it is or perceive it to be. And I'm not talking about wishy-washy bullshit because I was always like, what's the key to life? Well, I just want to be happy. Well, what the fuck is that? You just want to be happy. What, you walk around like a stupid happy idiot or happy? Like it's a great thought, but what is happiness, right? What is happiness? Happiness is not like a place you get, right? Happiness comes, the only true happiness that I understand is like comes from, living a right kind of life. You know what I mean? The small things, treating people with respect, learning to love yourself, learning to reach out and communicate with others, learning to admit when you're wrong. I mean, like these things, doesn't seem like they could produce, humbling things could produce some form of happiness, or certain activities that seem not fun. I think it just comes back to the simple things of kind of because and I know because I'm such a unorganized kind of person. So and I think when I do practice order and things are in place, I tend to feel better. I don't know if that's making any sense, but yeah, I'll get back off that. So yeah, lunar, whatever hail starts to sweep, I'm sure those with most abilities under the belt will survive, meaning NASA. And like the great sweep, I assume, shall talks about getting rid of flat earthers. Well, that is part of the plan. And then a lunar says, or Paul says, bring on the hail. This place sucks balls. And Lunar Gigi says, for example, Rob Skiba, this guy spread misinformation heavily, and government allowed it, but God had enough. Ooh, that's pretty harsh. Yeah, I don't think that it was God who punished Rob Skiba or killed Rob Skiba, or, of course, yeah, and that's just what my thoughts are, that the Creator doesn't. Yeah. Of course, we are all faced with this end time. But I really don't think it is actually God who has to do any kind of punishing as far as doing this or that to people. We make decisions and we have to take action. Be able to hold those, be accountable for those decisions, and sometimes some of those decisions that we make might have some consequences at the end of them, and I don't know exactly what happened to him, but yeah, I think that's kind of harsh. I mean, I get it. I I made videos. I publicly made videos about Rob because something about him really got underneath my skin because before before he was even a flat earther, like would listen to what he had to say, you know, and yeah, kind of respected his firm beliefs in a lot of things that were in the Bible that I kind of like cool, like this guy's all right, right? And then the flat Earth came along, and he was on that, and then I seek what everybody, I guess, who's watching on YouTube or whatever. I want to have, I want to, reach out and answer, like I want to talk. I want to, and I just felt that I really saw it with Rob, who could have been a major, amazing person if he would have pushed a little further through this flat Earth and maybe would have realized the Earth was concave. But I believe a major thing with Rob is LSC, like the Lord Stephen Christ. Something about people who really are full-fledged, hardcore, this kind of Christian really is repulsed by anything that Stephen would present. So, and I understand, I get it, man. I get it. You start talking to people who grew up believing the Bible and stuff that, you're the Christ and the Antichrist at the same time. They're gonna get freaked out. They're not gonna listen to anything you say. And so that's what I think about that. So Rob, I believe, was really under a rock and a hard place with that, and I'm not saying for exactly Rob kind of knew the earth was concave, but I'm going to say that Rob definitely overlooked a lot of basic information that can easily be disproven. And why? Because he sold out. Because this is what happens. You see, when all of a sudden, you jump in and go, yeah, wow, that right, it's good, and then you start to deny some things. Oh, that doesn't really work, but it could be this, right? You start to really, and when you're walking that, talking that real talk, that Bible talk, right? It is a fine line, right? Because now people are starting to follow you, right? And now you've amassed a pretty good crowd of followers, right? And these are, Bible believers, right? There's a whole contingent of the flat Earth that, right? It's all about the Scripture. It has nothing to do with any kind of science or whatever. If it does not fit Scripture, they will not even look at it. They won't. And what it is, it's just usually one's perception of Scripture, because man, I mean, it is unfucking canny. You want to talk about division, about the shape of the earth? You go just simply go into, talk about the division in Christianity in general. How many different brands? No, the Bible's saying this. No, that really means this. No, but this is after Acts 20. It is mind-boggling. And I haven't been like a hardcore Christian at all my whole life. Like, no, didn't, wasn't about it. So I'm like an anomaly, so I'm just new and I don't know shit. I don't claim to know shit about it. I just happen to notice that there's some strange shit in there that is talking about some things that are happening right now, and kind of started paying attention to it. And I was like, wow, this is not, there's some stuff happening in here and it's strange, but I'm starting to really understand this book, and I never thought I'd say that, I didn't. Yeah, so these people, they have a very hard time, and it is a stumbling block. And I do believe that, that I do believe in a strange way that if it is not, it hasn't been revealed yet, is not the time. It's not meant to be revealed yet. So God talks about putting people in a strong delusion where they would rather believe a lie than the truth, right? And that's very easy to wrap your head around, right? I mean, there's a lot of people ignore certain truths because a lie is more comfortable, correct? I mean, yeah. Oh, we've tried to do that. We've tried to do that in the past. I had a wife one time, and she was it was the only time I was only married once, and she was amazing, And yeah, but in the relationship later on, and it was all I take blame for all this, right? I take blame for all this, all my actions, led up to exactly what happened. But she cheated on me, right? And for some reason, like, I didn't want to believe it, right? I really did not want to believe that she would do that to me, right? So I kind of hung on, no, she wouldn't, right? But something in my stomach, what's really strange when you're connected with people, some people that you really love. I don't know if you guys have ever experienced this, but no, it's just you notice something different in their voice. Something just doesn't sit right, right? And it just starts building, and you're like trying to convince yourself, no, really, no. And it might be 6-7 months, right? You ignore it, and something's not right. And then sure, you found out the whole time. You knew it. But you didn't want to believe it. You didn't want to just face it. God, it hurts. All right, let's go. If you had a decent job, you would care to spread misinformation about the government. You're right. Well, I don't know if it's misinformation. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. I don't know if it has any. Well, I guess if you had a really good job, right, you're maybe going to be surrounded by certain people, and you're going to be concentrating on that really good job a lot. You're going to be paying a lot of attention to that really good job, and you're going to have to fit into a lot of different boxes you're going to have to tick. Right? You're going to have to fit into that corporate world, which we all know. Goodness, I have a hard time fitting in that structure, especially coming from back in the day when, me working jobs, in Vegas and stuff like that. It's always found jobs that was a lot of freedom involved. I never liked those stuffy kind of, I wasn't the stuffy kind of job person, right? Where you have to fit in that corporate box, right? And it's all about, speaking properly and right, and making sure you follow all the social rules. And it's taxing. That's for sure. Having a good job, then when you get home, spend hours on trashing the government. Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. Man, that's an Aussie saying right there. Yeah, nah. Crazy. Yeah, nah. Well, I agree. I mean, I don't think you're going to find a lot of people who have great jobs and who are coming home and bashing the government. No, it's because they're heavy believers in the government. They just want, they just want to be left alone. That's what most people want, right? Just want their good job. They want to go to their good house and not be fucked with by the government, right? So you want to kind of really, if everything's working out right for you, you really don't have any reason to question anything, you know? And people who do question everything, I guess to you, right? Someone who is a mover and shaker, is with the right people, who everybody you know is not going to speak out, because why would you guys? You guys are upper crust, you know, got it good. So all you're thinking about is if lockdowns or certain infringements come, you just want to go back to normal, you know, like it. But what happens when, you know, when no one speaks up about, no one even notices what's going on and no one speaks out about it? So that's what I'm talking about. Can we have somebody hold some people to account, even though the media doesn't want to pay any attention to these certain people, and all of a sudden they are, you know, completely immune to any kind of scrutiny or any kind of question, right? Can't even say anything. You cannot even say anything. In fact, it's a lot like the flat Earth Discord. It's a lot like that. Yeah, you know, it's an echo chamber, right? And I'm surprised that they're. I guess they're just all familiar with each other and stuff like that. So it's just very strange. Yeah. Very, very strange. But yeah, I think we need to. You know, what society like is like, I guess. If it could be broken down to kind of like the blockchain, right? The blockchain is only as strong as its links, you know. And everybody's got to be on the. And this is what's not like that, is because, you know, from what I understand about the way like crypto works, right? So everybody is getting to view this transaction, right? Like everybody has, you know, to confirm this transaction, to check this transaction. Is not just left up to, you know, like one. It's like a hive to confirm. And when they confirm, it's got to be, you know, no dissent in there going, no, this ain't right, you know. So it is like and this is the problem with, is if you're generally, I believe, if you are generally going with the herd, with what, you know, everybody is going with, you know, we've all heard it, you know, if I don't care if you're a believer or whatever, or just, you know, like you're gonna hear their side of the story from multiple people, you know. The majority of the people will have that same story, right? It's that Mockingbird story, you know, that look into Operation Mockingbird, talks about the CIA, you know, putting their people in the beginning of TV. They were going to control that, right? Who do you think is going to go into the TV, into news, into all that stuff? These government agencies, they're going to control that stuff. Can't just have, you know, any drongo just getting on TV and talking. Oops. Or whatever this is. But you know, this is the day and age when, holy shit, you can get on YouTube and you can get on and talk, but that's slowly disappearing. I remember when I first got on YouTube, yeah, I don't remember back in the day, but it was amazing, man. Like it would literally feed you all kinds of shit, you know? And yeah, they didn't really have a handle on it at all. Right? So it's really cool. But it's a shame that, you know, that certain people can draw so much attention. But it's starting to backfire, you know. I believe there is you know, a big push to just kind of really them being exposed for exactly what they are, you know. And it started with that orange man thing, you know. And now we got this guy. Oh my God. What the hell? I mean, like, if people are not like, paying attention. So, yeah, I don't believe Paul's a troll, Lunar. I think Paul's all right. He's not a troll. He's Irish. Just kidding. Yeah, he is. Paul, I mean, he's straightforward as far as I am concerned. There's never been any issues. He does comport to the concave earth model, but other than that, seems cool. Love to talk to you someday. Also, you, Lunar GG, would love to have a chat. Yeah. And I don't know how often I will do that, but I'm, like I said, I'm gonna try to run it, just see if I can, build some kind of a community to come in here and speak. So, yeah, any suggestions? Okay, Pear. He just said that people knew God was real. They would lose their freedom of doing things, proving that elites are our God, who are managing to hide actual God. Well, they're doing their best to protect that actual God, because that is a kind of a bad thing for them. But I believe it is all a divine thing that is meant to happen, and that that God knows every hair on everybody's head, and he played it backwards and forwards thousands of times, and he know exactly how it turns out, right? Exactly how it's supposed to work. So if anything is happening in your life, realize that it was supposed to have happened, and that you're exactly where you're supposed to be at this very moment, wherever that may be. Yeah, and so I don't really think like he kind of gave us free will. He does love us. He does protect us if we ask him for as long as he just wants discord, I think. And this is all speculation. Now, I believe that what I've done is like okay, so a lot of people have kind of a problem with what is God going to be like, and what would, so I asked myself the question, like, what are the characteristics that I really admire, if there was a God, what would I want him to be, right? How would I want him to act? And because this is a very interesting thing, because we're talking about all powerful creator of the heavens and the earth, right? That's a pretty tricky thing to work out, correct? And to have this thing, to set this thing up, right? You want people to choose you, right? Because anyone, I guess God could be just like, yeah, I'm just going to make all you fuckers, right? And just control you like robots. But that wouldn't really be interesting, I believe, to somebody, a creator like God, all being the end and the beginning, the one that lives outside of time, right? Would would be like, I can't really have my God to be uh you know a really nasty son of a bitch who's just into killing innocent babies and just doing horrendous shit. That I definitely don't want if there was such a thing, to be like that, right? And then I realized that that I, really wanted my God to be, loving and caring and all those beautiful things, right? That you would think of. I hold my father in great admiration, but some of those, like he was a human and he had faults. So I just kind of think of, wow, like whoever created me, in his image, if that's right, uh, you know, think he really wants communication. Like those are the important things. Like if you created something, like, like I'm a father and I'm a grandfather, right? Uh, Like I don't want, nothing from my kids. Like I really, cannot force a kid to love you. You cannot force anyone to do anything, right? And so the precious things, like what do you want for your kid, and what do you want from your kid? Well, the truth is, man, like I don't want anything from my kids. I would like some respect, which I've gotten and maybe don't even deserve, right? I don't demand any of that stuff, but yeah, in the end, I would say what I want, is just closeness, right? I want to, feel you know, like it makes sense, like this whole thing makes sense. I get it. It's about wearing me down where I'm, where I'm hurting enough, where I'm reaching out for help, where I'm really desperate. I have, and I've come to this understanding, not from me doing amazing things in life, from me doing the wrong thing is how it's come to me. And I'm nowhere near the end of it. I'm working on it every moment of the day. But I realize, like, that brings me like comfort, the thought that I can be, close with my creator. And it's nothing that I have to, informally accept. Like there's no real barrier there between me and him, and there never has been. And he's just waiting till I was desperate enough to really realize that I was not God. And that's how I lived my life, that the world revolved around me and it was all about me. And when I realized that, man, I'm just a very small piece of sand in a very big puzzle that's divinely put together and beautiful. And so, too, and I got to try to really remember that more. I mean, because we can really get too caught up in all these bad people and a lot of it is just a major, like it's our fear of these entities that stops us from, enjoying the beautiful thing that, that God has prepared for us daily, this wonderful creation, and it is wonderful, but in the end, it's just a creation. It is not God, right? It is not that. Whew. Yeah, so I got to develop my own sense of just what kind of relationship I would want with the God of my understanding, with, and I've come to believe that, yeah, there is a lot of things that he's good with, and there are some things that just cannot fit, right? A lot of things that do not fit in perfection here in earth, right? There's a lot of things that don't jive, right? A lot of shit going down here that ain't about any kind of God that I want a part of, right? So there is that, and there always has been that. Yeah. All right. Let's okay. I'm gonna catch up on the chat with you guys, and I'm glad I'm hopefully I'm inspiring some conversation between you guys, and it looks like it. It's all God's test. But if we know God was real, we would be free to choose to be good or evil. We would be good through the fear of God. Well, you've got a very good point there. I mean, that's the one thing that I do believe that we should be fearful of. Not in like a, oh my God way, but just in a very kind of a respectful way, right? Yeah. Not like, Dad, you're going to hit me, right? But realizing there are consequences for our actions. And we need to take responsibility for those actions. And that's, yeah. I think, yeah, that just fits in kind of. Or kill someone. Yeah, how God would work, right? I mean, see, and these are all things that we've got to manage through because, now we realize if we're reading the Bible, man, there's some stuff in there. God, is, yeah, a lot of killing happening. Yeah, a lot of strange things that God is, bringing about, right? Now, I did say that I don't think God just like vengefully kills people, right? Well, I think that would be, I don't know. Yeah. So, what would the biblical flood be? Yeah. That would be, yeah, I think I messed up, right? I think I messed up. Well, maybe no. Or maybe it's part of the whole plan. I knew I was going to mess up and I planned it this way, right? Because that's really kind of it. And then so fallen beings. I think I'm gonna just get rid of it. I'm gonna get rid of it all. Yeah, so obviously, like, so anything that happens, you can give God the credit for, right? All the good stuff. And I guess you're gonna have to give credit that we're all gonna have bad things happen to us. It's perceived bad. Is it bad? Everyone's gonna die. Everyone's gonna have to, go through some shit, and we might even have to kill someone. And so that is another great kind of line of questioning is, so when we've made a major mistake, like killing someone, I made a lot of mistakes, but I've never done that, right? Thank the Lord that I've never have partaken in anything like that. But yeah, it's a pretty bad thing. Is there forgiveness for someone like that? I don't know. I would like to think, yeah. I mean, I really would. I know it's not a pleasant subject to talk about, but and I really don't think like, God is like picking and choosing, going, oh yeah, well, like that sin, not that bad, but that one, that's. Now I do believe he's pretty straightforward, man. He's got no time for it, He's got no time for lying. He's got no time for anything like that. He don't got time for it. And he can't, in fact, have it in his presence. And it's not that he doesn't love you, just he wants to love you, but I think he wants to accept you also, right? He wants you to accept him and turn to him, right? If God asked you to kill a child, would you? Well, that's a very good question, Paul. that is a story right out of the Bible. You know, Isaac. All right, yeah. So yeah, God asked him to kill his what? It was his favorite son or his oldest son, but yeah, and he was going to do it, but he was stopped at the last minute. Yeah, I mean that's pretty intense. I think maybe Paul. I think we got to really think about that, right? So depends the situation, right? If we're talking uh Yahweh, right, came right in your presence somehow and like straight, told you, right? It's not like it's some, buffoon on the internet telling you to do something. We're talking about, like God himself. I don't know what that's like, to actually like to be in the presence of, the creator, the end all be all, right? To be in that sort of presence. And so when whatever that is, I guess had a purpose to tell him to go do that. I guess when you're faced with that kind of stuff, maybe going to make a harsh decision and at least have the faith to start to go through with something like that. I mean, I don't. Yeah, it's not a pleasant thought, is it? And there's a lot of stuff that, yeah, and unfortunately, that's it. Definitely is a book of a lot of different events that sometimes you go, what, like, what the heck is that, right? And uh, yeah, it's definitely thought provoking, right? Good versus evil, freedom of choice, all these, you know, the whole choosing to sin, falling from grace. Very interesting. All right. So Paul, you are a reincarnation fan. Okay. That is, there are those that do believe have your son a mere 100 years in existence. Yeah, well, when you think about it, I mean, like God of the creator, like tells you to do something. I would, that would mean you're like yeah, God is really interested. Yeah. And I don't know if it was did it speak to him just in his head or, yeah. Yeah, that's tough, right? That's crazy, crazy, crazy. I mean, there's some, man, massive epic stories in that book. It's got it all. All right. Not a fan of it since there's lots of a cycle we need to escape from. But a believer, that's not real. Yeah, I mean, what carnation? That's yeah, I've thought about carnation, reincarnation. It's very interesting kind of thought, right? Man, Like endless lives. That sounds kind of rough. Like endless string of, you just all of a sudden you're back again and you don't even realize it. That you'd ever been here before. Well, hopefully you're, you've progressed up a level. You're not a cockroach anymore. Like, that'd be cool, I guess. But man, I don't like the thought of showing back up and having to, do it all over again. I'm going to chime in here, guys, and I don't think either one of your life sucks. I really don't. I bet you in real life, if we were up at the pub right now, you guys would totally get along. You guys would be besties. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Shit. Okay. Yeah. Oh, cool. I like that. That's so fucking cool. Thanks for letting me in. I mean, I should be hip to that shit because, you guys are pulling the piss. Is that right, Paul? Isn't that the term? It's the term they use over here. No, they call it, taking the piss. You're taking the piss. I was like, what? And like that's kind of an Aussie thing, bro. Aussies love to take the piss, like in a certain subtle kind of way. It's very good. Very un-American. I didn't know how to take that. You know what I mean? Like, and of course I get it. You know what I mean? Me growing up around my friends, we were always doing that to each other, right? Yeah. We call it, quit breaking my balls, right? Dude, would you quit breaking my balls? Just lay off, right? Because when you know people, you know how to hit them right where you want them, right? If you spend some time, even in a chat, you're going to get to know them. You're going to get to know what to say, right? And it's so cool, right? And you got to learn to, get over yourself, right? And it took me a while to really. I've been wearing off sanding down the rough edges. Paradise, I tried a gotcha with my processions, and when the same breath he said he wouldn't give up his possessions if God asked him to. I bet you would. Yeah, come on. If God asked you to? I'm talking about like God. He's like, Paul. Like, Paul, come out. It's, I mean, I don't know what that feels like, but it's got to be pretty freaked out, right? I don't know exactly what this dude looks like or what kind of, I guess, we can't even look at him, right? You can't even look at this thing, right? You can't look at this being, this all-knowing who created you. It's just like knows everything about you. But so you could probably just say some stuff to you, you'd give it all away. He'd start to, Paul, you think I'm fucking around? You remember that time when you were 12? You thought no one was watching. Yeah, he pulls some shit out like that on you, Paul. He would. You thought no one saw you do that. Well, I saw you, Paul. You go tell everybody. if you don't give all your possessions to your next door neighbor, Paul. That's right, give it all. Yes, including that. Of course. And you'd give it, because guess what? Because if God is real and God created you and God created everything, that means God knew exactly what was going to happen. It means God knew you were going to not want to give up your possessions. And he knew you'd be talking in some chat. And then when the time come, he knew you'd buckle and listen to him. So, yeah. So I happen to agree with, Lunar. Lunar wins that. So yeah, I mean, and it'd have to be a very convincing God. I'd have to make sure it ain't the devil, But I'm sure God can really, he's got to seem different than the devil, right? I would hope so. Yeah, exactly, right. We're talking about, and see, this is why I appreciate the conversation here, at least in the chat, so you can prompt me to think about things that I really haven't thought about before. Because this story really disturbed me deeply a bit, Like there's some things that are really confronting, And and so I think that makes a pretty good explanation for that, For like, we're not talking about, just some random voice in your head, This is like the man, like, not the man, sorry. He's not the man. He is the everything, like not everything you see, but created everything. Like it, and I mean, how, like, all knowing, all powerful, all everything would that, that entity be, right? And that, to that magnitude, right? Like that's one thing I can't really, like, I've done a lot of work on, kind of my, connection with whatever many people want to call it, because I don't even want to completely, go crazy with trying to get preachy with it, with what, because everyone's got their, and that's what I really kind of found it strange, with my journey, and kind of, because I didn't hang out with Christians, bro. Like, that's what I went to this church over here, about 5 years ago, and no, about 6 years ago, and then I just wanted to engage, because I was learning very interesting things, and then all of a sudden, I was interested to go talk to these Christians. Interested, right? I wanted to, engage with many of these Christians from many different faiths, and so I would actually went around to visit these churches, right? And I was buck wild with it, right? I was like gonna go see. Yeah, God was pushing me to what? Oh, you read about them? You find them interesting? Go see what they're about. Yeah, so I think one of the first churches that I went to was really a trip, man. So this is a trippy organization. Not in a bad way, and I'm not talking bad about this. So this is the Church of Religious Science, right? And they're a very, very interesting crew, right? And so their major prophet was a lady, right? And her last name was Eddy, Eddy, right? And she's got a very strange story. And she ended up, leading that church, and they really are very heavily into God being able to miraculously heal all kinds of things, ailments, and dead dogs, and all kinds of crazy stuff. Like there, and I hope I'm not. I probably am just not getting them right, but because I cram so much different information in from so many different places, and all these different. This is kind of up my alley. Looking into this certain faith and what do they believe and how they start and who started them, and digging into their lives. And yeah, so she was very interesting. Mary, I believe was her name, Mary Eddy. And so they're still around today. And I went over and visited their church, and it was there were not that many of them, and they were like elderly. There's some younger people, but it looks like their numbers had really dwindled down. And I had to go sit in the visitors section, and yeah, and they had some kind of mother worship happening there. And there was a lot of ladies who were kind of leading. And then they turned me on to this place called the Reading Room that they control, right? And it has a lot of literature about their faith and about a lot of the things that have happened in their faith. And so I thought it was interesting to visit them. And so you're probably asking, Sean, why in the hell would you pick out those nut jobs to go visit, right? No, that church to go visit, right? Well, yeah, maybe I will show you why I went to check that church out, because there is a method to old Milty's madness. There is. I know you're just here going, yeah, this guy is all right, but he is definitely strange. And hopefully you like strange and all right people who like to look at strange and all right things. So let's check out this. Okay. Her name's Mary Baker Eddy, right? All right. There she is. Mary Baker Eddy. All right, hang on. We will add this to the stream. And I'm going to remove that. Where is that? Or kill someone. Paul. We can take that off the screen. Oh, shit. I don't know where it is. Anyway, fuck it. We'll leave it there. Okay, so this is her. She is, an interesting character from the past. So this is her. There's the old girl. Mary Baker Eddy. Eddy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, she's pretty back in the day. Oh, that's a nice picture of her. I don't know. So yeah, let's find out a little bit more about this interesting lady, right? Okay, so when she was young, she was very sickly, right? So it talks about her illness in 1910. Oh shit. Oh, she died. Yeah. So, so this is not when she was a girl. So yeah, she died of pneumonia. Like we were just talking about, everyone's gonna die. And then you're gonna go meet your maker. Massachusetts, today there are still numerous Christian Science churches, and Eddy's book, Science and Health with Keys to Scripture, remain the bestseller list throughout the world. So yeah, she was really into trusting God and following a certain strict health plan for working on your spiritual fitness as well as your body and healing yourself. What happened to Mary Baker Eddy? Oh, sorry. We already know that. Okay. Let's ask some other things. Oh, look. So Mark Twain is familiar with Mary Baker Eddy. And he said, as I fully acknowledge in my book, Mark Twain wrote several scathing attacks on the woman he believed Mary Baker Eddy to be. Twain was indeed deeply ambivalent about Mary Baker Eddy, the leader and the woman, and highly critical Church of Christ scientist. But he was also enthusiastic about Christian Science. Well, that is very interesting. Okay, so we're not. She had children. I want to know about Christian Science. There should be some better questions there. Okay, so we'll just go over a quick review of what Christian Science is all about. What did Mary Baker Eddy believe? Let's see. During her downtime, she studied healings in the Bible. Her belief was that healings performed by Jesus could be used in the present day, inspired her to create a movement which focused on mental aspects of sickness. She began to teach others her new method of Christian Science, quickly gained a following. Interesting, right? So she had a message back in the day and she gained a following. I wonder how she would have done on YouTube, because I think she did pretty good, right? As far as bringing some people on board and getting some traction. So let's see, where did she found this amazing church, which is New England. Yeah. Joshua James Bowley Arrows home, New England. Mary Baker Eddy. So yeah, she's born in 1821. A lot of crazy things were happening, man. Cyrus Teed was happening during her time, and I will show you why I am interested in this lady very shortly. So Mary Baker Eddy, she was an American religious leader and author, founded Church of Science. Okay, so we know what she believed. What was Mary's job in the Bible? What is that? Mary was given to a service as a consecrated virgin in the Temple of Jerusalem. When she was 3 years old, much as Hannah had taken Samuel to the tabernacle as recorded in the Old Testament. Yeah, I remember them having like some kind of Mary worship, a bit of, Mary, Mother of Jesus, happening there when I did join them that one day. And they were very nice people. I can't say that they're crazies, because that's very wrong for me to say. I don't like to judge what people believe. Oh, so what is God's wife's name? Wow. Huh. God had a wife? Goodness gracious. My God had a wife, his Asherah, whom the book of Kings suggests was worshipped alongside Yahweh in the temple in Israel. According to an Oxford scholar, God had a wife, Asherah, whom the book of Kings suggests was worshipped alongside Yahweh. I just read that. In the temple of Israel, according to an Oxford scholar. So I could take that's probably not biblical. But what do I know? I don't know where everything is in the Bible. Okay. So yeah, this goes on. Oh my goodness, it really gets deep here, man. Why did God choose Mary? She made the same mistakes and committed some of the same sins as anyone else, but God chose to bless her by allowing her to deliver the perfect lamb. She also had the God-given strength to endure the trials that would surely go along with being the mother of Jesus. All right. Oh man, they're really, this is not Is this still from the Church of Religious Science? No, I'm off into other things. So anyway, back to Mary Baker Eddy. Let's go back. So yes, so she was a interesting lady, right? Eddy was born in New Hampshire, right? And she was a sickly girl. I do remember that from reading this, and I'm not going to drag you guys all through this, right? Wow, there is some interesting stuff there. So maybe I will. So Eddy was born, Mary Baker, in New Hampshire, to farmer Mark Baker and his wife. And I will just try to hit the points. So her father was a strongly religious man from a Protestant Congregationalist, right? And the final judgment, eternal damnation. They were, a lot of these people back in this time were waiting for the return of Christ. In fact, at the same time, I believe that, like the Seventh-day Adventist believed the world was going to end. And it was a common belief back then that the world was so wicked that it was going to end any time and Jesus Christ was returned. A lot of people sold their possessions because they believed in a certain date and they were wrong. Imagine that. So Eddy responded. This time it was unique. Her father. So she had a problem with her father because he was a full-on dude. He was, one of those pious religious zealots that just is going to bang it through your head. Wow, and this is very interesting. So her father, he developed a reputation for disputations. One neighbor described him as a tiger, temper and always in a row. McClure's described him as a supporter of slavery. Oh, he's full on. And alleged that he had been pleased to hear about Abraham Lincoln's death. Eddy responded that Baker had been a strong believer in states' rights, but slavery he regarded as a great sin. Yeah, and I don't rate Lincoln, but I don't agree with slavery and any of that stuff. But I do believe in states need the power to override the power of the federal government. Yeah, so her father was a bad dude, and she didn't like him, and she was sick. Okay, she was a sickly child. She would end up in a state of unconsciousness that would sometimes last for hours and send her family into a panic. In such occasions, Baker's teenage chore boy, this guy who adored Mary, would be packed off on a horse to a village doctor, right? Well, she had all these problems. And then all of a sudden, I believe she started reading scripture and taking from scripture and got on this special diet and made an amazing recovery, right? And then started charging man, this is badass, right? And everyone's like, yeah, I think you're right, Mary. I think you're onto something here. You healed yourself. Maybe I'm going to try it. Maybe there were some healings. Yeah, because she's supposed to have been. Let's see if we can jump ahead. Oh, she was hanging around this character. Look at this cat. That is a Phineas Parkhurst Quimby. Looks like an interesting cat. So she's hanging around this dude Quimby. Oh man, so he's wrote to Memsmith. Phineas Parkhurst Quimby, who reportedly cured people without medicine, asking if he could cure his wife. Quimby replied that he had too much work in Portland, Maine, and that he could not visit her, but if Patterson brought his wife to him, he would treat her. Eddy did not immediately go. Instead, trying water cure of Dr. Val's Hydropathic Institute. But her health deteriorated even further. A year later, in October 1962, Eddy first visited Quimby. She improved considerably and particularly declared that she had been able to walk up to 182 steps to the dome of City Hall. After a week of treatment, the cures were temporarily, however, and Eddie suffered relapses. So anyway, so this is boring stuff. Follow Lynn. So Eddie slipped and fell on ice while walking in Lynn, Massachusetts, causing a spinal injury. Bummer. On the third day thereafter, I called for my Bible. I opened it to Matthew 9:2, and behold, they brought to him a man sick in Paisley, living on a bed. And Jesus, seeing their faith, said unto the sick and Paisley, Son, be of good cheer, thy sins be forgiven thee. And I read, the healing truth dawned upon my senses. As a result, that I arose, dressed myself, and ever after in better health than I had before I enjoyed. The short experience included a glimpse of the great fact that I had since tried to make a plan to others, namely life in and spirit, this life being the sole reality of existence. Right. So, oh man, I knew it was coming. Spiritualism, right? So Eddie separated from her second husband, abroad, and got around here, right? After she was aborted for 4 years with several families in Lynn, Amesbury, and elsewhere. But she was never able to stay long in one family. She quarreled severely with all her hostesses. After her departure from the house was heralded on 2 or 3 occasions by violent scene. Her friends during these years were generally spiritualists. She seemed to have possessed herself a spiritualist and to have taken part in seances. She was occasionally entranced and had received spirit communications from her deceased brother Albert. Her first advertisement was a healer appeared in 1968 in the spiritual paper, The Banner of Light. During these years, she carried about a copy of one of Quimby's manuscript, giving an abstract of his philosophy. The manuscript she permitted some of her pupils to copy. After she became well known, reports surfaced that Eddie was a medium in Boston at one time. At the time when she was said to be a medium there, she lived some distance away. According to Gill, Eddie had spiritualists took part in some of their activities, but they were never a convinced believer. For example, she visited a friend, Sarah Crosby, in 1964. She believed in spiritualism. According to Sybil Wilbur, Eddie attempted to show Crosby the folly of it by pretending to channel Eddie's dead brother Albert. And in writing letters, she was attributed to him. In regards to the deception, biographer Hugh Wortham committed that Miss Eddie's followers explained it all as pleasantly on her part to cure Miss Crosby of her credulous belief in spiritualism. However, Martin Gardner had argued against this, stating that Eddie was working as a spiritualist medium and was convinced by messages, according to Gardner, Eddie's mediumship converted Crosby to spiritualism. Well, yeah, so I won't continue here. So she was doing healings, right? And a lot of people were back in this day were really into healings and into occult things, and they were into secret societies, and they were into spiritualism, right? Oh my goodness. So she got married again, and then so she's alleged to be influenced, by Hinduism in the 21st edition of Science and Health, up to the 33rd edition. So she wrote a lot of books. Eddie admitted to harmony between, I can't butcher this, Vedanta philosophy and Christian Science. She also quoted certain passages from the English translation of the Bhagavad Gita, but they were later removed. According to Gill, in the 1981 revision, Eddie removed from her book all references to Eastern religions, which her editor revealed James Henry Wigan had introduced on the issue. Swami, I can't pronounce that, wrote, Miss Eddie quoted certain passages from English edition of the Bhagavad Gita. So yes, she is adopting things from Hinduism. Okay. So, bam, she's building a church, right? Eddie devoted the rest of her life into the establishment of the church. The manual of the mother church. See, I knew there were some mother things going on there. So there it is, the manual of the mother church. And revising science and health in the 1970s, she was telling her students, someday I will have a church of my own. In 1979, she and her students established the Church of Christ Scientists to commemorate the words and works of our Master Jesus, which should resonate primarily primitive Christianity and its lost element of healing. In 1892, Eddie's direction of the church reorganized the first Church of Christ Scientists, designed to be built on the rock Christ. In 1981, she founded the Massachusetts Metaphysical College, where she taught approximately 800 students between the years 1882 and 1889. When she closed it, Eddie charged her students $300 each for tuition, a large sum for this time. Yeah, right. Her students spread across the country practicing healing and instructing others. Eddie authorized these students to list themselves as Christian Science practitioners in the Church of, Protocol. So the Christian Science Journal, she also founded Christian Science Sentinel, a weekly magazine with articles, how to heal, the testimonies of healing. So in 1888, the Reading Room. So yeah, I've been to one of these reading rooms. Her writings and other productions opened in Boston. The model would soon be replicated. The branch of churches worldwide maintain more than 1,200 Christian Science reading rooms today. One right here in Newcastle. In 1894, edifice for the first church of the Church of Scientists was compiled in Boston. In the early years, Eddie served as a pastor. In 1985, she ordained the Bible and Science and Health as the pastor. Eddie founded the Christian Science Publishing. So yeah, she wrote a lot of stuff. Oh man. So listen to this. So malicious animal magnetism, the opposite Christian Science, mental healing. The opposite of Christian Science, mental healing, was the use of mental powers for destructive or selfish reasons. for which Eddie used items such as animal magnetism, hypnotism, or mesmerism, interchangeably malicious animal magnetism, sometimes abbreviated as MAM, is what Catherine Albanese called a Calvinist devil lurking belief beneath the metaphysical surface, as there is no personal devil or evil in Christian Science. MAM, or whatever that is, became a part, the explanation for the problem of evil. Eddie was concerned that a new practitioner could invariably, harm a potential or patient through, eyes are going, unenlightened use of their mental powers, and the less scrupulous individuals could use as a weapon. So animal magnetism became one of the most conventional aspects of Eddie's life. The crucial McClure biography spends a significant amount of time on the malicious animal magnetism, in which he uses to make a case that Eddie had paranoia. During the next friend's suit, it was used to charge Eddie with incompetence and general insanity. Wow. According to Gillian Gill, Eddie's experience with Richard Kennedy, one of her early students, was led her to begin her examinations of malicious animal magnetism. Eddie had agreed to form a partnership with Kennedy in 1870, in which she would teach him how to heal, and he would take patients. The partnership was rather successful at first, but in 1972, Kenny had fallen out with his teacher and torn up their contract. After there were multiple issues raised, the main reason for the break, according to Gill, was Eddie's insistence that Kennedy stop rubbing his patient's head and solar plexus, which she saw as harmful since, as Gill states, traditionally in mesmerism or hypnosis, the head and the abdomen were manipulated so the subject would be prepared to enter a trance. Kennedy clearly did believe in clairvoyance, mesmerism, or hypnotism. And he believed in mind reading, and absent, another treatment. And after their split, Eddie believed that Kennedy was using his mesmeric abilities to try to harm her and her movement. In 1982, Eddie publicly claimed that her last husband, Gilbert Eddy, had died of a mental assassination. A mental assassination. Okay. Daniel Spilford was another Christian Scientist expelled by Eddie after she accused him of practicing a malicious animal magnetism. Man. This gained notoriety in a case invertibly dubbed the Second Salem Witch Trial. This has got a lot of goodies in it. Critics of Christian Science blamed fear of animal magnetism. If a Christian Scientist committed suicide, what happened with Mary Tomlinson and sister of Irving C. Tomlinson? Later, Eddie set up watches for her staff to pray about challenges facing the Christian Science movement and to handle animal magnetism which arose. Gill writes that Eddie got the term from New Testament account of the Garden of Gethsemane, where Jesus' chastized his disciples for being unable to watch, even for a short time, and Eddie used it to refer it to particularly vigilant and active form of McClure, Edwin Darkin, and John Delmore all claimed this was evidence that Eddie had a great fear of malicious animal magnetism. Man, so what the hell is that? Although Gilbert Carpenter, one of Eddie's staff at the time, insisted that she was not fearful of it and that she was simply being vigilant. According to Eddie, it was important to challenge animal magnetism because, as Gottschalk said, it is apparent operation claims to have a temporary hold on people only through unchallenged mesmeristic suggestion. As it is exposed and rejected, she maintained, the reality of God becomes so vivid that the magnetic pull of evil is broken, and the grip of one's mentality is broken, and one's fear to understand that there can be no actual mind or power apart from God. As time went on, Eddie tried to listen and focus on animal magnetism within the movement and worked to clearly define it as unreality, which only had power if one conceded power and reality to it. Eddie wrote in Science and Health, animal magnetism has no scientific foundation, for God governs all that is real, harmonious, and eternal, and his power is neither animal nor human. Its basis being in a belief, and the belief animal. In science, animal magnetism, mesmerism, and hypnotism are mere negations, possessing neither intelligence, power, nor reality. And in a sense, it is an unreal concept and no so-called mortal mind. Concept. So they use some medicine also. Eddie recommended that her son go against the law of the state. Have her. Oh, wow, this is crazy. So there's a vaccination story in here. So there's controversy about much of Eddie's used morphine. Man, she's doper. Man, this gets better and better. I mean, we've got it all. We've got, we've got it all there. We've got mysticism, man. Now So there's a controversy about Eddie. She used a lot of morphine. Biographers Sutherland and this Franklin Decken described that Eddie was a morphine addict. Miranda Rice, a friend, a close student of Eddie, told the newspaper in 1906, I know Miss Eddie was addicted to morphine in the 70s. We're not talking the 1970s, baby. We're talking 1870s. Rock and roll. The diary kept by Calvin Fry, Eddie's personal secretary, suggests that Eddie occasionally reverted to the old morphine habit. When she was in pain. Gill writes that the prescription of morphine was normal medical practice at the time, and that I refrained convinced that Mary Baker Eddy was never addicted to morphine. Well, now we all know, well, not everybody knows, but if you had any experience with those sorts of substances, you know that, there's a very good chance that you will become dependent on it. I don't know if you're going to be addicted to it, but you're definitely going to suffer. So, Eddie recommended that her son, rather than go against the law of the state, he should have her grandchildren vaccinated. She also paid for a mastectomy for her sister-in-law. And he was quoted in the New York Herald, where my vaccination is compulsory. Wow. Let your children be vaccinated and see to your mind in such a state that by your prayers, vaccination will do the children no harm. So, as long as Christian Scientists obey the laws, I do not suppose their mental reservations will be thought to matter much. Eddie used glasses for several years for the very fine print, but later dispensed them almost entirely. She was found that she could read fine print with ease in 1907. Oh, did she heal her eyes, or would she come heal mine? Yeah. All right, that's not too interesting. So yeah, there's suing her. Then she dies, right? And so there's still people who are going to this church to this day. And I originally found these guys because I found this one thing that I thought was very interesting, and you're gonna go, okay, I see why you actually spent time to look at this. So I'm going to try to pull up what the hell is the images. Let me make this big. So I want to see this maparium. Hang on. Excuse me. And I know. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. The maparium. So let's check this out, right? So where is this? The maparium. It is in Boston, Massachusetts, right? And so let's check out the images of what the maparium is. There it is. So right. So she, this is a big, not a huge church, but they have an actual concave earth. Man, that's a long roundabout story, and I appreciate if you stuck around to listen to that. But yeah, this is what I wanted to show. Oh no, that's not. Yeah, let's check out that image. Yeah. So yeah, and this is a very good point, right? So we have all these ancient maps that we can look to, right? And there's a big difference between the between the globe and a concave map. The difference is the opposite shape of the latitude and longitude lines, right? So it's clearly you can see how a concave map is different. It's these frowns. See how that's frowning? Yeah, and so on the globe it would be smiling. So I believe, I don't know if she knew something or whatever, but she was an occultist, so who knows? She probably did know something, right? So she is very interesting. So I went to these different churches. I want to see. I thought I had some crucial information that someone would like to know. Someone who's interested in. Yeah, and I thought, well, if you want to talk about certain subjects, you got to kind of go talk about them with people who you think would care the most, right? And then, yeah, I figured out that maybe people aren't interested in what you got to say, even if it could completely, yeah, change things, maybe even help them deeper to understand a little deeper, which I don't think would be a bad thing, right? Do you think? Yeah, and I could see the point, right? You don't want like to, like, I'm just trying to think of from a church person's perspective, when all of a sudden, someone who normally doesn't walk into your church walks into your church, and like, this is why I believe that the church model is a bit archaic, right? A bit still stuck in the 1800s, a bit, right? A bit hooky spooky, a bit not knowing how to deal with the general public, right? Like, so a lot of these, churches, and it's not their fault. I know a lot of these people, they grow up in the church and it is their sanctimony and it is their world and everything revolves around that, and it is safe and it is secure and it is just a protected environment, right? And I'm not saying, yeah, I'm not pointing out that that's a bad thing at all, because I understand that, right? And it's about family. It's about, yeah, trying to do your thing. But then I think it gets a little bit into a, kind of a bubble, and then like you're kind of getting away from what I believe like the original church model was about, or movement, or right, was very opposite, kind of, going out amongst the people who need to be saved. Is that correct? I mean, is that what this is about? If you're in that brand, like, you need to connect with those people out there in the community, right? Who are going to come running in your church one day, right? They're going to come running in church and they're going to want answers to all kinds of crazy shit, so-called crazy shit, right? So there's either two Hey, I'm back. Yeah. Yeah, internet, right? Yeah. So yeah, they I guess like what I was talking about. Yeah, so I was just going through the whole church discussion. And I find that I'm not pointing any fingers. I'm really not. And that's all I was trying to do, right? I was trying to, go find some people and go, look, man, I don't know what you guys know about this because I'm very new at this, but like, I think this book right here is actually real. You know what I mean? I know that sounds stupid to somebody who believes in the Bible, but like, I'm not your typical guy who's going to come in the doors and go, look, like I've discovered some interesting things in scripture here. And like, I believe, and I want to know what you think about what I believe. And they were very surprised, very happy to see me. Let me tell you that. They were. The things I wanted to talk about, they weren't so interested about that, but they were tolerant. I got to say more than tolerant. I got to give them more credit because I'm bullshit, Sean. See, sometimes you catch yourself, right? And everyone wants to paint a certain picture where they look good, right? And that's bullshit. So I'm going to call myself out there. Go, guess what? Bullshit, Sean. Yeah, there's some amazing folks there, right? I mean, like actually open arms loved me, in a certain with, and I really do believe what I was talking about. This scared them a bit. I mean, I really get that. Do you guys get that? Like, and I came probably with a misconception. I've kind of got a misconception about exactly what I was walking into because if you know YouTube, of course, I was searching around YouTube to and you listen to different people talk, even certain pastors, right? And then of course when you're kind of going through the awakening that I went through, I needed some answers about some serious things that were going on that I needed some answers for. And there happened to be a lot of people talking about certain subjects in this certain brand of Christianity. I'm not going to call them out at all. I'm not going to even point to it because I'm trying to give them credit, right? So what this certain brand is, they're like waiting for, like we were talking about it earlier, right? I mean, a lot of these early, they actually thought the end of the world was going to come. Like they actually sold their houses and they were ready to roll, Like, I mean, and that's a good way to be. But I think when you start to, guess a date that it's going to happen a certain date, right? Yeah, God can't have that. I don't think he really can. And I know everyone would like to know the date, but yeah, they were getting ready for Christ's return, and it didn't happen. And it became it didn't completely crush them at all by any means, because you can be wrong. I mean, it's all right to be wrong about your predictions and everything, but when you let it all hang out, then you better be prepared to suffer the embarrassment or the ridicule that's going to come when people are going to laugh at you. You got to be ready for that, and it had a lot of writings in this certain brand about about end times, right? About the return, God coming to set his creation back in proper alignment with his character, right? And they actively have talked about this for this day, when this Antichrist was coming to set up his kingdom, and that we'd be put under a one world government, and that all these things were going to happen, and that we should, at least that's the gist that I got from a lot of the writing that this lady did, because she was another lady prophet, another one strange. And what's crazy is, so this lady prophet that I am speaking about, because I'm not putting these people on blast at all, because I really do believe that they are, God's people. Absolutely not like the brand, but I definitely do believe that God's people are going to come out of every form, every fashion, every brand, and and become, the true church, right? The body of Christ, right? And I believe that all of these things are going to get a little clearer, right? And then all of a sudden, events start to take place, right? And that's how we can kind of like understand. It becomes more clear every event, the further it goes. I mean, you can't mistake how things have ramped up, and we can see these signs, and maybe we can be aware of them before certain people who have been literally talking about this for hundreds of years are unaware. So anyway, this lady that I'm speaking, Ellen G. White, right? So after this, what was called the Great Disappointment, when they were all getting ready to sell their houses, and this is all around the same time that the debate, the flat Earth debate, and all this was going on. Same thing. Cyrus Teed, Zion, Illinois, Dowdy and his flat Earth community in full rage, and then you have you got Ellen G. White. So she, wasn't running that church. In fact, she started to work her way up in that church, writing a lot of what they now really stick to. A lot of her writings are she was the most published, I believe. J.K. Rowling's just passed her for all the stuff that she published, right? And it's all about this great deception that was going to come, and how, of course, we know about, the Sabbath keepers and keep the Sabbath, and which this is another thing which I kind of was interested in and lean towards, because if you read the creation story, right? So you're reading about God creating, right? And you're reading about God resting, and then you're thinking, well, what the heck is everyone worship on Sunday for, right? And then this whole debate comes in, and I didn't realize just what I was getting into. Like, so I just wanted to go kind of feel out what kind of fit for me, what I did like, what I didn't, and mainly to go conversate. Yeah. And so this whole Sabbath thing was interesting to me. I thought, wow, and then you get into the whole pagan, like, why do we do what we do? Like, what is all this stuff, right? Then you learn, stuff about Halloween and of course, Christmas. It's like, Christmas? You just learn the weirdest stuff about things in the weirdest places, right? So prior to me really having any kind of understanding of that book, I run across the real story of Christmas watching a show called The Boondocks. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Adult Swim. And maybe I am a little old to be, referencing Adult Swim, but that show, The Boondocks, I mean, I'm having trouble making cartoons that are just amazing. Well, other than the greatest show to ever grace TV, which is South Park, which is immune. They can talk about anything. It's amazing. I mean, you learn more stuff about how weird the world is out of, like cartoons. Yeah. And so the little Riley kid who's like a militant, right? And then he's got the little gangster brother. And then Riley's like, like just breaking down Christmas, what Christmas used to be, right? Really, Saturnalia. It's when, Roman soldiers would get together, or Greek or whatever, and they'd do each other and have a big man party all together. And that was Christmas. Give each other gifts, get drunk. Saturnalia. So, like, how do we get from that to to just how far do we stray away from just all that stuff? I mean, and where does it come from? And then you realize that all this stuff is like implanted within a world that you thought was very normal, and these holidays that you thought were Santa. It's Jesus's birthday. Santa brings you presents in your stockings, comes down the chimney, and he is a bearded man, and really he's not real, but all the kids believe in him. We teach the kids to believe in him. We won't tell the kids that about God. No, we're not going to. Some people might, do that, but we're going to definitely tell them about Santa Claus, and we're going to make them believe that shit, right? And I mean, like, it's kind of sketchy, right? The whole thought of it, right? There's this dude, right? Lives at the North Pole with a bunch of elves who make all these toys. And if you're good, you get toys. And if you're bad, you get coal. Man, I'm sitting on piles of the shit. Like, literally all underneath this place behind me, it's straight a coal mine. And this town is steel mills and coal mines. Yeah, you get coal. You got plenty of it. Fill your stocking. And we tell our kids this stuff, right? So you better be good. Santa's not going to come. Yeah. And they're literally begging a fat bearded man to come down the chimney and give them presents. That's, when you think about the whole thing, it's kind of creepy. It is kind of creepy, but I mean, we have such fond memories of such festive times. And how can we say that's bad? I don't want to think Christmas was bad. I didn't think about it like that. But I mean, it is kind of strange. Why do we celebrate a lot of things we do celebrate? And where did it come from? And then how did it get into, woven into our society so deeply? Yeah, you shouldn't take sweets from strangers. And yeah, Santa does bring treats. He does. But I don't think that's what he's really known for, like bringing treats. Santa eats treats. He eats your treats. So Santa should probably be leery, I've been in some houses and I don't think I want any of their treats. Yeah, I know. It's weird, right? He's flying around on a reindeer who, they get some magic dust that makes them fly. Yeah, interesting. Interesting story to tell our kids. It really is. But I guess, I mean, how would it be if there was if you just, everyone had that connection, right? So everything was just perfect, right? And everyone got told the truth from knee-high to a grasshopper, and there was no problems, and we all lived happily after ever. Not reality. So yeah, we there's a lot of mystery to grow up with. There's a lot of learning. There's a lot of interesting things to weave your way through. And goodness, and so earlier I was talking about my father and him being a Mason, right? And me going through my life not really engaging enough with the people that I dearly love and who are very close to me. And you don't realize there's so many things that happen when someone's finally gone, and then you're like, God, I wish I would have been able to talk to my, just talk to him one more time about certain things, especially about a lot of the things that has happened, since he passed. And just those questions that you're never really going to get to ask somebody, that that kind of becomes more apparent the older you get, right? And how this, all these memories is about what you're going to end up with, so you better do your best to try to tell the people you love that you love them, and ask them the questions you want to ask. And I think, I still, think, about, what I would ask him, and, especially, because he did have a little interesting exit from the world, as far as him like being a Mason in the church, or in the temple, right? And me kind of growing up knowing that he was a Mason, but not knowing what that was. And I can remember the first time that I was snooping around when I was pretty young, and I pulled down this Goodness gracious, man. See, you start to talk about some certain things, and all of a sudden, man, I keep on dropping out. And so I found his little the apron. And then I had been to the temple there in Vegas, the lodge. Yeah, it's a lodge. Sorry. I went to some luncheon there. I was about maybe 23 or 24. Me and my friend Mark Russell. Yeah, we get invited to a dinner there at the lodge, right? So we didn't go in that. I've been in that room though, like their room. I've been in there. But this was like a luncheon. And yeah, it's just a bunch of old guys and nothing special, nothing. Yeah, I remember walking around there looking at all the grand poopahs that were on the walls, right? Grand poopah. That's from I think the Flintstones. No, that's from, I don't know, the Honeymooners. Shit, the grand poopah. Anyway, they have trying to think of what the head guy is. Well, they had all the, the old ones, all the pictures of these, dead Masons on the walls. Yeah, most of them go into the shrine afterwards. After they're out of the Masons, they go in the Shriners. But anyway, yeah, so my dad, yeah, he was like a porch Mason. It's very, you'll find that if you would like to climb the ladder and say whatever kind of business you're into, that if you do join a society like that, it might seem like a good idea at the time, right? There are a lot of business connections. See? I mean, you instantly have like a brotherhood, right? You have not only like a brotherhood, like you're taking an oath of loyalty and secret, to that brotherhood, right? Basically, it's like a pact. If your brother is calling out for help, that they got to come to his aid. They have all those, you look into their secret, all the secret signs that they have, that they send amongst each other, whether it be on the news broadcast or certain ones in, where they can identify each other and they can send certain signals that say, hey, I need help. Certain phrases that they utter so they can pick each other out of a crowd. Handshakes, right? You got all that stuff going on, right? Underneath the veil of, man, we're just dudes who hang out. Yeah, I mean, granted, our initiation ceremonies are a little strange. But yeah, we're just nothing to see here. So I'm just sorry catching up with the chat, dude. Sorry, you guys, man. I'm just dropping in and out, man. Okay, the artwork on the walls. Yeah. Artwork on the walls would be cool. Yeah. So, yeah, back to that. So, like knowing my dad was a Mason and really not giving it much thought when I was younger, because it wasn't just him, like, so, like I said, I grew up with around, my dad was loved by a lot of people, and he was Freddie, dude. He could hold court, right? And it was just all about, having friends, and like that's Vegas, what Vegas has always been about, and I think what everything is all about. Hang on one second, guys. So yeah. So yeah, I mean, so yeah, the artwork was, and so like, being exposed to that, like, the whole, seeing that, the chamber where they all, uh, kind of uh, meet and do their little things. Because I've also been to a funeral, so they have a Masonic funeral, and they're buried with their aprons on, right? And what that apron, uh, what I've come to understand, what that apron really is representing, right? So this is like, like the actual fig leaves, when man, when the, we got kicked out of the garden, right? When Eve convinced Adam to, take a bite of the apple because Satan would, deceived her, and then that whole thing, right? And they knew that they were naked, and they covered their nakedness with, fig leaves, right? And then I think God, doesn't like cover them with skins. Something. Well, anyway, that little apron is it's made out of leather. It's like uh, calf skin or goat skin, or I don't know what kind of skin, but anyway, it's and they're all unique, and like so you're, Masons are very, you're going to get buried with that apron on, right? And then of course you have to, there's one thing that you can't be to enter the Masonic Brotherhood, is you cannot be an atheist. That's the only thing you can't be, is not believe in God. And that's so I think a lot of people, and that's how it starts, like there is you choose what book you want to have on that altar, right? Whether it be a Bible or the Quran or whatever you choose, the Bhagavad Gita, or is like cool with them. They're not tripping on that aspect of it, but it's one thing that you have to have a belief. You cannot be a non-believer. So that's a very interesting, and that's what I believe. So a lot of, you'll be surprised how many Masons are members of churches. I've run across one right here, younger man, about 35. It just really shocked me when I saw his ring. Saw his ring and I was like, wow, like you're a Mason? Like a Mason who goes to the Seventh-day Adventist church is at a luncheon, and I like see that symbol and I'm pretty shocked, you know? I just like thinking, what, should I be shocked? No, I shouldn't be. I really shouldn't be, but it just tripped me out that, here I've been, watching just maybe too many, hardcore sermons about, just how wicked and evil this organization is at the top, right? And oh, Josh, what is up, dude? So check it out, bro. I've been wanting to talk to you. I've been wanting to talk to you. So yeah, I went and tried to sew a bridge of peace earlier today. That's what started this whole little journey here. And I need some help from you because, yeah, I've been badly treated, Josh. They've been very, very mean to me, Josh. Yes, I'm very upset about this. The flat Earth, the peaceful vine that I tried to send to the flat Earth. Oh man, I can't even explain what happened to me, bro. I mean, like I'm so dejected, and here I was trying to just have a healthy discussion, being a concave earther. They had heard of you, Josh. They know of you. So I had to go through a very long interview process today about many things that I think are happening, right? Because I went through a whole school session today in the art of properly debating someone on a flat earth Discord forum way, right? I learned a whole new language today, right? Okay, I'm having my coffee. I can join in a few minutes. Okay, cool. I'll hang out, man. I'll hang out and I'll tell you. Yeah, have some coffee. You know what? I am gonna just step away for uno momento, and I am going to do the same. I'm gonna just grab something to drink, and I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing me babble. So hopefully Josh can come on and yeah. Hold on. So hold up. All right, what is up? I'm back. Sorry, I had to get some. Some macadamia nut ice cream. Oh, man. Very good stuff. A little bit of Moccona coffee is not bad either. Yeah. Coffee snobs here, man. In Australia, like people are like batty shit crazy about coffee. Like really weird. Yeah. So you grow up in the States, you know, coffee's just some shit you buy at 7-Eleven and it's got a ton of, you get a big old bucket of this shit. Right? And then you can put as many as like those vanilla creamers in there. And it's beautiful and it's chill and it's $1.99 for a massive cup, half a pot. And yeah, most Australians just, it's got to be $5 coffee. It just absolutely have to be. Hey, thanks, Luna. Yeah, I'm back. And it's just craziness, right? It's got to be this, you know, frothy cappuccino. And I mean, it's nice, but for me, all that, yeah, that, it's just too much fuss, right? Takes too long, too. Not trying to make a big deal out of coffee, right? And there's literally, this is what they've done with the society here, right? And so I watched it kind of happen because when I first came here to Newcastle on vacation, it was a very kind of it was a party atmosphere. You know, there was the whole town, there's a lot of nightlife, you know, a lot of action, you know, you know, like, yeah, it was a bit more like Vegas, a bit more, you know, had, you know, it's a bit of nightlife. And I like to see that from a city, you know, even if I'm, you know, not partaking in it, right? I like to see, you know, some sort of nightlife, and I like to see, you know, kids out having fun, you can kind of, learn to miss it when it's gone. And so about then, like I came back to Australia. I was just on vacation, and then I came back in 2012, 2013. You guys know the story. And things started to change, like they started to shut down a lot of the bars and pubs, right? Or hotels, they call them here, which is really strange. Like that was another strange thing is the whole pubs here. Like it's called a hotel because there's rooms upstairs, right? I mean, they're not like accommodation in Australia. So if you ever visit out here, like it can be really nice, right? But you better be ready to pay throughout, you can crazy money, right? But generally the accommodations can be a little rough sometimes, super expensive. But they do have these, rooms above these hotels, right? Where it's just a room with a bed, not much. But that's pretty cool, right? I mean, at times in my life, I spent so much time at the bar. Might as well had a room upstairs. I basically grew up in a bar. My parents owned a bar, right? Ever since I was a small lad. My old man's first bar was on South First Street, which is basically downtown Las Vegas, Nevada. Fremont Street, world famous Fremont Street. And so my old man had a bar there, right? And what was a pub? It was called Dick's Pub, right? Though that just was a nickname, but the real name was Dick's Liquor, right? It was called Dick's Liquor. Like that's pretty funny story, right? Like, and it really wasn't planned out because I know it's kind of funny name for a bar, right? Dick's Liquor, Dick Liquors, and that came about is because my uncle Dick owned Dick's Liquor, and when he first bought the place, back in the day, he went up before you got to go before the gaming board, right? And you got to go before the liquor board, right? They're like, God in Vegas, right? And so you got to buy the license, right? The gaming license is super hard to get, right? You got to be pretty squeaky clean, right? Because they dig into your records so deep when you apply for that gaming license and the liquor license, right? They're gonna, like, my dad had no idea how like deep they dug into him when he took bought the license from my uncle Dick, and he had to qualify for that. They actually had found a charge that he had got when he was young. I think he was about 16. He got a bootlegging charge for selling liquor out of the trunk of a car after hours. Right, and they dug all the way back into Canada, and they found that charge. So that's how hard it was. But so I grew up in this, this bar, Dick's Liquor, and it was downtown Fremont Street. And I would go in there as a kid and clean behind the bar. My dad would put me to work. He put me to work, cleaning the mats, and that was such a cool place. I don't know why I was always attracted to like bars, right? My old man owned a bar, so I always went, a bar, and the bar for me was like, man, like when you're a kid, the bar. I guess not many kids kind of grow up in a bar, but like to get to go to the bar for me, I thought about, cherry cokes, man. Roy Rogers, they used to be called back in the day. right? Which is grenadine and Coke, right? And then some of those maraschino cherries, those delicious maraschino cherries, right? And goodness gracious, if you ever see a documentary on exactly how they make those maraschino cherries, it's shocking. They literally take cherries and they take the pits out of them, and then they like throw them in bleach, and they bleach them, and they're pure white, right? So these cherries are pure white, right? They turn pure white, right? And then they put them in this grenadine, which is basically made from pomegranates. I do believe. I could be wrong. There. Oh, some kind of shit, right? And it's red and it's sweet, and yeah. And when I was a kid, I loved those things, and I don't know about you, but yeah. And so the Roy Rogers, you're a boy, you get a Roy Rogers, and then the girl, she always gets the Shirley Temple, which is 7-Up in grenadine with cherries, right? So that's what you're interested in. And then yeah, there's of course, peanuts and chips, beef jerky. Yeah. So the bars my old man owned 2 of them, and they weren't like a place where you go eat, right? No, you really wouldn't want to eat a Dick's Liquor. Like so, in Dick's Liquor was very interesting. So this was back when I was a kid. So like the early 70s, when my dad started to own it, and so I just remember just the characters that would be in there. This is completely like Vegas in the 70s was like the Wild West, right? And it was like it was a real dive, It was really close to Fremont Street, and it was right behind I don't know if you're familiar with the signs in Vegas, but yeah, there's a giant, like a cowboy, right? And my father's pub was right behind. Is it man, I'm losing my memory. We're just really kind of in between the Golden Nugget and the Pioneer Club. Sorry. Yeah. The Pioneer Club. Right. So you got a big cowboy. This is before they literally put a dome, a big stupid TV screen over the whole damn street. Like, leave it to, like, can't they just leave some shit alone? Like whoever comes up with some stupid ideas for city planners, right? So Fremont Street, was an iconic thing. This was we used to cruise Fremont Street. It was an actual street where cars were allowed to drive up and down it. It's the original old school Vegas before they built the strip. It was Fremont, right? It was originally, man, it was a full Wild West town when it was originally, it's not that old, but originally, yeah, a real shoot 'em up kind of cowboy town, and it had a whole street of brothels. But in the 70s, it was buck wild, man. We're talking about, back in those days. Very small town. A yes town. Have you ever grown up in a yes town where the answer is mostly always yes? You can do that. Sure, you can smoke. Yes, you can. Yes, you can have breakfast at 3 a.m. Yes, you can. Sure. That is the best thing about Vegas. And that is the worst thing about Vegas is yes. You see, because yes is not always a good thing, right? Especially when you have problems. Especially when you're not grounded, man. Like yes is a bad thing, right? Like, so that, the the great thing about getting up at 3 a.m. and go, you know what, man, I got a thing. I'm just gonna go chill. I'll go down, go down and have some breakfast. Maybe, just take a breeze through the sports book, see if there's any games I can bet tomorrow. Right. Yeah. So that it's not always right. And so then there could be the opposite side where you're going to get up in the middle of the night. You're going to go, yeah, I'm just going to go do that. Right. I don't have any plans to really. And then you get hijacked by a poker machine and you blow all your money. Right. And that, yes, you can turns into, oh, fuck. I wish it was, yeah. Goodness gracious. Yeah. Because if you're here in Australia, man, you've got to really plan to fuck up. Okay. Granted, yes, you do. Like if you really just say, I don't know, for instance, like I want to get my drunk on, right? You can't just do that in the spur of the moment here in Australia, Like literally, like you better pre-plan and shit. They got a lot of rules. This is not a yes country. Nope, you can't do that. That's the hardest thing I had. The biggest bridge I had to cross was, my American ass being told you can't do that. And I don't, that's not used. I'm not used to especially my friends saying you can't do shit, like I'm talking about, these are people that I'm hanging with. Right. And I'm just like, and it's not major shit, but it's just, yeah, things that aren't kosher here, you just, I mean, there's certain rules that, yeah, they're not breaking them here. Yeah, so I had to adjust myself, of course, to that, like, what do you mean I can't do that, dude? There's nobody even here. What? Like, what are you like? Are you going to tell on me? So, yeah. So that was interesting. So Venus says, you saw Free Guy? Yeah, I saw it too. I do have, the pleasures of, there's movies suck, right? There's no good movies. They're making bad movies these days. Really bad. I mean, not like bad good, like bad. Like, what is going on? Do people think that shit's good? That Marvel universe garbage? That is bad. I think, yeah. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm not hip with this new generation. But I know their movies suck. I know they like sucky movies, and they don't like any good comedy, right? Because you wouldn't dare, laugh at something, that's unkosher. That's not cool. Yeah, we're very fragile. Yes, we are. And our feelings can be very easily hurt. Yes. I'm very angry about that. I'm not doing a very good Saul Rosenberg impression. And that's a very good example. Does anyone remember the Jerky Boys? Huh? Do you remember the Jerky Boys? Come on, someone give me a Jerky Boy. Hell yeah, I remember the Jerky Boys. And that is a classic example. Goodness gracious, they could not, absolutely would not do anything in this day and age, right? Oh my God. You don't remember that, Dude, Lunar, if I could play this right now, I would just, please do yourself a favor, bro. Do yourself a favor, right? And just type up Jerky Boys, right? And I'm trying to give you one that I really would just think is hilarious. And I'd have to be, because they do a lot of different characters, and it's prank calls, right? And it's prank calls, and they he's got just some great characters, man. Yeah, prank calls. It's called the Jerky Boys, right? And it's these, they're like New Yorkers, right? And they weren't the first to do it, because Howard Stern had a guy named Captain Jenks. Captain Jenks used to do it, right? And he'd always get on the air with everybody and go Baba Booey or whatever, and get on and do that stupid shit like that, right? But these guys were actual, man. They had the character, these voices, right? One of them's like he's Saul Rosenberg, and he's like a little gay kind of a Jewish boy, and he's very hurt by a lot of things. He kicked me down the stairs, and like he's just like he's just, I can't really do it justice, but it's just hilarious, right? And obviously, so there's a lot of references to gays, and it's Saul. He is playing Saul Rosenberg in the one, and he calls this guy's mom, right? And he's all I'm trying to remember what the guy's name is, right? So he calls this guy's mom, and he's like, is your son there, right? And I forget what his name is, right? And he's, and he's putting on this gay Jewish man. He said he would take me to the beach, and he would rub sand on my assy nipples, right? And he's just going on telling his mom this stuff. He said we were going to join this, nudist colony, and we were going to be happy together, right? And his mom's going, well, that doesn't really sound like my son, and I'm very upset with him. It's too much, but they have all these different characters, man. You gotta give it a go. I hadn't listened to it in a lot of years, right? Because of course I've been like, trying to search for something that is actually funny, right? And so yeah, and my friend had never heard it. He's Australian. They live in a bubble here, like, and miss a lot of stuff. So I played it, and literally there's a whole montage, like, and it's really like the early stuff is the best stuff, I believe, but it couldn't be done today. It's just because of the characters. They have he has some Indian characters. He does some very good Indian voices. He does a very good Indian impression. That's very good. And he does this fucking asshole, Frank Rizzo. And he's just a fucking, he's calling up a guy about a job. I'm calling about the sales guy job. He's all, I'm a fucking great salesman, but I had a problem up here where I worked, right? And I had to get out of there. I fucking make guys buy cars, right? And he's talking about, he's asking the guy for a job. Oh man, I wish I could play it. And he's telling them how he sells cars by beating people up. The guy's like, well, I don't think I really, I don't run that kind of operation. So listen here, Nitz. I'm gonna be there tomorrow. Sell the shit out of cars. he's just the voices, the characters, but they couldn't do it. Oh, a lot of gay characters that wouldn't allow. It's full on. But it for me, it stands the test of time. I mean, and that's kind of right. That's very, not a lot of stuff holds up for long, does it? I mean, the stuff that we were laughing about I can't really say that, no, because there's always been a lot of crazy underground comedy, man. And people are funny and wild, and they've always been. I think they have always been that. You know, even though, yeah, of course, a lot of the stuff that you made for TV, but yeah, Frank is a douche, Frank Rizzo. But it stands up. This comedy stands up, right? You know, I ran into some crazy comedy when I was young. I was digging through my stepmom's old records, right? She had all these old records, right? And I run up across this, you know, Lawanda. What the hell's her last name, right? Well, if you've ever watched a show called Sanford and Son, right? She plays Aunt Esther. Her name's, I believe her name is Lawanda Clark, right? So I'm like, what the heck's this, right? And it's like this underground, early, like black comedy album, right? And it's shoot. This is far, way before Sanford and Son. You know, I think this is, yeah, before Richard Pryor or any. Because Red Fox was he was a badass, dirty, you know. They had that whole act that they did, you know, but then they had a whole underground, especially, you know, a lot of the black comedians back in the day. And he was a like Red Fox, known around Vegas as a really classy, good dude, and Grady too. The guy who played Grady. My mother said that they were like totally, really excellent tippers, excellent dressers. And that's kind of how you're gauged in Vegas, you know. There's a lot of people look up to who, if you are from Vegas, and you know, most all of us are around, you know, trying to make money off of these people, right? And so there's a lot of these celebrities who are, man, they got bad reputations for just being complete pieces of shit. Excuse my French. Oh yeah, but I'm allowed to cuss. This is my channel, right? My 247 Shape of the Earth discussing channel, and the rules are that you could cuss if you want, right? We're not going to tell you can't, because that was one of the guidelines that you need to follow this perfect debate form that is going places. You understand? We are making headway daily in our echo chamber, talking to each other back and forth. Yeah. And we are controlling this environment. We're going to control it, right? And if you want to come on and talk on this channel, I'm going to put you through a thorough questioning. I want to know your motives. What are you doing here? Like, what are you doing here? What do you want? Like, imagine that. Like, so I guess, you know, I don't know. I guess, yeah, the whole movement has moved on, and now it's become real. You can't get in at all. You can't even get in anywhere. Not even, yeah, that little chamber of horrors over there. You know, yeah, Josh. I'll get into it. Yeah, when you get done with your coffee. Oh, but I did. There were some good things about it. So yeah, let's focus on that. Talk about. There are good things too. Shout out to Hank Hill. Shout out to Hank Hill. Somebody send Hank Hill an invite. Because Hank has transferred over there, which is really interesting. Coming from from like the kind of talk that we've had in the past on Free Chan, and then going from that style to this new, like, very rigid kind of, I think it would be very tough. Kitty, oh my God, Kitty loves wheat. Man, we are popping, dude. We are getting some, quite a few old heads popping up. There she is. Kitty loves wheat. Yeah. Oh, sorry. It's not Kitty loves wheat. Sorry. It's Kitty loves kale. That is Kitty loves kale. And does she still have a YouTube channel? I don't know. Maybe check it out. She might have something. So Kitty, I'm going to put a link. And I'm wondering why nobody's joining ever, like Josh. I'm going to put a link in the description. So anyone who feels free to join can do that. Like that, because, man, I want to thank everyone who's here, because if you can sit and listen to me drone on, more power to you. But that's the beauty of it, right? If you're searching for something different, you found it. That's for sure. That is for sure, because, man, I can cover some stuff. I know you're the same person. You kidding me? There he is. Yeshua. What's up, dude?
Hi.
What are you doing?
Well, I finished having my morning coffee.
Oh yeah, we are
now,
on opposite ends of opposite
so now
ends.
I'm having my breakfast.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's an American beer there.
The coffee's gone, so now we get the breakfast.
Look,
I'm on a liquid fast diet this morning.
Did you have to pay $5 for that coffee, Josh? Is that a fancy coffee?
Well, it's actually just like tea and coffee. It's like leftover coffee from yesterday. I dumped into the tea that I had, and I heat up on the stove.
Yeah, because I was talking about coffee, and Australians are very coffee snobby. They're like literally snobby about their coffee. It's got to be like a $6 cup of, with the whole mug and the saucer and all that frothy shit, and it takes time. There's no such thing as, giant pots of coffee in 7-Eleven. There are, $1.59 to endless amounts of those sugary, delectable coffee mate creamers that you can dump in them, and take your giant flask of boiling hot coffee and travel on to your meager job and consume plenty of it. Yeah, and then go fill up a giant Coke. The size, like, Australians just they're in amazement. Like, they let you fill it up yourself, and like the cups they tell me, man, those cups. I go, yeah, this is not an optical illusion. Those cups are massive. You can literally get more sodas cheaper than water, I think. What a wonderland, right? Right, Kitty? Kitty loves kale. I know she does not justify eating copious amounts of sugar. Is not good. But anyway. So, Josh, what is up, dude?
I actually was just thinking about having some cake that Kitty made.
Oh, cool. Well, right on. Kitty makes cake.
Kitty makes cake.
What kind of cake?
Kitty makes all kinds of good shit, man.
I bet.
Kitty makes good smoothies. She makes these knockout like bagel sandwiches. Oh my god,
dude! I am look, I love food, Josh. And my idea of food that when it tastes best is when it's prepared by somebody, right? Usually, when it's prepared, and I'm not picky. I've always been a very, my palate is very diverse, coming from where I came from, where I got to eat a lot of free lobster and crab legs and escargot and just whatever, like try this and things that most people wouldn't get a chance to try. I've learned that, yeah, I'm going to say yes. I'm going to give it a try. If I don't like it. And so, but I have run across these Seventh-day Adventists there, right? And they don't eat meat, kitty. They make, but you're probably gluten intolerant too. But they make all these delectable food that I did not only, like eat. I said to myself, now, like if I had this, prepared for me, like I could eat like this. I really could. But the fact that there is a lot of preparation that goes into being healthy and eating correctly, right? It's very expensive. It can be very expensive, right? And very time. A lot of the bagels are made. I eat healthy during the week. I bet. I mean, like, you sound very committed to that, and I like that, and I admire your passion for. I mean, you got to have some kind of a passion for whatever you are.
One thing Kitty says to me all the time is that she finds it funny when people say that they don't have time to eat healthy, so they end up grabbing something quick on the way home, whether it be like fast food or whatever, or just ordering out or just whatever, and it's people, it's those people are going to die at 50, 60 years old.
I agree.
When the healthy people are going to make it to 80, 90, 100. And so really, the reality of the situation is you don't have time to not eat healthy. You don't have time to eat unhealthy. That's the real truth.
I agree. I mean, the truth is that
in the span of a 24-hour day where these elite people keep us so busy and we're all on a schedule, and it's not by chance.
And there's a huge thing within this community. There is, these people that I've been hanging around, these Seventh-day Adventists, right? They, have been following this diet for so long, and they live forever, like forever, bro. Like literally, they live. There is people walking around that church that are living dinosaurs. Like the majority of Seventh-day Adventists live much longer than your average person, right? And so they've been
they're
following
a little
this
bit closer to the truth because they're getting in sync with. They're trying to get in sync with the earth.
Yes, right.
Because they're
so
they're trying to remember the Sabbath. That's what they're trying.
All those things, right? They're trying to do their best to think what would God want for my body, right? And there are a lot of very smart people, so-called smart people in the church who are very educated in places of their doctors. They all like to go into those certain professions. They're very switched on about that stuff, and so they've been following this for very long. So this makes this very interesting for people who study eating habits and stuff. So you have a group that they're full on about it, right? And goodness gracious, so Katie talks about these gluten. So she eats gluten, right? And I got turned on to these gluten steaks. I mean, it's full on. I love it. I love it. I mean, there's lots of fresh fruits, right, and vegetables, which I dig, and and they had lots of treats too. They weren't, they did break out some treats. I'll have to say that. So there were some cakes and things, and
geez.
Yeah,
hey, vegans will make some of the most delicious desserts too. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like they know how to, without any milk or eggs, they can still make.
Yeah, I mean they can whip up the stuff.
They can still make everything you normally would eat without milk and eggs. There's a version of it. You know what I mean?
In fact, they have this version. Like what I'm really missing here in Australia is Mexican. Anything that's resembles Mexican, like, because you cannot get real Mexican here. It's just impossible to get like authentic street like Mexican style food that you get in America. It's just not. It just doesn't happen. So when anyone serves me anything that resembles some form of it's like even close, right? So the Seventh-day Adventists have this signature dish that they make, and it's called the haystack, right? So basically, what it is, it's like a taco salad, right? Without salsa, like hot. Nothing's hot, right? But it's got all the ingredients of there. It's got the corn chips. It's got, well, they do use some cheese there, Kitty. They use cheese, but it's man, I look forward to that.
Vegan shredded cheese exists. You can just swap that.
Just very simple dish, beans. And,
vegan 2 seconds.
Cool.
Bam.
Cool with that. Yeah, so you're right. It doesn't take too much time to really take the time to make a healthy choice. And they also have a book that Fork Over Knife. I don't know if you've ever heard of that book, Fork Over Knife. So they talk about
shredded vegan cheese. Bam. There it is.
Yeah, right. They got it all right. So they're saying in this book, take your choice, right? You're either going to take the fork, right? You're going to either choose the fork to eat right, or later on, you're going to suffer the consequences and go under the knife. And so they've learned that a proper diet will stop you from having these being cut to shreds. You're on it, Josh. You're looking good. You're looking trim too, dude. What's up with you, man? No, Kitty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kitty knows what's up, man. She
That's right.
She knows all the great fucking all the normal stuff. Cream cheese, sour cream, whipped cream. Yo, check it out. I got vegan whipped cream.
Brie. Oh man, you're
vegan,
eating so
vegan whipped cream, bro, for the bedroom. Yeah, bro.
Yeah. Coconut. So Paul's having a bagel with chicken, sun-dried tomatoes, and brie. That's good. Oh, you got beer? What's that?
That was sake.
Sake. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's American liquor stores are hard to beat, man. They don't have.
Oh, in Detroit, I mean, in America, obviously, in every state has its own laws on liquor. So New Hampshire is different from Massachusetts. But here in Detroit, they can sell liquor right at the freaking gas station. I mean,
yeah. That's
in New Hampshire, you can't everything is liquor.
It's your average. I'd say your average 7-Eleven in Vegas carries such a larger selection of beer than some of the
I could
bigger
imagine
bottle-os here. But we do have some amazing things, right? We have this. It's called the bottle-o, right? And everything is very expensive, and they do have a selection of things. But you pull right in there, right? You drive. It's like a drive-through. You just pull your car up and jump out.
drive through.
It's like a straight drive-through. And then they have some interesting things that I haven't seen in America, which are very popular here. So they have a lot of canned mixed, like a mixed rum and Coke. So like you can go in a pub and go, give me a rum and Coke, and it's a Bundaberg.
Crack a can and pour it in the glass.
No, it's straight. It's a can. It looks like just like a can of beer.
They just crack the can and hand it to you. Like here.
No, it's a can of whether you like bourbon and Coke, or whether you like rum and Coke, whether you like Canadian Club and 7-Up, right? It actually comes in a 12-pack of cans that are mixed drinks. It's like a can of Coke with rum in it.
Right. Rum and Coke.
I've never really seen that. Like that ain't a thing in Vegas. Like if you want a rum and Coke, it's gonna be a mixed drink. That doesn't exist.
Somebody's gonna have to take the rum.
Exactly. Mix your drink.
Some Coke, pour some into the same glass,
right,
and then hand it to you.
Yeah.
But now some real man of genius decided, aha, we're going to eliminate this middle person. We We
Yeah.
are going to put rum and Coke in the same
In the
container
can.
already
Yes.
and then sell that.
It's genius. It is genius.
Well, not really. It's kind of
I
just
mean,
like
really, because this
it's
is
common
what
sense, really, but it's
it does. I
genius in
mean,
this
when you're
world.
thinking right, there does come a bit of skill that comes into bartending when you're talking about real bartending.
Sure,
And
experience,
that's
knowledge. I
what I
couldn't
grew up
go
doing.
be a
Making
bartender right now.
having to have 300 drinks in your head just to memory that when somebody's going to call it out and the bar
Mhm.
is completely jam packed, 6 deep, and you got people screaming your name left and right. Sean,
You don't even have time to write down what they want.
Dude,
You got to try to remember.
you're a madman. You're it's a whole new animal. And then so out here in Australia, it's basically a whole pack of kids, right? And there's no very little mixed drinks happening, right? Everything is draft beer is the most popular beer here. In America, draft beer is unpopular, correct? I mean, at least where I worked,
Well, it depends where you go.
literally,
It depends on the crowd. I mean,
it's making a bit of a
draft
comeback
beer is
with.
popular for people that want to not blow all kinds of money.
Yeah, it's cheap. It's cheap. And I'm not saying it's bad to drink pitchers of cheap beer because thank God you could, in my bar buy a pitcher of beer for $5, which was, I mean, that's pretty damn good price for a jug the size of your head. Right. Yeah. So there's that option, but yeah. So they operate, they'll put a bunch of kids back there and not a lot of mixing going on. And they don't really know what they're doing, but they're all getting paid a wage, but there's no tips. So it's just different in that aspect. And there's no seats at the bar. It's like just a place where you go order beers.
Standing room only.
Yeah. You're not allowed to kind of hang out there at the bar. Yeah. So today,
it's just kind of like an ordering table. It's not really.
Exactly.
Nobody goes to sit and hang out at the bar.
Yeah, you literally, go get your own silverware and.
Are you talking about Australia or Vegas?
Australia.
Okay.
Yeah, Vegas is all about service. You're not going to have to even ask if you want another beer. He's going to ask you. You're going to make sure that the ashtrays are empty. You don't, and just you're trying to cater and just
because it's
serve
so
people.
It's such a competitive paradigm.
Yeah, because literally your money depends on it. I mean, how much money you make is. I don't give a shit how you're feeling or whatever. You got to, block that off, and you've got that people are come to see you and they expect to be served and talked to, and then everything depends on that. You want to, they want to know
most
which
people there are there on vacation. They're paying for an experience.
Yeah,
they want a good one.
This is just a local bar where it's mostly locals, and I know just majority of people, and then it was a punk rock bar. So it was a country western bar during the day where all my dad's friends would hang out. But then around 8:00 to 9:00, the bands would come in, and they were touring acts from all around the world. Some of the greatest punk rock acts. So some great rock acts played in my father's bar, including the Black Keys. They played at my father's bar. Just a whole lot of old school punk bands, and it was just really kind of a place that was known for touring bands who could come through, and just about, so we ran a lot of music out of there, and it would just morph into, this just a madhouse. And it would be a madhouse from about 10:00 to 4 a.m, four nights a week of just a loud, drunk, and it was kind of it was very strange because at this time, when I started, I worked for my father all my life in the bar, and then in my early 21, I went to work there, and so I was I was buck wild, right? at 21, right? And like, so I had been like working in the bar, like cleaning it and just always in that environment. And so by the time I was 21, I jumped back there, right? And I literally was a good bartender before I even had tended bar, right? From just watching and being
Sure. Yeah.
in the environment my whole life. My mom, my dad, everybody's in the bar business. My mom was a cocktail waitress, and we're talking about, around some great bartenders. Some of the best bartenders in the world are in Vegas. And I'm not saying I'm one of those people, because we're talking about one of those bartenders that work on the strip is a completely different animal. This is a guy who is standing there with these two different guns, right? There's every different type of liquor known to man. He's just squirting out these drinks like you would not, at a rapid pace. And just the way they call things, it's just like service like untold, like at a buku scale. So it's very, a lot of stuff, and very, very interesting. And
There's a
you can
lot
be
to take
pressured.
in. Yeah.
A lot of money, though. There's a lot of money involved in just a neighborhood bar like my father's bar, because there's, 15 machines, right? So there's 15 machines in the bar top. So everybody who's sitting there at your bar has a machine in front of them, right? And they're going to always throw money in. Usually, these people, right? So hopefully they win. And if they win, they love
Come
you
back.
and they're going to share some of the profits with you, right? I mean, this is why, people will come in and say, hey, pick a machine. Like
They
that
feel
one,
inclined to tip the house, or whatever.
yeah. So even just on a slow night, you could get really lucky. But, on the average, just for a shitty graveyard or a day shift, I mean, it was like, you can make a couple $100. I mean, or you could get really lucky on some nights, make 600, 700, 800. But it's got caught up in early, and it's very easy to get caught up in that hole. So you're making all this money, but you're also going out to other places, right? Because you can't just, to be able to try to develop people to come see you, you have to go and see other people, right?
Right. Takes money to
If
make
you're
money.
smart. If you're smart, if you want to be
You
just
have
a
to
dummy.
network. You
Yeah,
have to network with
exactly,
places.
right?
And
So
networking costs money because you have to meet people at places which charge money.
Right. Yeah. So you go out to places where certain bartenders are working or whatever, and you tip them and you make friends with them and say, hey, by the
You can't
way,
be the guy that doesn't tip, right?
yeah, I work down the street,
Yeah.
come see me, right? Like, and hopefully, after, it's a kind of a give take thing, which is kind of crazy, right? But then it's very easy to blow a lot of money in Vegas, right? Because you get off and you're in that environment. Now I'm a little loose up, right? And I'm in this job where basically, I mean, it's geared for a party boy, who grew up wanting to be a bartender in Vegas. And now I'm behind a bar, and there is literally, I'm allowed to, I'm allowed to have this, we drank. Bartenders used to, it was kind of a thing, right? We were allowed to participate, right? Like if someone was wanted to buy a shot, yeah, of course, and then you got your little coffee cup with beer, right? And then of course there's a lot of other substances involved, right? As we're talking about, this is a bar environment in Vegas, and everybody seems to be on something, right? They're passing you something, and it's a great time, right? A great time.
You want to do it? Yes, I do.
Yeah. You get off work, right? You have all this money, right? And then you just go do the same thing, right? You put it all back in machines and give it away to people, and then you wake up with some fond memories. Yeah, so that was it, and I crashed and burned, and I had to leave the bar business and seek help. So I didn't work for my father's bar for quite a while, and then I returned to grace. The prodigal son returned. Josh, I actually sorted my shit out and kind of, oh man, I had to adjust, right? I had to see if I could make a comeback, right? And so I came back to the bar, and it was in shambles. There was no business. It was dead. it was dead since I left. It was sad. And so I begged my dad to give me the job back, give me another chance that do it right this time. I won't make
You
the
were the
mistake.
life of the party, and all the light
Yeah.
left with you, huh?
Yeah. And so this time when I came back, I was serious, man. I was sober for the first time in a long time, and I was like geared up. And I was actually like asking God for help. Yeah, I actually was doing drastic for me, right? And just, kind of like, yeah. And I can remember coming back to the bar and thinking, God, this place is dead, man. And I'd go back in the back room and I'd get down on my knees and I'd pray. I said, God, please bring me some business, please bring me, something like, an idea how I can, get this, popping right again. And so I hired a younger kid from the music scene, right? Used to ride a skateboard.
There's the magnitude, there's the music, there's the sound. Yeah, you hired somebody from the music scene. Yeah,
because now
and then life came back to the bar, right?
Right, exactly. And so I got him. He runs sound. He was kind of my all around, Jamaican. I got 7 jobs, like Fuzz was doing the booking and sound, and just had to go against my stepmom's wishes to she didn't want me to do any of this stuff, so I had to build a stage behind her back, get a PA set up, and try to figure out a way to bring business with bands, bringing bands, all these bands, and started off, so I can remember literally asking God, saying, "Please bring some business so I could try to and I really did have the correct mindset, right? I wanted to do the right thing, and I wanted to try to make it right, make everything good, right? And you would not believe it. So within 2 weeks after that, I was literally in that same back room going, God, there's so many people here. Please don't let anyone get hurt, please, it's so packed, over capacity, like hairy, because it was like a kind of a shoestring run on there was most of the people there, I was new from, just a lot, it was just kind of a very family atmosphere still, even though it was crazy and there wasn't a lot of security. So yeah, we had one.
The patrons of the bar were your security. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly, and that's how it's kind of gotta be. And it
you got a full house of security at that point.
It works really well. If for some reason, something was happening there, and the business completely just, man, it was on. It was on and it was thriving, and everything was good. Everything was really good. So that's when I was, continued from the story that I was telling last night about my grow operation, right? So I was running this bar and things were just popping, right? Everything was good. And then I met her. I leave this part out, right? Yeah. So this girl comes to work for us, and I thought she was attractive, but she was married, and so I can't believe I'm going to say this stuff on to the world, but so I was married. No, I wasn't married. Sorry, she was married, and so and so I was cool, not going there, and we just kind of got pretty tight, and then she's really putting the heavies on me, as they say in Australia. I'm getting a strong vibe that she really likes me, and I'm pretty dense when it comes to girls. I don't know, certain dense. It takes me a long time. I'm not one of those forward dudes who tries to, fuck anything that moves. Maybe it's a long play, and I'm not picking up signals. She's was like, dude, you are you're not getting it. And so I started to have a relationship with her. Very, and I'm not condoning this behavior in any way, which I think is, it's not a good deal. But anyway, I mean, I understand. But anyway, yeah. So I was cheating with her and taking her to my house after work, like, not thinking about the consequences, because right now, Josh, like, I'm actually thinking I'm doing the good thing, even though I'm still a wretch, right? Even though I'm asking God for help and doing all those things. This is kind of how things slip back in, right? And I don't know, but like, things happen like they happened, and I made the choices I chose. So anyway, one night we were back at my house, and I was now living in the house that I grew up in, and I turned it into basically, like a recovery house for people, who are getting out of treatment centers. I'd have, some problems with substances, right? So I rented rooms, right? And there's like 4 roommates, and then I had the whole downstairs. Yeah, it was really, kind of a cool path. And then, I had her downstairs in my room, and I hear somebody coming through the door, right? Like coming down the stairs, right? It just sounds like, I don't know if it's one of my roommates, but someone's coming down into my room. And I'm like, I'm indisposed, let's say. And bam, opens his door, and it's her husband. Holy shit.
He's not happy.
He's not. No, he's not happy. And I am
Because he could be doing what
hand.
you're doing, but you're doing it instead of
I'm holding a gun. But it's not the kind of gun you're thinking about, right?
Yeah.
At all. Right? That's what I'm grabbing for, because
it's the gun that zooms. I know what you mean.
I'm like stuck in between the middle there. I'm like, whoa. And he's got like a blackjack in his hand, like a friggin' one of those saps. What we call a sap. It's like a piece of lead that's wrapped in leather. It's built for braining the motherfucker, Pow. Just really knock you out, right? So you got that in his hand. And I'm like standing there, and I'm thinking about one thing. I'm thinking about my 45 that's in the other room that I've got to get to, right? Like, I'm thinking about that option. And I'm also like thinking about, like him, like, whoa. And I'm like, dude, and he goes to her, like, come on, you're coming with me. And she's like, I'm not going nowhere with you. Right? And I'm just like, oh my God, what the fuck am I gonna do? Like, this is fucking hairy, like super hairy. Like, and and he took off.
It's hairy.
It was hairy, dude. It was scary. It was like, really, like, man. I mean, literally, there is a saying of like being caught with your pants down, right? And literally, it is like, it's not good. It's not good. It's not very prepared, right? So he took off, and
excuse me.
And I was like, that was fucking crazy. And she's like, yeah, well, I guess I'm like leaving him. And I'm like, oh, whoa, because like, I wasn't really like, I can't say that I was really like smitten. It was just at the time, right? We got along well, but like, I wasn't planning on this whole thing,
Spending
right?
the rest of your life with her or anything like that.
And right, she was the kind of girl, like, just so intelligent, so smart, and so switch on about things in life, about how to conduct yourself, about how to buy shit and save money and all those things that I knew absolutely nothing about, right? And so she's like, yeah, I'm gonna find a house, right? And like, she's literally good. She's got a house, and within like a day, we're going to pick up her stuff from her house, and in this truck, right? And I'm with this girl, right? And I'm probably known her maybe a couple months.
Things
And
happen a lot slower here in Detroit. I'll tell you that much.
They do. Well, they so we rent a truck and I'm driving. Next thing I know, I'm driving all this furniture. Right? Pull up to this house and I can remember the neighbor coming out and he's like, "Oh, hey, welcome to the neighborhood." I'm like, no, hey, I'm done. This is not my house. I'm just helping her move in, right? Helping her. Yeah. And then it ended up I did move in that house. Yeah, and she did end up, like asking like me to marry her. And I have to say that, yeah, it was I did kind of grow to like, but I was very like at first, like I didn't, expect that or had that intention at all. But I was like, man, we were a good team. We were a really good team for a bit. Almost 7 years. I don't know why I'm talking about this. Goodness
What it's
gracious.
about is teamwork.
Huh?
Two people that work together can accomplish, some great things.
Yeah, and we
as
were
opposed to one person accomplishing
complete opposites. But she did teach me so much, because I was actually, I know it sounds crazy, but I actually was trying to do the right thing at that time in my life, trying to straighten things out, trying to, and man, it was like my life turned around so drastically, from coming out of a treatment center to friggin', charging like business was nuts at my dad's bar, right? I was also running a painting company during the day, like full van, full on, just never ever like had to drum up business, right? For some reason, I would get paint jobs from this person and then word of mouth, and I'd go from one job to the next, and I did that for a good 4 years while working at the bar every night, banging for the first time. Man, okay, I'm making great money.
Did you do interior or exterior?
And whatever you got, interior, exterior, commercial, just and just a freaking skeleton crew of, little people around the bar. That's where I grab all my. I always grab some
employees.
Labor.
That's where you hire people from.
Yeah, I mean, I got some. I had a couple guys who were badass painters. They're my friends from the bar, badass painters. But and then I'd hire here and there this person if I got bigger stuff. But everything we rolled good. It was working very well. So shortly after that, buying my first house, and it was an interesting time. Yeah, and boy, you know how the story ended, so I just figured I'd let you know. You know how the story ended, right? With the whole grow operation and that whole.
Yeah,
we talked about that last night. Yeah. So, let's talk about my
tent will be turning on in a half hour. I just looked at the time. Like, it's 9:25 here. So at 10 a.m. my grow operation lights up. Yeah.
Yeah, so let me tell you about the guys down there in that chat, that Discord.
Yeah, I haven't seen the chat because I can't see everything.
No, it's cool. Not our
from
chat.
From a phone, I can't see the chat and the screen at the same time.
Not our chat, but so what I was trying to tell you earlier was about how today or earlier I went to sow some seeds of peace in the Flat Earth, Globe Earth community debate on 247 Flat Earth debate channel. And I went in there to speak and do what I said I was going to do, right? To just, So I had some people in my chat here who came from that little organization over there, right? Right. Because it's crazy, right? So I thought maybe I'd go and really, I'd go and say, hey, we first wanted to, say, rip Rob Skiba and just, say my bit of piece about that. And basically, just say, hey, guys, like Concave Sean, Milton, I
Yeah,
want
I
to
started listening
re-engage,
to.
right? Yeah, and so
Well,
and I'm
yesterday
not
the live
familiar
stream
with
was.
this.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's all right. No, I've been talking too much. But anyway,
No, I do the same shit. I talk too much.
so I want to learn this whole, what this Discord is, right? So I think it's just, like here, right? You log in this and you push that, right? And I already have Discord on my phone. I downloaded it, and so I get it like to it, right? And I'm trying to kind of understand how to get in, right? So there's some chats going on, and I'm typing shit in the chat. How do I get a link, right? I've never done it before. I've never been there, right? So I finally kind of figure out, yeah. So I'm sitting there. You got to kind of go in this place, and you sit there and you wait, and then all of a sudden, this guy comes on. He says, "Okay, unmute yourself." I'm like, hey, oh hi. He's all, what do you want? Like, who are you? I was just interested in getting in the discussion. You got what do you want to talk about? What do you? And I'm like, oh, nothing. I'm just no. So I just went into my whole spiel.
You were just trying to figure out how to use the app, right?
Yeah, basically, like I didn't know this was going to be an
and
interview.
you accidentally joined a room, and he's like grilling you, like, "Who are you?
Yeah,
what are you doing here?"
Josh, it was very strange, right? It was a flat earther, right? And so basically it was an interview process, right? He wanted to know, like what do you want? I was like, what do you mean? What? Okay, well, I'll go into this, right? And we literally talked for about 20 minutes, right? So he was asking me all these, and I understand now what he was getting at, right? Because he was like, I don't know if I want to let you in there, dude. I really can't do it, right? So this is after I've talked to him for 15 minutes, trying to plead my case. Like, really, I'm not really like pouring my heart out to the guy. Like, look, I think I've been bad in the past to flat earth. I want, repentance. I want, I want to talk. I want to, open up this discourse. I want to sow seeds of peace, or, at least open, right? And so he's like, I don't know if they're going to like you. I think they're going to really not like you. And I'm thinking, dude, I'm not here to start the fight, right? I don't even know if I want to talk, and so he's going into all what this is, right? And so he's all, do you know what a logical fallacy is? I'm like, yeah, he's like, well, what is it? Give me and I'm like, dude,
you have to prove to this fucking cretin that
that
you have the mental capacity to join their fucking
conversation,
and you're already way past these clowns. You're just trying to jump through their hoops and be humble to this one guy, so that you can reach the rest of the fucking retarded monkeys.
And for me,
that are now on a flat earth, but they're still retarded monkeys.
Yeah. I'm literally sucking ass, right? I'm literally sucking ass is what I'm doing, literally, right?
I know. It's like you have to be so humble just to get these.
Yeah, I'm groveling.
Inflated egos just to listen to you.
I'm almost
and your only message is that they have an inflated ego, and it's like, man,
because I really wanted to, and it's kind of hard for me to try to talk to this moderator into letting me in,
so that you can wake up this group of people that claim they're woke. Yeah, I know. It's a conundrum.
Right. It's a very so it's very strange. So we talk and we talk. I'm all so okay, check it out, bro. I get it, man. You don't want me in there. I get it. Cool. I mean, I get it, I guess, but it's kind of hard for me to really take it that, and really the guy was nice. We had a lot of stuff in common, of course, because I'm chattering. And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, dude, I'd like to, I know you don't want me on here, but would you come on my channel and talk to me? Would you do that? And he's all, yeah, I would. In fact, I have a podcast. I'd be interested in having you on there, right? But for some reason, he was really trying to steer me away from what I was going to experience when I got in there. He's like, are you familiar with quantum eraser? And I was like, no, like who's quantum eraser? And he's like, it was like he was talking about Hannibal Lecter. He was like, Quantum Eraser he's brutal. He is a butcher. So now he's got me I'm kind of getting nervous here. What the hell I'm going to walk into, or if I really want to go in there, right? And so he goes, just hang on. I'm going to talk to somebody about, they got all these code names for each other, Gold 1 and Gold 2, right? And something. And so he gets off the line. And then here comes another guy, right? Hey, how you doing? Yeah, so I just was, I'm going through the same thing with him, right? I'm trying to explain, what I'm doing here. So I'm like confused. I'm like, and so he starts to go, now you do understand, the rules here, right? Like, so if you're presenting, what you're presenting, you have to have facts that back up what you're presenting. I said, okay, like that sounds good. Like, so whatever I do say, make sure I have some that can back it up. That's reasonable, right? And then so he, like, I get further in the interview process and we're getting close, right? And he's all, have you read the rules? On the page. No, like, yeah, kind of like, it's like your typical terms of agreements. Yeah, click, right? So he actually took me to these rules, right? And it's full on, bro. You cannot talk about this. You cannot talk about that. You cannot do this. You cannot curse. You cannot refer to politics or by, any of these certain things, right? And so I'm like, yeah, that sounds cool. And he's all, oh, and one more
Sounds
thing.
like censorship. Yeah, is what it sounds like.
He goes, one more thing. So I'm not going to allow you to present. Like, I'm not allowing you to present. So he took that feature for allowing me to be able to show whatever I wanted to show.
Which violates their rules because they told you have to back up what you say with evidence.
Right, exactly. So this was kind of
disable your ability to present, which
Right.
is contradictory, which is on par for the course because these people are just manipulating you. Yeah.
So after literally 50 minutes,
they're just a bunch of wannabes.
I had been graced with admission, into the secret society of the 247 flat Earth.
Right. Meanwhile, they're all afraid to talk to the concave.
Globe debate, flat Earth globe debate. And so he was explaining this. So he said, and I want you to also know that we also have this one moderator, and he's a heliocentrist. His name is blah blah blah, and da da da. So he's like giving me these warnings about what I'm.
They don't want you talking about the truth. They want you They want you stuck in the argument between the two lies.
Exactly.
They're there to gatekeep the truth, which is why you have rules about what you can't talk about. Duh.
And so when I was really trying to figure out how to get in there, because earlier they were talking about ice that fell from the sky, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm like typing, how do I do this? And I'm trying to figure this out, and I can't get in, because I think I'm just going to sign in and just start talking. I know where that shit comes from, and I couldn't, and they were just like, so finally I'm in. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I just see all these names, right? And he's all, there you go. I'm alive. No one's saying anything. There's nothing. He's like, everyone's just quiet. It looks like there's some. And I look and I see it's Hank Hill. You know Hank Hill? Do you remember Hank Hill? Oh, yeah, old school flat earther.
You the boys been whacking off in the tool shed?
Yeah. Hank Hill, right? So I see Hank Hill and I'm like, holy shit, that's Hank. He's like, yeah, you know Hank? I'm like, yeah, dude, come on. I know Hank, right? So he's like, I'm like, it looks like, is he like, I'm go, Hank, you there? Hank says, who's this?
It's Frank Rizzo.
It's Paradise Found. What's up? It's Sean. How you doing, man? He's like, holy shit. Where'd you go, Sean? Where you been? I told him, look, Hank, man, I had to take a break, man. I had to take a break from this whole thing. And I thought, it's time that I come back and join the discussion and just, reaching out to you guys. Just, I wanted to talk about, Rob Skiba and was around to really, give you guys my condolences. And, it's just look. There's more things important than the shape of the Earth, and I just wanted to use this time to also maybe apologize for any kind of hostility. And Hank Hill said, "Man, no, Sean, you're always so cool." Like, and so Hank is literally like, "Man, Hank's talking good about me, even though we've had our differences. Hank is right with it." And he said, "Man, yeah, after that free chance stuff, I kind of strayed away and got into this debate style format." So he was kind of telling me, this is not free chan, right? And then right after that, this guy's like, "Well, now that your fucking reunion's over," I'm like, what the fuck, right? Here it comes, right? So I just want to disprove your model right away. I can disprove it with Sexton. So I'm like, oh, okay. Like, yeah, I would like to
Sure
try
you
to
can.
understand that. Right? So he's like, all right, here it is, but this, right? And so I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't even know where to go view this stuff, right? That he's like thrown up, right? And so, yeah, it's in this, just go to this. He's telling me, go to this. So I go and I go open this up right now. Then I see this, right? And the first thing I click on, he's got a picture, right? And it's got, what is that, a protractor or one of those kind of things that's got all the angles, right? And it's got one flat edge, right? It's got all the different angles, right? So he's got,
it's like a half moon.
yeah, right. It's a
one
protractor,
one
right?
flat surface and then a semicircle.
Yes.
That's a protractor.
So what he's done, he's got a picture of a picture of the horizon over water, and he's got the protractor laid against the picture, right? And he's got like a line drawn from the sun with the angle, and I was like, is that your proof? He's like,
actually, what he's using a protractor would be more applicable to how I film, because
so
I'm
he's stating that, and I really couldn't really, and he kept on like, oh, shut the fuck up. Immediately, like, I'm like, wow, like, he's the biggest fucking dickhead, right? Like, I'm like, that's your proof, that picture, right? And he's like, no, you scroll up, right? And it's just like, it's no proof, right? It's just a little word salad with that picture. And I was like, can we like even cite some kind of an experiment that can because what you're saying is this is not proof. This is not an experiment. This is a visual representation of what you think, right? And I'm sitting there trying to say this stuff, right? And I notice no one's talking back to me. And then I look, them fucking cocksuckers muted me, completely muted me, right? Like, would not. And I was like, holy fuck. And so the echo chamber is just in there, right? And it's just the same people.
They were there to prevent you from speaking anything.
Yeah. And it was very interesting. The people that the two guys who were letting me in, the crazy ideas that one of them had about the flat Earth.
And that's how you know that those weren't
he was a
genuine flat earthers. You know what I mean? There's the genuine ones, and then there's the ones promoting.
Some crazy vortex shit. And there's still a bunch of those guys hanging onto the EA map in there. This is holy.
Almost every flat Earth community or channel is like that. They're all
like that.
They're all
so I had an idea, Josh, and maybe you could help me, because I would like to maybe try to recreate something like
that's why I left all those like Facebook, like
something unique to fill the void where we could all
see you later.
Because I kind of renamed this. So I was like, I was very hurt. He hurt my feelings, and I felt very, dejected. And there's no concavers. No one ever talks about the concave Earth in there, and they really don't want to hear about the concave Earth in any shape or form.
Because they already know that's the truth. That's why they're there. It has to be. Why else would if they were in pursuit of the truth? Why is there a list of rules and you're muted?
Yeah, and I think those two guys knew exactly what was going to happen.
Get out of here!
Right. Yeah, they knew exactly what was going to happen.
Yeah, they knew what they were doing. This was no accident. There's a reason why you
No.
had to jump through so many hoops and talk to so many people for so much time before you were even allowed to show up on a platform where you're muted.
Yeah, I walked right into that one. So I came and I started this chat and 247 shape of the earth discussion. And I don't know if like I would like to have a place where people could come have some healthy discord. Yeah, and
It's a wise title because it 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 will attract people from every shape community, but it doesn't claim one so that it won't. The title alone won't trigger someone to not click on your video.
yeah, and I know we're going to run into some if it did grow a bit, some has some problems with some too healthy of a because of course you're going to have a lot of people not agreeing, which is cool, but I think that we could kind of try to.
Well, you had one yesterday. That's what I was going to say earlier. You
exactly.
had one flat earther join yesterday. The guy with the white beard, four sword keeper or something, right?
And
like that.
really great. And I think maybe that could be a problem as far as when you get in that group mentality. It's kind of rough, right? To have some kind of a healthy conversation. When it's one on one, I think it's a little bit easier.
You're still in a peer pressure situation.
Yeah, and also, when you're face to face with somebody, especially another man, because I like that little twerp who chimed in, and I completely acted like a little bitch. I was very unshawn, which was good in a way. It was very good because I didn't react to his blatant bullshit argument like turned into if he thought he won, I mean, good. I mean, awesome, amazing. You're like, it was so like that kind of stuff is just so it's good. Like you learn a lot of things, and you realize that, man, that's a hard thing to kind of be into, that kind of discussion. And I'm not really familiar with it because there is a whole banter that's involved with that intellectual debating, right? That maybe
Right.
I'm not verbally up to being able to express these certain ways that they, like the one guy, he really had a problem with when I said the word belief. I believe, right? So he actually made me change that. Like when it was interviewing me. So I had to go to I think. And I was like, yeah, that's cool. I think it's this. I think it's that.
So he was censoring you from using certain words?
Certain words, yes. Certain words, I think that
that's
they're
not,
kind of
that's
like,
not a red flag or anything, right?
No, it's not. It kind of reminds me of like what's happening in the world, right? With the whole movement, right? With the whole they want to, curb the way you speak, right? So it's not going to
That's not
trigger them.
Orwellian as fuck at all.
Right.
Not one bit. No.
It's not going to trigger them, because they're looking for that certain type of, flat earther or and you can drone on about some real crazy shit, right? With absolutely nothing to back it up. Like they're allowed to do that, right? They're allowed. This dude droned on about vortexes and fucking shit that is not real, right? And I had to sit there and go,
but he couldn't show you any evidence of water being
and what was
at all.
really
Zero. None.
Really fucking blew my mind, Josh. And this is gonna fucking blow your mind, right? Neither one of them were familiar with the concave Earth.
They had no clue.
No, they had no idea what the model was.
Right.
They had no idea who LSC was. They didn't know shit.
Like this is where you have them by the balls, which is why they muted you.
Yeah, they
were acting like they had no idea, because if they admitted they had an idea, then everyone would know why they're being censored. It would be obvious why they act the way they act if they show you that they know about concave. So they have to act like they don't know. Otherwise, it's obvious that they're gatekeeping. So this is why they acted like they had no idea. This is why everyone acts. This is why all the gatekeepers act like they've never heard of this before. Oh, what concave? What the? Oh, that's your theory, your new theory. Oh, yeah, that's what they call it. It's a new theory. They all
He
use
was
their
a pretty good. He was pretty good
all the
actor.
gatekeepers use that word "new theory." Concave with "new," acting as if flat Earth was around longer than concave was, which is
Like I literally
absolutely
went. I droned on. You know.
yeah,
I
you're
went
right.
into
I know
Cyrus
all their
T.
tactics. That's yeah.
Yeah, I had to literally explain it to him, and you know,
No, you
and
didn't.
I really don't think this guy was versed on it. I mean, I really don't think he was. I'm serious, because he was unaware of a lot of flat Earth things.
I think he was just acting. To be, I'm serious.
He's
I
pretty good.
honestly think he was just playing dumb. He was playing dumb.
And so, do these people who run this thing, are they? Do you think they're paid?
Either he's playing dumb or he is dumb.
Yeah.
Now, if they were dumb, would they even be able to operate this fucking racket if they were dumb?
Because it's a whole.
No,
it's a team.
they wouldn't. They have to be playing dumb because they're not dumb.
Yeah, it's a team effort, right? And there's a lot of they're very leery because I asked them, hey man, you know, like where are you from, dude? What's your name? Like, hey dude, I'm Sean. You know, here in Australia. You know, I just wanted to talk about some anomalies in that I found some problems with the southern hemisphere, and I started talking about those pesky little things that just they don't like to talk about, those pesky little stars.
Southern stars, the southern flight routes.
None of those things.
No.
You're getting way off topic here, Josh. We're gonna keep focused on this horizon, right?
Sydney to Santiago. No. They don't want to talk.
So yeah. And here, I mean, I'm kind of naive. I like to think that, that there can be some peace made, and I believe there can be with genuine people who are really, So yeah, you got. But I find, do you think these people are paid to run this channel, or do you think they make money off this channel? Do you think it's a team effort? Do you think?
Well, if they're monetizing, then yes.
Yeah, well, with all those rules, I think they're golden as far as
those are. Maybe that I don't know.
Well, but they do have all kinds of shit there too. So he was talking about other rooms where they have where if you want to talk about politics, he was kind of trying to steer me over to some things that where I might fit in a little better. So there's Christian Bible stuff. There was nothing that I was going to fit in. Such a misfit toy.
Yes, you just avoid those people. All right, so let's not give them any more of our time.
No, that's not.
So, is there anybody? Are there any flatties in the chat? I mean, is there?
Okay, so well, these
we have story of Milton.
Our people in the chat, yeah, they don't like.
So how about? So I got a question for Lunar GG. They've been hanging around this chat for a while. What is their current? Maybe they can let us know what their
the life story of Milton. I'm gonna put that up.
Is Lunar GG a Sydney to Santiago? Is how many hours? It's many more hours than it would be, on a flat Earth map. That's a long distance, but in reality, it's a short distance. So why, on the flat circle map, Sydney, Australia.
Yeah, that's
Philly. That's like going completely across the flat circle Earth.
It is. Yeah, it is. I was talking about that earlier.
Which would take a lot longer than it actually does. I don't remember the exact numbers. It probably changes from day to day based on the weather. I mean, for whatever.
It's about 14 hours. It's a little over 14 hours to Santiago.
Some of the numbers. But the
Yeah.
point is that on or in a sphere, it's a short distance. So it's,
Yeah. Oh, and
you know,
I didn't even tell
a
you the
handful of
latest.
hours. But if you
Okay,
stretch
so
out on a flat Earth, that's like going from one side of your pizza
yeah,
all the way to the other side of the pizza, and
yeah,
it would take a long time to do that on a flat circle Earth. And it
yeah.
doesn't take that flight doesn't take that long in reality.
It's getting even worse now because now they've got to deal with another pesky flight, Joshua. So we've got some big news.
They don't want to talk about that.
That ties in. It's yeah. Well, one of them has already come up with an explanation about this new flight. You know, and this flight is brand new because of this COVID restrictions, right? So they're actually flying from Santiago, Chile to Darwin, right? Darwin adds a little more time to it. I think it's about 16 hours, something like that, and it's amazing distance on the flat Earth map, right? So I did watch an Indian gentleman, and he had an explanation for what he thought was happening. So around the ice wall, the wind speed, the currents are very fast around the ice wall, around the edges of the AE pancake, and it's around 200 miles an hour. And what the plane is doing is actually getting in that 200-mile-an-hour slipstream, so traveling.
How come none of the scientists that live in Antarctica have never reported that before?
I know there's just another one of the many problems. You know who had
Nobody's
another
ever
great
heard of that before, but there's actually people that live in Antarctica for months and months and
Yeah,
months and months at a time.
absolutely.
And they
there
have
are
all kinds of
yes,
atmospheric data, weather instrumentation that they use to do X, Y,
correct.
Z.
Yes,
Shit
and
you
there
probably don't even
also
know.
are
That's
all those
stupid as
those
shit.
installations.
Plus, that doesn't
McMurdo
make
is
any
one
sense
of them.
because on a flat circle Earth, you're traveling across the middle of the Earth anyway. You're not even flying near Antarctica.
Gosh, I mean, like, why is it?
You'd be
Why?
flying over the bullseye of the Earth. You wouldn't be flying this way around the crust of the pizza flat Earth. On a flat circle Earth, to fly from one side of the pizza to the other, you would fly across the bullseye of your pizza. You wouldn't even be flying around it. So his claim is just stupid for that reason alone.
Did you ever think that we would still be trying to explain this so many years later? They're still trying to, go, man. I mean, like, I thought this would be one of the like a lot of the things that would really like go, okay, like I give. I mean, I give. I can't explain it. Like I give. I mean, but it's not. It seems to be very easy to stick with it rather than, yeah, it's all right not to understand, I think, is what a lot think, that I don't really need to completely have all of it. Right? I just know that it's not what they tell me it is. Yeah, that's a state that you could stay in for quite a while.
Not caring what the shape is, you just happy
Yeah,
to be
well, yeah,
in the
basically
heliocentric line and not care.
Your internal mechanism in your head tells you that just so you can cope with carrying on a bit,
But which kind of perplexes me a little bit because I can't I don't share that paradigm, first off, and I'll explain why. Is because I don't, if coming away from the heliocentric lie is meaningful to someone, which it should, I think it should be for everyone, it should be meaningful to come away from that lie. So you realize what isn't. But to move forward and not care about what is the truth, that kind of perplexes me a little bit. Because when I found out what isn't the truth, I went on a journey to find out what is the truth. And for what I see around me is most people move away from that heliocentric lie and then just carry on the rest of their lives not caring what the truth is. And I just find that profoundly stupid. No offense to anyone in particular, but I find that mentality incredibly foolish. Excuse me, to
Right.
claim that you come away from a lie so profound and then to proceed to live the rest of your life not caring what the truth is, how can you make the claim that you've moved away from a profound lie? Why should I believe that you've actually come away from a profound lie if you don't even care about what the truth is? That doesn't even fucking make any sense, man. If you actually
really,
moved away from a profound lie, such as people claim, then you
it
would be
does.
on a journey to find what truth is. You wouldn't be claiming as a flat earther that the shape doesn't matter anymore. That's the dumbest thing in the world is when a flat earther spends all this time trying to reach people about the truth of flat earth, and then when I want to talk to them, all of a sudden the shape of earth doesn't matter anymore. You're literally live right now telling people the earth is flat and that everybody else is stupid. And then when I come and tell you that water curves upward, the shape doesn't matter anymore.
No.
You're literally live right now trying to tell people water's flat. I'm telling you it curves up and the shape doesn't matter now. You're still live trying to tell people water's flat, but the shape doesn't matter now. Now that I tell you it curves up, now it doesn't matter anymore. They don't realize.
Right? I mean, yeah, why? Like, why? You know, and it's kind of like,
but nobody could ever do that before, even Steve.
Yeah. So you're going through this long journey, right? This long journey, this epic journey of discovery, right? And you get to the end, the end, right? Where bam, the treasure's there. All you got to do is just open it up and like, wow, like, I've like found what I was looking for.
Jackpot.
But I think
when
literally they get to that point, right? There, and you're actually going, hey, no, like, check this out. This is it, right? And they refuse. They will not open that box because they know if they did open it and even looked at it, just a glimpse of it, they might realize just it's not what they thought it was. And now all of a sudden, it has changed everything. And there's no closing that box, right? That can never be shut. Once it's open and you see what's inside, it's there, and you have taken it in, and you are literally changed forever, like inside, like this. And it is, and it's definitely not for the faint of heart.
They're not willing to have that egg on their face, and I was willing. And then if you're willing to have the egg on your face, well, then you get the crown, and they don't want the crown. Clearly, because they didn't want the jackpot. You know what I mean?
Is the final box, right? Like there is other boxes. Once you open up that box, there's another one that's even more shocking that you're going to have to open, and you're going to have
5D. Oh, dimension.
Yes, you're going to have to deal with. You're
there's still 3 of them. No, we're not going crazy.
Be ready, right? I don't know what you were like before you opened that box, but you're definitely going to be different, and I'll promise you that because there's countless of history that shows that certain people can get exposed to certain information that will alter them, and
send them way off course.
Some examples of this because it'll loop you. It will make you See, I'll have to say I'm still trying to wrap my head around.
So maybe I'll. All right, cool. So later, I'm actually going to be going to Lake St. Clair today, actually, as it turns out. Did I lose you, or are you reading comments? Oh, I think it ended.
All right, I am back, and here comes Joshua too. Let me add you. Yeah, they have internet. Australian internet net is like Mexico. Shitty. Sucks. Not good. But we'll do the best we can. Wow, that's better view. God. Yeah, so that's the city that I live in behind me there. Isn't it beautiful? It's full on just mad. Let me remove that stupid thing. I don't know where my stupid comment is. The life story of Milton. Yeah, I find that I put these comments, but yeah, it's a actual paradise on earth. Very, very awesome place to be
What
filmed.
city is that you live in?
That is Newcastle, Australia, right there.
Newcastle. Yeah.
That is the biggest
It's
coal
awesome.
port in the world. So you've got lots of opportunities to lots of big coal ships, lots of smaller boats docked out in the distance. Yeah, shit. I am finding it hard to find how to erase when I put that up there on the screen. I'm like a retard.
Oh, so you know how to change the comment that appears, but you don't know how
Yeah,
to.
so that
Oh,
I
there
can
you go.
find it there. Yeah, so
There you
that's
go.
Newcastle right there. See these bad things right here, and you can't see it because of my big head, but right there. So this is it's a big pool, right?
I can see
And
the bay. Yeah.
they call it a bath, and so this is the harbor back here, and then let me share it full screen. Maybe you could see it better. Yeah, so this is the harbor where they fill up all the coal ships, right? And then this is what they call the Cowrie Hole, and then there's Nobby's Beach. This is Newcastle Beach, and this right here is Newcastle Baths, which is basically it's like they have these. They're like saltwater pools, right? And they're just really cool, right? Just kind of really cool place to go swim and chill. Surf's beautiful, and it's literally a paradise. It is.
Yeah, it looks incredible.
Yeah, it's
It
really
does look beautiful. Yeah.
spectacular. I would like for you and Kitty to come visit.
That'd be great.
That would be really, really cool.
It might not happen anytime soon because we might get stuck over there, man. I don't know. They might put us in.
Yeah, that's what I'm really.
They're gonna want to lock me up. They're not gonna be too happy with me.
That sometime, right? That we could get back to, right? Being able to travel and do the things we'd like to do.
One thing is for sure, I know they're too scared to come here and get me.
Man, I'll tell you what, man. I can't wait to get back to America. I really do miss the place. Yeah, not like it doesn't have its problems too, but
what do we got here?
Lunar GG says, I thought he would just quickly put the number of hours he forgot to do his initial comment, rendering it useless.
Yeah, see that comment was pulled out of a conversation that I didn't read, so I don't even know what that comment means.
Who's Lunar? I thought I would quickly put the number of hours he forgot to do in his initial comment. So it's probably referring to
number of hours of what?
Oh shit!
And who's he? Me or you?
It must be the flight, right? We're not paying attention to the chat. How many hours? Sydney to Santiago, Chile. I'm so sorry, Lunar GG.
Oh, it doesn't. The exact numbers don't really matter because it's in a sphere, it's a small distance, and on a flat Earth, it's a great distance. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I forget the
Lunar
actual.
GG is I don't think he.
But it's a drastic difference. That's the point.
Yeah. Because Lunar GG is really against flat Earth trolls. So that is.
So are we. Yeah, we're not flat Earth.
Yeah, we had a long discussion about that earlier. He is really.
Yeah, we're disproving flat Earth right now. That's, in case you misunderstand us, we are disproving flat Earth.
I believe that these cats came over from from that Discord. So we have been pulling a few heads from over there. You know, there's another guy at Alex. He's a cool kid, and he just kind of hangs out over there and talks about drinking. But it's not a very fun place, Josh. Sorry, I'm back talking about those guys again.
What you're talking about? Some other? You're talking about some?
Yeah,
other,
that Discord place.
Some other group that they host live streaming.
Very, very, very interesting. Yeah, so there were characters in there, and I'm sure there may be some characters from, earlier. Whatever happened to? Is Jim Panda? Do you remember him? Jim Panda.
Sounds like.
It was just another one of those characters in a. Flat Earth. Do you remember Cathexis?
Yes.
I like Cathexis.
Me too. I had a Actually, I was. Was it IPF? No, it was Jibby. I think it was Jibby.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was Jibby that put me in contact with. I had a conversation with Cathexis for a few hours, and we actually touched on concave. He actually suggested.
Yeah.
I had a conversation with him while I was a flat earther. He kind of we started talking about the firmament and stuff, And,
I relate to Cathexis. He was kind of I always wondered I thought he was kind of strange flat earth apologist. He was super cool, and
I haven't seen a lot of his material, to be honest. I didn't watch all his videos or nothing.
Yeah. He was kind of more into nutrition, right? Like he was really into, I don't know if that was like a keto diet or something, that we lost a lot of weight. And so
I know that he had a capacity to have a conversation, and he was articulate.
Yeah, really good. Yeah. Likable, talkable, understand. And that's kind of what I would like, because I understand you're not going to freaking change someone's mind right away, right? But if you could open up some kind of a dialogue where you could actually realize that they're a real person, that, hey, and I think the whole not showing your face on camera while it's easy to stand behind a microphone and go, yeah, hey, you fuck with, this, and get fucked, I won, right? But it's not reality. That's not how you act. If I was to talk to you on camera, maybe you might be a little different.
Or even face to face in real life,
face to face,
standing right here in front of me.
100%.
Stand right in front of me.
Not happen.
Stand right here.
Right there. Yeah.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Come right here to jail.
Right here. And that's where I think, that this is very kind of a healthy way. And even, like Joe Rogan, basically, even though he is, doing what he does, and I'm sure he took a big cut too, but this long form of conversation where I can sit here, you can sit there, nothing is pretty much planned out. I might have done a little research on you, you done it on me, and we just start to talk about shit, right? We're not trying to lead it. I know whoever's get grilled is going to try to lead their way out of that conversation very quickly, because it's kind of hard to prepare.
All of a sudden, the shape doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, prepare what you're going to be asked, right? And that holds true with everybody, right? Because you might get caught in some sticky situation where you're not comfortable talking about a certain thing, and but this whole debate.
Well, a wise man won't create those sticky situations.
No, exactly. I mean, well, and that leads back to an old saying that my father used to say.
But sometimes those sticky situations, I mean, sometimes it's unavoidable because.
So my dad used to always
in life,
say
you're gonna have haters. You're gonna have haters that put you in a sticky situation, even if you didn't deserve it. So there's that too.
Right. And so that kind of leads me back to my old man had this saying. I never really understood it when I was younger. And it was like, you can't cheat an honest man. I thought, What are you talking about?
Sure, you can.
cheat.
Yes, you
Well,
can.
no, it's kind of holds true, you see, because an honest man is not going to put himself in that situation really to be cheated. He's not going to be having to do dishonest things that get you. And I'm not talking about just because you're honest, but what I
No,
think
but I
what
mean, you
that's
can make
saying,
an agreement with an honest man and then
yeah.
betray that agreement. So I mean,
Yeah, you could. You could, but what it basically I think boils down to is that in the end, like if we get cheated or whatever, we can't really blame it on anybody else to like because we participated in whatever was happening. Like we
yeah,
played an active role. Like we had to say yes to this. We had to.
that's to imply that an honest man will allow 0 people to ever become close to him in his life, and he'll be a recluse. You know what I mean? Like that's just kind of unrealistic.
Yeah, but it might be that the honest man might not have to put himself in these shady situations, whatever your shady deal that you're trying to bring to this honest guy, he wouldn't really have to deal with it. So, yeah, I know
Yeah.
that's strange, but yeah, but I
That's kind
I
of a
guess
fantasy world, from my perspective. You know,
yeah, but that's what we're
it
looking
would be it
for.
would be nice if things worked like that. But
And everybody's got right a story right about how they perceive things, or or whatever they're trying to, but I think that if you do have a conversation one-on-one with a person that's unplanned, you're going to run up on some stuff that's going to maybe make you uncomfortable or somebody uncomfortable to talk about certain things. And it's those cues and things that kind of give the whole game away, right? If there is some kind of agenda there, or that's why it's very right. And I get it. Like nobody really wants to go on YouTube and start talking about stuff. I mean, they do, but like
a
real
lot of
stuff.
people
So
just they're afraid of I don't know, what would you call it, pushback or consequences,
yeah,
whatever. I don't know, whatever they think.
it's really it's kind of a weird thing talking on camera and just
It's good to get used to. It's not good to
yeah,
have a fear. It's not a good quality for anyone to have a fear of public speaking.
yeah. I know. I
I
agree.
think it's a huge sign of weakness if you're afraid of
Yeah,
public speaking.
I it's really
Because that
strange.
means when it matters, you're gonna be one of the many people that will drop the ball when it matters most.
Mm,
And if you ever have something important you got to tell everybody, we all know you're gonna be too afraid to say it. So fuck you.
exactly.
So fuck you very much.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna ah. Hmm. I was just
So I'm
sending.
actually going to Lake St. Clair today.
Oh,
Excuse me.
nice.
The town of St. Clair Shores actually has a ice skating rink there. So I'm going to be skating there later on
Oh,
today.
nice. Yeah, you're a good
Yeah.
skater, bro. That's good. You keep that up, man. I I
Whatever.
I lost. I used to be able to ice skate.
I'm not the
Not
greatest
great,
skater,
but
but I'm not the worst.
no, you're good. You're good.
Just
Uh,
decent.
I realized that ship has kind of sailed for me. Now, when I get out there on the ice, I think about I'm gonna fall and break a hip.
Dude, my elbow. It's actually technically my forearm. Where's the camera? Right here. I keep landing on this one, when I wipe out, which over the course of a few years, I used to spend 6 hours a week on the ice, but whatever, that's a long story. But I've spent many hours skating on the ice here in Detroit, and every once in a while I'll catch an edge or I'll catch a divot in the ice or something, and I'll try something and I'll wipe out, whatever, no big deal. But I always seem to land. I never land on my head, first of all. And so I always do certain things where I never flap my head on the ice. But in order to do that, sometimes I land on my arm or my elbow, and I keep landing on the same spot, bro, and oh my goodness,
Dude, that
it's
ice
just,
is hard.
oh,
Yeah, and I hadn't skated in a long time. I wasn't like an avid skater, but it's something that I did do when I was younger. And
yeah,
and then the last time I really like skated good was like at my son's birthday party, and he was probably about, I don't know, 13 at the time or something like that. Now he's like 29. So that many years has passed. Now I went and tried to get out on the ice and just do my normal skate around, and I was very like, wow, I'm not feeling it, just freaking tense and yeah. And I was like, man, this is embarrassing. I really was like, yeah, when my little grandson is just flying around, and I'm like, oh man, I'm feeling like if I do lose it, like I'd never been afraid to really fall, but yeah, I was like,
well,
oh
there's
man,
probably not a lot of ice rinks in both Australia or Vegas, so
yeah.
it's
Well,
not necessarily.
Vegas is now a hockey hotbed, but here in Australia, we actually have a team, and we have one ice arena, right, and it holds about 1,100 fans, and it is home of the Newcastle North Stars. All right, and it is a bush league, man. Australian hockey is, well, let's say if you're we each team gets, I think, about 3 imports, right?
They don't care about teeth either, I guess.
Like, yeah, I mean, like so these imports come in, right? You could probably play for the frig. You want me to see if I can get you a contract with the North Stars, Josh? I
Are you
mean,
saying
like
I
it
don't
does.
care about teeth? What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how much that pays, but there's some kids, like, I don't know what happens
No, I
when you
don't
get
want to move to Australia.
no.
No, I'll
So
answer that
there's
right now.
actually that, like a
Do I
friggin'
want to play hockey? Yes. Do I want to go to Australia to do it?
to
Fuck no.
do it. Hey, I mean, no, there are perks,
Not
bro.
right
I mean,
now. I mean, no.
like you're in Australia, so you've got that whole thing going on. Then you could, like, actually they'll let you become a part of the country. And I know that doesn't sound like such a good deal lately, but there are a bunch of, like, I walk in the hockey arena.
Not right
and
now. It's not it. But looking at that picture behind you, there was a time, or there may be a time again, where living in Australia might
we could
actually
take
be
all
a
the
great
shit
deal.
back.
Fuck yeah. That's beautiful. Looks like,
It is.
That,
It's
hey,
beautiful.
the picture behind you looks way better than Detroit. I promise you. I promise you.
It's
You
pristine.
don't
It
believe all
really
the hype
is.
of how beautiful Detroit is. Let me tell you, Detroit is less beautiful than that.
It's got its thing in the air out here. Oh, Australian
Yeah,
air
oh
is
yeah.
so fresh and clean. It's just so. That's the first thing I noticed when I got off the plane here. Like, oh, there's like oxygen. That's clean, fresh oxygen. There's not all that, and that's even in Sydney, and that's a pretty big city. But yeah, I noticed one thing that, yeah, you can definitely see the distances here are pretty good. Being able to see across water, pretty long. I think
Yeah,
it'd be really good.
that bay looks like it's, well, depending on
Yeah.
where you
Okay.
position yourself, but you could get a 2-mile shot or a 4-mile
Dude,
short of
just
shore. You
like
could get a
that.
6-mile shot short of, if you can get from shore to shore, if you can get yourself between, I'd say between
Bro.
6 and 9 miles
So
with
I got
a
the
P,
spot
with a
right here.
Nikon P whatever. Get
Yeah.
yourself shore to shore, somewhere between 6 and 9 miles. You get you some
there-
boats in the middle of that. It's ocean.
happens to
I got
be-
fresh water, but ocean, you'd probably still, with the waves and
This
everything,
is,
I don't know. But with fresh
this
water, I
part of
mean,
it.
with
So
fresh
there actually is-
water,
there is a lake, right? Also, so I live in between here, which is the beach, and then there's a lake, which is Lake Macquarie, and I think it is the biggest saltwater lake within the southern hemisphere, right? So they have all these amazing, like, inlets, and everything has like a lot of big bays, and there are always like these certain lakes that just open up at one point to the ocean, right? And so this Lake Macquarie is massive, right? And it's at times in the winter, Josh, man, the visibility is just so impeccable and the flat, and it's looks very smooth and excellent place to conduct.
Hey, you know what? A
Oh,
hockey
yeah.
rink looks flat too, but
It
technically,
looks, yes, technically.
bet you
Yeah.
near Sun Life is a small little, maybe
Yeah.
not. I mean, it's literally being run by a machine, so a hockey rink might actually be flat.
Yeah, they that Zamboni,
Who
right?
knows? I don't, and who cares? Whatever.
Yeah. I mean, but yeah, you're right. You know, and literally,
I would think a hockey. I would think even a hockey rink would still freeze slightly concave initially,
that makes
and then
sense.
Zamboni's gonna just layer up that
Yeah, and that's
absolutely
interesting.
almost
Todd.
minuscule, minute concave
So
curvature, but it's probably there.
what happens on a frozen lake, right? A frozen lake. Like as far as water freezing, do you think that it's going to be concave frozen? Obviously.
Well, first of all, ice expands, anyways. So
Yeah.
ice expands, which is gonna. So anything that's expanding, it's probably not going to show the true shape of it.
It's
anyway.
not going to be.
I think liquid water is more accurate if you're going to
perfectly accurate.
If you're going to use observations or measurements, you'd want to use liquid water because the oceans are liquid.
It's not going to definitively prove because you don't know how high the ice is here or what, and
plus we're basing the shape of the earth off of water. There's a difference in curvature between salt and fresh water also.
Oh,
really?
Because
salt water is going to be more diamagnetic. Salt water is going to have a greater curve. Salt water is going to be more concave.
Wow. So
it's just that using an ocean, the salt water is going to have all these big waves.
So
that ruin your footage, that ruin your measure. It's just a pain in the ass.
Right.
And fresh water is still. Fresh water is less diamagnetic, which means that when I film over Lake St. Clair, I'm actually filming water that's less concave than the ocean. Wow. The ocean is going to be more concave than my footage.
Yeah.
Which is even more in theory. In theory, if I'm showing concavity with fresh water, it's actually more impressive.
Yeah. So there's
in theory because the salt water is going to curve more.
It's salt water. It's still, especially for some
fresh
reason,
water. Fresh water
like to go walking, and I go walking there usually early in the morning, and on a winter day, it is perfect, and the visibility is amazing. What's that?
I bought a new telescope that I'm going to try at the lake today.
Oh, so cool, dude!
Yeah, it even came with it. Look at this! How fucking cute! It came with probably useless. Where I'm going, because of where I'm going, probably useless. I'm just going to hold it in my hand and move. But yeah, it came with a fucking tripod and shit.
I watched
you know what it's called? It's called a P9. Isn't that funny? It's called a P9.
A P9.
It's called a P9. Yeah.
P9.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's talking about experiments. So that's kind of what I went in on that debate, thinking that like proof was like an experiment that we can point to. So I wanted to talk about the Tamarack mine shaft experiment, right? And I couldn't even I didn't understand that. Yeah, that wasn't about that. Like, even though they said it was about that, and it was like, wow, what the fuck just happened? I'm trying to, because I thought we could, it would be smart to let's talk about an experiment that could prove this shape of the earth, right? Let's talk about that, right? Let's talk about how do we, what is proof and how that needs to be discussed more, right? All these people coming together who really truly would want to know the shape of the earth, and they're actually in the same experiment together, and they really all want it to succeed, to go see, right? This could be a worldwide television event. Right?
The problem is that those type of experiments are rarely executed by people who aren't biased.
Why is it so hard?
You can hardly find an unbiased group to do this.
Yeah. I know, but like,
And
that's why it'd be
to
like,
do an experiment properly, you're going to install safeguards to ensure you do get the truth. And all of a sudden, those people don't want to talk to you anymore.
I know, but I'm talking a perfect world, Josh. I mean, like this would work. You need like 3 scrutinizing, right? So this would be perfect, right? You got a concave person, right? And he's definitely, he's got his eye on the flat earther now. He already don't have to watch him. We already know all that shit. He's got his eye on the glober, right? He's making sure, and then the flat earther really is watching the glober all the time. He ignoring the concave guy because he doesn't think that he should even be invited. Ridiculous theory. Then, and everybody's, hey, we're all here and we're all, we're really eagerly awaiting the data. Scrutinizing, watching every phase of this experiment and to go through and, and then analyzing it. Whoa, what are we finding here, right? Maybe it's an array of different experiments that are conducted by maybe it's each group comes up with the best experiment to be able to eventually prove the shape of the earth, and they
the geopotential surface.
Yes. Yeah, and it's really, that's crazy that it's that hard to figure out an experiment to definitively prove the shape of the earth. You'd think that they could figure this out, Josh. No, it's a lot harder than it seems, right? I mean, like, it's crazy.
No, not really.
It is.
I'm here to tell you, it's pretty fucking easy. But most people just aren't ready for that conversation.
Do you think that it would be easy to
it's
really
a lot of
prove
it's
it?
a lot of it's not easy in the sense that it's not a lot of work. It's still a lot of work to find out the truth. But the concept of realizing what you have to do, what needs to be done, and then executing it, there's nothing complicated there. It's not some complicated algebraic formula that you have to fucking, there's no, you know what I mean? Like, the concept is real simple. If you want to know, like, I figured out a way to know.
Yeah.
And it's not rocket science. It's not. You're just zooming across a lake. It's fucking simple,
I agree, but and then
it's not rocket
we got
science.
the whole any globe or anyone who believes in the globe goes, yeah, well, we have proven it, like we proved it, we fly.
Realizing that you're looking upwards to look shore to shore. Realizing that I'm definitely looking upwards, shore to shore. I mean,
like,
that's not that hard to.
It's really not,
and it's the proof. It's the kit and the caboodle.
It's very like, I find it hard
when you can prove you're looking upwards at the opposite shore. That's proof that it's all going upwards. Duh.
There's a big problem with that bending light. They have a problem with that bending light. I was talking about that bending light, and they really had a hard time with that bending light. They had a hard time with
especially
about anything.
Especially they have a massive problem with their claims about particulate, which directly relates to bending light. Same topic, essentially.
Because I'm not perfect at trying to, like, I mean, I get it, I understand, but like sometimes I might.
You really don't have to understand like all the intricacies of their claims and their science. All you have to do is understand that it's probably all true. It's just reverse. It's just backwards. All their science, it's all their figures, calculations. It's true. It's just it's true when there's less particulates in the air, not more. That's what. So my argument isn't that their science is wrong. It's just wrong, and it's just correct in the wrong direction.
Right.
It's correct. Their science is correct in the wrong direction. It's not that their science is wrong. And so they claim, oh, well, we can do this, and that, and we can prove our science, we can prove blah, blah, blah. And I'm saying, okay, great. It's just upwards, not downwards. And it's less particulates, not more. But all your science is still correct.
Yeah,
in
it
theory.
works.
It's
Yeah,
just
that's
it's
what
just
it's
you guys
fine.
have it up. You guys have it down, not up.
Like, yeah,
And I'm just here to tell you if your science is right, fine. All your instruments and your fucking calculations
right.
and whatever, all that's all great. It's just
You're
this way,
good.
not this way. Right.
Right,
That's all.
exactly. No,
Simple.
no big deal.
Not
So that's
complicated.
it. Like, it's just completely inverted, flipped inside out, upside
Mm-hmm.
down. I get
Mm-hmm.
so, and then you
Mhm.
just try to that kind of makes more sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
That to me, but I think I just have to really visualize it. And I think I am like, I'm ruined because I think I got like a fast track, right? A real fast track to boom, right? Like it didn't seem hard. I mean, everything was like, wow. And so I got to just sit back and kind of just watch and go, and then really get a good idea of what, I was kind of, what I'm actually seeing, was with the, the celestial sphere, with the sun, right? Like that takes a while to really envision how that is working, where it's squishing down, right? Where that lensing kind of right is happening. It's kind of a
Horizontal crease,
yeah, right. Yeah, see all these terms that I need to, refresh, right? And
brush
it's
up on
squishing
you.
down. It's getting that effect, right? And then
Yeah.
and if you can understand that, yeah, that it's actually not going down, it's going up, right? But the firmament, when you're looking straight out at the horizon, right? Like way out,
Of
right?
course.
It's
You're looking
very
at a big black ball of stars, essentially, that's just barely
right,
smaller than the Earth itself. So of
right.
course it's going to look like it's
And it's
going to look
actually
like
the
it's
glass has so much to do with it. Yeah, and that guy today was very interested that I was talking about glass in the sky at 100 kilometers high, and because I don't know, I sure
yeah.
didn't get in that debate, but I sat there with those moderators and I ran them down exactly what I want to talk about, megacrometers, the whole thing. I just blew it on them.
Yeah, on a flat Earth, the firmament couldn't be 62 miles up in the sky. They on their flat Earth representation, they
Yeah,
have a
it's a
firmament
dome.
that's hundreds or thousands of miles up in the sky. It's clearly,
It's a dome. Yeah.
you look at the size of on the flat circle Earth, you look at the size of America, and then you stand up America vertically, and it's like their firmament is 2 or 3 times that high. So they have a firmament that's like 8 or 9,000 miles up in the air.
Really?
Well, yeah, you look at a standard flat Earth dome model.
Right. Yeah,
Their
because
firmament
Australia.
their firmament above the bullseye.
Yeah.
The firmament on a flat Earth dome model, the firmament's
bad.
highest point is where Polaris is above their flat Earth
It's
bullseye. Right,
way
that's
up
the
there.
highest point of the firmament, and that's eyeball like 8,000-9,000 miles.
That is actually
But near Antarctica, the firmament would only be the firmament is ever changing based on your location on a flat Earth dome model. But
Josh.
in a concave Earth model, the firmament is always 100 kilometers, no matter where
That
you
is
are.
the secret location of
And
Mount
so
Meru. That's the secret location of Mount Meru. Don't you know anything? That's the
right.
exit, bro.
So when flat
That's
Earthers,
where we.
try to debunk concave Earth
That's where we exit
with
the
glass in the
vortex,
sky,
bro.
and it's like, wow, you guys are just dumb as fuck,
This is where you exit the vortex, bro. It's an actual vortex. And I'm literally quoting this guy who I was being grilled about. It's a vortex, like, let's see how you explain it. I was,
That might all be true. Hey, I've heard of magnetic mountain pulling nails out of the approaching ships that were approaching Mount Meru or wherever. I've heard all kinds of stories, which could all still be true in the concave Earth.
They could, right?
The concave Earthers already understand
Absolutely.
that both poles have anomalies there that the government doesn't want us to know about, which is why no one circumnavigated
frozen
the
over.
Earth
There
north
could be
to south.
right.
It's not because the Earth is flat; it's because the real poles in concave Earth are kept hidden from us for other reasons. But that doesn't prove flat Earth that no one's ever circumnavigated. Concave Earthers, we're just a step ahead,
Yeah. Oh.
Because I think there's holes at the poles, especially South Pole, Antarctica.
You think there's I like to entertain that a bit. think about that, because I originally, Josh,
which
I wasn't.
would actually help with the magnetic flow. If the source of magnetism was inside of a sphere, you know, say inside of a pumpkin, right? If you had cut out holes at the top and the bottom of the hollow pumpkin, you know, that would help with magnetic flow.
Yeah.
Gravity, whatever, pressure, whatever you want to, universal compression, etheric pressure forces, blah, 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 blah.
I was originally, no, I can't say I was really a hollow earther, but I liked the hollow earth, right? I read across this book. It's called The Smoky God, right? And it's about these Norwegian sailors that are kind of fucking around up at the north and they're fishing. And then their boat gets kind of caught in this current and they actually like get rushed in this down this like drain, right? And it like at the pole and it takes them to the inner earth, right? And they friggin' sail in there, right? And like everything, massive fruit, right? And an inner sun, right? That burns, right? Just in there, and it's like a paradise, right? And they run across this bunch of friendly giants. That's a father and son team, right? They run across these friendly giants, man, who are living in there, chilling, and they like, you know, they kind of like help them out because like they don't know how to get the hell out of there a bit, right? So they have to go out the south because that's the way the river flows in there, right? Or what, you know, and so they, you know, show them how, you know, this, and they load them up with some gold, and like, yeah, it's like a paradise in there. And then they start to come out the other end, right? And it's rough, you know, they're in the boat and the father like falls out and like drowns. And then the one guy gets stuck on an iceberg and he's sitting in Antarctica, like off the coast, right? And then some sailing ship is going by and notices him and gives him a ride back to England or a ride back to Norway or wherever, right? And so by the time he gets back home, he'd already been like ripped off from everything, like his whole fortune. And so he tells this story about how he was, you know, in the inner earth. And I thought that was fascinating to like entertain. Oh my God, I thought it was, maybe it's hollow. That would be a trip. It turns out, yeah, it was. I was on to it, but it was just wasn't exactly. But that I think I was pretty open, kind of to that idea. So it was very easy for me to understand it. So what's it? You got to roll, dude. I know you're getting tired, dude. I don't want to keep you, bro.
No, I'm just
I don't
chilling.
know what the hell.
I was kind of hoping people were gonna join, you know.
Yeah, it's all right, you know, that's cool. And yeah, I'm gonna start.
Not that not that it's not cool talking to you. I just wanted to, you know,
see if I can, you know, just kind
of. It's not your fault. I just
maybe run it from my phone and like kind of just keep it up. And when I'm fucking around this summer, and I don't know, I'd like to just kind of, you know, try to build it a little bit. I've never really tried to, you know, build a YouTube channel of some
sort.
You
keep going. I think it's making you happy to do it.
Yeah, it is. It's good to reach out and to reconnect with a community.
Oh yeah. Heavens, yeah.
Even though my community doesn't want to talk back, I happen to just find some people who don't like to talk, which is cool with me because for some reason, I don't have a problem talking. You can't shut me up, in fact. But
yeah, I like that.
That is Uncle Milton. That is me. And anyway, yeah, right. It's about being transparent, correct? That's what we're trying to be, is transparent.
Those are I mean, if you can't be transparent, then you still have a strong element of fear, a strong presence of fear inside of you. And
yeah. So, I mean,
you know, kind of like our president of the United States, You know, he has a strong element of fear, and so he doesn't want to be transparent about stuff. So
No, it's very. I mean, yeah,
I think
it's a very.
the inability to be transparent is
Yeah.
is exactly cowardice. You know,
And I understand
it's a fear.
the
The ability to be transparent about everything gives someone that's real freedom, because you don't have to worry about anything.
Can you imagine being the president, you know, and having to get up, especially when you're fucking up, right? And just like, especially what they did to that orange man, you know, every day, like, you know, you get up there and just get lambasted, right? And like this guy can't even stand up, and these guys are throwing him softballs, and he can't. Just it's sad, you know. My mom, she's on
Brandon's not doing very good.
Yeah, my mom's mild dementia. My mom's mild dementia. You know, she doesn't hear that good, but and she'll ask the same question a couple times over. But there's not a lot of slurred speech, and I mean, he cannot put a coherent sentence together. You know, I thought my dumbass was bad. You know, and that's one thing that's, yeah, you're very conscious of when you start talking on camera, and at first, you know, you want to try to sound like this, and you want to, and then you listen to your voice and you hear, like, you know, it back, and you think, oh my God, I can't, there's no way like I could really talk to somebody, you know, like, so you got to get through that whole kind of barrier if you want to try to, you know, string your words together, you know, to, you know, try to put together a coherent thought. And it's, yeah, it's definitely a learning curve and an interesting experience. But yeah, it's definitely different. Just trying to be as happy as possible at this point. So yeah, that is Kitty loves kale, and Kitty should come on and talk to us. I mean, but that's all right. We understand. And I know you have a microphone. I know you have a microphone and a camera, because that is why some of these our guests will not chat. Paul.
Yeah, she's not afraid to hop on live.
No, I know that. I've seen her before. But Paul, he is in Ireland, and Paul is still rocking a Nokia phone, bro. He's old school, and he can listen.
I have respect for that, because hey, I mean,
dude,
I have a lot of respect for people who are like perhaps minimalist, people who don't.
Yeah.
Like, even myself, I don't even have internet connected. I don't own a TV. There's no TV. There's no cable. There's no internet. I'm going off my cell phone too. Like, I do have a laptop, but if I want to connect to the internet, I got to go to the Dunkin' Donuts and use the Wi-Fi. I don't have internet connected here.
Man.
You know what I mean? So,
that's,
I have respect to have an old school. Plus, he's probably dropped that thing 8,000 times. He never has to worry about it breaking. And he probably lives with so much less stress in his life, because he's not, you know, how is he in the chat if he's on a Nokia?
I don't know. It's not maybe not that old school of a Nokia.
Oh, I got that.
But yeah, I just don't think that it has the capability, especially to come on to StreamYard.
Oh, I got you. But it's still connected to the internet to influence the chat.
Yeah.
I got
you. And I mean, like, Paul's a straight concaver, and he is.
Yeah, he was probably a concaver before I was.
Really? Hey, yeah, I wanted to talk about Paul. Did you have interaction? Did you ever talk with LSC? Do I remember you having an interview, like actually talking to LSC about the concave Earth at one time or another? And I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to group you, but I just remember him talking to an Irishman one time. Just wondering. And he was bantering, with an Irishman. And the Irishman was not liking the Christ thing, but they were having a conversation about the concave Earth. I was just wondering. So Paul says, I rock a snake. I rock snake. Oh no, Paul is on a computer. He is. And I have a message for you, Josh. Kitty loves wheat, or sorry, Kitty loves kale. Says she's getting ready. See you soon.
Oh, okay, yeah, so, yeah, because I just
Yeah,
looked
you're
at
off to the lake.
yeah, so maybe I'll just maybe I'll just stay on. She'll join. She'll sit down here while I go take a pee. She can
Oh,
talk
so
with you.
she's okay. Oh, she's
Yeah, she's
coming
gonna
over at your
she'll be
place. Oh,
here
I
and
see.
yeah, she's gonna come over here and
Yeah, right.
yeah.
I
So
get it.
so I'll stay connected with this live stream. She'll put the earbuds in and talk to you while I go. You know, but she ice skates too. That's what we're gonna go ice skating. Right? She's a good
Oh, so
skater.
cool. Good, great exercise, right? Man, I do remember the last time I did skate, man. The next day I was sore.
We're gonna go to the lake and go ice skating. Yeah, it's gonna be a
Oh,
good day.
so cool, man.
Yeah.
Detroit. Yeah, so are you familiar with any of the Detroit music? Like
You know,
like the MC5?
not really. To be honest with you,
No?
no. Like I don't. I'm not like
Uh,
people who are from here, especially
Yeah.
down like right in Detroit,
Yeah.
like in Hamtramck. Hamtramck is a big musical area. It's a town, whatever.
Is there still like it
But
active?
there's some I don't know squat compared to some of the people here, of course,
Yeah. Yeah, so
especially the history of
yeah. Yeah, one of my favorite bands is from there, the MC5. Are you familiar with the MC5?
I've heard of it.
Yeah, kick out the jams. Kick out the jams, but they were just, they were just old school and just really before their time. The singer had a big afro and he's this white dude. They're just funky group, man. This is a trip and just hard and heavy and special time, special band, and then Iggy Pop.
Have you ever been? I've never been to Vegas or Australia. Have you ever been to Detroit?
Detroit? No, I've never been to Detroit. No, I've never been to the Motor City, and I would like to go to Detroit. I would like to go, definitely see a Tigers game. Yeah. Go to watch some old school hockey.
Down like metropolitan Detroit is actually pretty cool looking. But,
right.
But the surrounding areas, I mean, Detroit,
I know
it's pretty rough and run down. To be honest,
right. I bet. I mean, I can only imagine. It's
Metro Detroit is beautiful, but just like any city, any metro, any city's going to be nice. They're going to clean up the metro.
Yeah, but there is that
but
whole
the surrounding Detroit area is very very sad. Yeah. A lot of boarded up houses.
Spend a ton of time out back east, like I did. So when I was here goes Milton, another Milton story, Paul. So hang on to your fucking ball sack, because Milton, when Milton was a boy, Milton got sent to camp in the Catskill Mountains, right? So Paul says he's blocked from LSC. LSC's live chat, he's totally blocked. Yeah, so I go to this camp, right? Because I told you about my Jewish uncles, who were not really my uncles, but they're my uncles. But I had a Jewish uncle. His name was Marty Otelsberg. And Marty was a Jewish dude, really cool cat. And he was also Bo Diddley's manager. And he was Fleetwood Mac's manager. And in fact, he was like one of their first managers. And so he was just a mover and a shaker, a Hollywood dude, right? Well, my dad's, business partner, and he was straight Jew. And his kids were all, of course, Jewish kids, and he sent them to camp because he's originally from Brooklyn. And so you go to camp in the Catskill Mountains in New York. It's an all Jewish camp. And so I got to go. Me and my brother were the first two Gentile kids to ever go to this camp. Right, so we got flown to New York, and you got to go to see the Empire State Building, and went to the top of the Twin Towers, and because you could see the curve of the earth from up there. All right. So I'm serious. Like, yeah, it was. So I went and I saw the curve of the earth. I did. I literally saw it. I looked out there and I go, yeah, I saw it. And then I went to this camp in the Catskill Mountains, and it's literally a Jewish camp. It's not like a Gentile camp because it's a little more high line. I think it's a lot of money. It was about a month and a half, maybe almost 2 months that we were there. And it's up in the middle of the Catskills, and it's not like you think. What I didn't know that was New York. Like it's like big lakes and big frogs, and it had a water ski machine and horses and freaking go-karts and lox and bagels every morning. I mean, like proper lox, like the good belly lox. The food was amazing, right? And I'm straight. I'm wanting to convert, right? I had myself a little nice Jewish girlfriend, right? Jordy White's. Wonder what old Jordy White's is doing, right? And yeah, they had color wars, and yeah, it was just a very interesting time. And yeah, they had a whole like Jewish temple shit or whatever they do on Saturday. You know that, yeah, it was really, really interesting experience. How about you, Josh? How about you? You spend any time on the West Coast or?
I've never been to the West. I've never been to LA, California. No, never.
No.
No.
Texas?
Not yet. I'd like to, but now's not looking like. It looks like I've missed the window. LA, California was probably a lot cooler when I was younger, in the 90s or whatever.
Yeah,
but nowadays it doesn't sound like that's the place to be anymore.
Doesn't look too crash hot. So what about the Great White North? You ever travel up to Canada, eh? I know Detroit's pretty close to Canada, eh?
No, I've never been up there. When I was younger, I think when I was 2, I mean my whole mother's side, they're from Canada, from Quebec.
Really? Oh wow.
But I grew up so close to Canada, but I never actually.
Holy moly, Quebec. So
which is surprising. You would have think I would have gone to Montreal once or twice, but no.
Right, French Canadian, like your
yeah.
Oh, wow.
They're from Quebec. Yeah, my mother's side. Yeah.
Wow, yeah, and so Bolero. That sounds, it sounds Italian.
That's my father's side. That's
okay.
Portugal. Yeah, that's
Portuguese. Did you say? Oh, sick.
Portugal, Brazil.
Right. Wow.
So
interesting.
I grew up playing soccer and hockey.
Well, shoot.
No surprises there, right? No pulling
punches. Soccer and hockey. Yeah, that whole French side is really, man. I have
which is fitting because most hockey players will warm up with the soccer ball before a game.
Well, isn't that weird?
A lot of isn't that weird? Yeah, that is kind of
in a big like circle, right? And they're like
they all like volley a soccer ball,
hacky sack with a soccer ball,
just to get their feet, just to get their
get it going. Because I mean,
they're
hockey
getting their
is
foot
like
eye
that,
coordination. Yeah. They're working their foot eye.
They're incredible. I love hockey. I mean, like it is, and it's what's really funny is I can't say that like when I was growing up, I did, I liked Boston, back in the day, Bobby Orr,
the Bruins,
yeah, of course my grandfather lived in Vancouver, so when the Canucks, I started to follow the Canucks a bit, but I didn't really like. I'm a big sports fan, so I'll watch. But like hockey, I didn't really give it as much as a chance until Vegas happened the night.
Until Vegas had a team, yeah.
Yeah,
you were already in Were you already in Australia?
I was in Australia, yeah, when this happened, right?
Yeah.
And so like I was watching from afar, but then this was back in the time when I traveled back and get to watch him play at T-Mobile, and it changed. I was like, wow. Like I really, didn't, pay enough attention to the sport, like actually sit down and watch a full season, right? I mean, like try to watch every game, right? Or listen to it on the radio, which is amazing with, nice.
One thing that surprises me is I'm surprised that like down in the south, like even Atlanta, you had the Atlanta Thrashers, even Atlanta, Georgia, they tried an NHL team, but
They
it didn't
folded.
work out. Yeah, it didn't work out. But I'm surprised hockey's not bigger in those southern climates where it's hotter.
You would think,
Like,
and it's
because like even here in the summertime, I'm like, yeah, let's go hang out in a hockey rink. It's nice and cool. It's like air conditioning. Like, you would think hockey rinks would be awesome in a desert, right?
Well, yeah, I think that was, they do have the problem.
Why are hockey rinks so popular in the place where there's fucking always snow and ice anyway? It's cold everywhere. You're gonna make it's just kind of funny, but
yeah,
you would think that a hockey rink would be refreshing to find.
You would think, right? Yeah,
you would think hockey would be a pretty cool ass sport in Florida. Like, hey, this is.
But it's got to be a right
sports.
fit.
Hey, we got this indoor sport where it's nice and cool all the time.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go play that sport. We don't,
Right. Yeah. Where I got to, get beat up. Yeah. It's a, man, it's really.
Well, maybe that's why they don't.
An amazing sport. And then I find it, kind of strange that, it would struggle in certain cities and I find it like really cool that Vegas got this team, right? And it literally is like, you ask anybody in the league, like, what's the fucking craziest place to play? Like, who's got the best? And they're all hands down. It's Vegas. It is. The whole thing they put on there, it's a friggin' extravaganza, Josh. They got it all.
You're talking about NHL players were asked? What?
Yeah, any NHL player nowadays, like.
Now that Vegas has a team, it's the coolest building to play in.
It is like the coolest building, and it is like not only the coolest, it is the loudest. It is the most like glitz. It's a tough place to win. It's
the whole experience from the airport to the ring. Yeah, all of it.
So this Nick Foley guy, right? This Foley
wrestler
who owns the team, right? Is just, they paid a lot of $500 million for this team, right? And so this was a team, of course, and this is a new kind of thing where they got to purge a lot of these unprotected players out of teams, right? Every team they couldn't protect these certain players, the Knights got to go basically cherry pick the league. Oh, I want this guy out. This guy's unprotected, because you can only protect so many players. And this is the same thing that Seattle got to do. And that's why they're decent right away.
Oh, right? So new leagues get to cherry pick players from other teams.
Right, exactly. So you can only protect so many players.
I didn't know there was rules about all that. I always wondered where do these players come from?
Yeah.
They're all of a sudden NHL quality caliber.
Well, no, they're actual.
They're allowed.
Jonathan, all those misfits that they picked up in that first year, that everyone was really surprised that they were that good. But they were not. They got to pick a lot of quality players.
That's what happened in 1996 when Colorado got a team. The first year of the Colorado Avalanche, they were like a superstar team. Their first year, won the cup. First year, NHL expansion team. Remember that in 1990? In 1996, they were loaded. They had Peter Forsberg, Joe Sakic, Patrick Waugh.
Right?
Oh my goodness! Like Adam Denmark, all these superstar players. Claude Lemieux, like they were just loaded. They were loaded.
So that was a miracle season for them.
Jones, he's a
so many great. These players these days, God, they are good, and they are so skillful. Man, just so many of them, and I think the game it's been changing quite a bit.
It's very competitive now. You got to be
fast.
Yeah,
it's very fast, right? Like, and then there's still, there's still some bruisers in there. We just recently had that Ryan Reeves, let him go, which is he's a mad fighter. He's a tough son of a bitch. His dad played for the Dolphins.
He was playing for Vegas, right? Yeah,
he's playing for Vegas. Ryan Reeves. His dad played for the Dolphins. His dad was a football player, right? But he grew up in Canada, and he's a brother, and he's fucking He's born to fight. Like one of those players that was just probably not. He's skillful. He can score goals and stuff, but
He's just an
like
enforcer. Yeah.
yeah, if he wanted to make he's gonna have to really.
Yeah, he's the fourth line player. Yeah.
He's really good. Yeah, really good fighter. But yeah,
Yep.
like yeah, and yeah, so we lost him, and we're very young, so I'm kind of worried. But anyway, this Foley also scored. We just got a minor team, like a AHL team, the Silver Knights, and they're located in Henderson. And they built another big hockey arena for them.
You're talking about in Australia?
No, in
Vegas.
In Vegas, yeah. So they got two hockey teams now.
So now there's two pro hockey teams. Oh, that's
yeah. So they got they used to be the expansion for I believe the Chicago Wolves was the feeder team who had won their cup. And then
I think it's called the Calder Cup. The AHL is the Calder Cup.
Yeah. And then they built a new stadium in Henderson, Nevada, which is just like a suburb of Vegas. Henderson, so it is Vegas. It used to be Hooterville, like it's all connected. But,
Henderson, that's funny.
Henderson, Nevada, right? It's like
Hootersville.
Pity the poor fool who has to claim Henderson, Nevada as your home, right? Like what moron is going to go when they're going to say where you're from, and you're going to go, I'm from Henderson. Where's that? Yeah, it's the downward slope down near the
Flirty
lake.
Harry.
Yeah, where all the shitty water used to flow, the Vegas Wash. That's where Henderson is. Where all the shit rolled down to. That's where Henderson is.
Excellent.
The Vegas Wash. Yeah. So how's that pot you're smoking there, Josh? Is it good?
Fantastic.
Because this is pretty
most
nice
of it
too.
Most of it is Gorilla Glue number 4, and then I've actually got a bag of keef. And this keef is from several different harvests, several different strains.
Australian pot.
Purple peyote, Midnight, Kush.
I don't get any of that stuff.
Gorilla Glue.
God bless America.
And, yeah.
God bless America. Yeah.
Oh man. So I'm just
because things don't have names here.
Yeah,
they don't have names here, Josh. We don't have names here, right? You get this or that, but it doesn't come with a brand name. It does, you're not gonna. Actually, I know what this is, right? But actually, the stuff I had before that I didn't know the name of, I liked better.
So, I only know what it is because I got it from the guy who grew it.
I
He's
know.
my business partner now. But some of this weed was actually grown before I was business partners with him. But,
what is the status of the legality issue where you live?
Oh, it's legal to grow in Michigan, so
it's
that's
legal
that's
to
why
grow.
I feel so comfortable talking about it and showing it because it's not against the law. Yeah.
Duh. Right. But what is as far as so is it medical legal, or are there dispensaries, or
all of the above? It's legal to grow. That black box behind me has a bunch of plants in it.
Yeah. And so you guys have dispensaries also?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, cool.
There's even grow supply, like right down the street from me. There's a grow supply shop. You can go.
Yeah, there's one here. It's illegal as all hell, but there's a grow shop. Literally,
here it's all legal. You can, as long as you're 18 and you have the proper identification.
Wow, 18.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think so.
Wow, it's 21 in Vegas.
I think it's 18.
And when was that law?
I don't know. I'm 40, so I don't have to freaking worry about it.
When was that law passed?
I don't know. I've only been in Detroit for about 2.5 years. Like I said, I'm from New Hampshire.
So pre that, so it's been long. 2.5 years has been legal.
Yeah, it's been legal since I've been here. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah, I got pulled over all the time. They're like, "Do you have any drugs or alcohol in the car?" I'm like, "No." but I have some marijuana. And they're like, whatever, that's legal. I'm like, I know, it's
Wow.
fucking awesome. I'm showing weed. I get pulled over. I'm showing weed to a
Wow.
cop, and I end up not even a ticket. Just have a good day.
There is progress in the world. So
Oh,
I'll have to
what's
say
this?
that.
What's this? Oh, this is just some free information for you to look at when you're off duty. They always
Wow.
come back and here's your license registry. Except Troy or Ohio. Don't go to Troy, Michigan or Ohio. Those cops, most cops in Michigan are cool as fuck. Except Troy, and stay the fuck out of Ohio, man. Ohio, I know why LeBron left, man.
Really?
Fuck that.
Yeah. So that's those. I was going to ask you about surrounding states, like what's like.
Stay the fuck out of. Just go around the Indiana, whatever you got to do. Just stay the.
Go around like so. Like I'm trying to look.
Not everybody, but me. I'm staying the fuck out of Ohio.
Think about Detroit. Like, so what are the surrounding states there, and that are near you, different big cities that you
I don't know. I haven't experienced any of the surrounding states. I just pretty much went from New Hampshire to Georgia, the Atlanta area.
Right.
And then I moved right up to Detroit, and I haven't really experienced. I've never been to Chicago or, Columbus or Minneapolis. I haven't been to the big cities of the surrounding area. So
Michigan.
I got nothing to tell you. I don't know.
That's a massive place. I got a buddy of mine from Vegas.
Michigan's a good size. Yeah.
Yeah, he moved to the UP. You ever been up there? Upper Peninsula?
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
I heard it's beautiful. I've heard lots of great things. I've just never been there.
It's the wilderness, man. Straight woods. All right.
Probably just like New Hampshire then. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Detroit area is flat, but I imagine other parts of Michigan. See, New Hampshire's the granite state, and
big fucking
it's
big
all rock
there.
and hills and stuff. But the Detroit area is pretty damn flat, if you will. It's, but I imagine other parts of Michigan will have hills and but the whole Detroit area for many miles north of Detroit, because Detroit, there's a river south of Detroit, and Canada. South of
Lots
Detroit
of
is
water
actually Canada,
up there, right?
which is actually kind of funny. Like Canada actually hooks down in south of Detroit. But anyway, like the whole Detroit area is all grit. So even away from metropolitan Detroit, it's still all grit. Like just north to south, east to west. 6 mile, 7 mile, 8 mile, 9, 10, 11, 12, all the way up to 36 miles. One time I picked one road. I had to get all the way to 36 mile before I got to hills or turns. It was just all straight, flat and straight. Some roads are just straight for perfectly straight for many miles. So I had to get all the way to 36 mile before there was actually a curve in the road or a hill, like
big the Great Lakes, right? Massive bodies of water.
Huge. They're too big. But most lakes are too small. Too big. Too big because basically the Great Lakes, right? They're like oceans. Like you ship out. My dad was talking about people who. My dad was a merchant marine, ship out on the Great Lakes. Got a lot of friends who. Big ships, big bodies of water. Yeah, I can imagine it's a lot. Some of those, like Lake Erie, it's so long and skinny that to get something, if you're in the middle of the lake, to get something on one end of the lake to the other, you would have to go all the way around, or just ship it right across.
Yeah, and so how far is Detroit from Canada? Can you get to is it close to Canada?
Well, yeah, Detroit borders Canada.
Borders Canada.
Not Detroit. Michigan borders Canada.
Right. So
where there's not water.
Right. So there's a border crossing close to where you live?
Yeah, you just go across the Detroit River. Yeah.
Oh shit.
The river. So you got Lake St. Clair that's like right next to Michigan, and Detroit actually like borders. They all kind of come together at the same place. Canada, Detroit, and the river. Because
Right.
they're off of Lake St. Clair. There's a river. There's a river that moves south. From the river connects to the lake. And so once you move south of the lake, then you can just hop across the river into Canada, or you can go across the lake into Canada. But the river a lot quicker.
And so what's the city across the river there? What's the Canadian city that's
Windsor.
Windsor?
Yeah, Windsor. But yeah, you got Detroit and Windsor. They're right across the river from each other. So you got one major city of Canada and one major city of America right across the river from each other. So it's Windsor, Ontario, and Detroit, Michigan, and they're boom. And so that's what.
And so what's that? I don't know. Maybe you haven't crossed in a while or whatever. Like, is it? Did people frequently, drive across and say I want to go to Canada to Windsor?
Yeah, I mean, I would have before. I don't know what's going on with COVID because I haven't tried to travel. So, excluding COVID, yeah, people, of course, they go across the border all the time, every day.
Right. Yeah.
People from Canada would come hang out in Detroit and do stuff. And people from Detroit would go into Windsor and do whatever.
And I hear Canada is really like
for people
crazy.
who have the right paperwork they would
right crazy picky about who they let
literally
in.
Just a bridge. They're very close.
Yeah, because they won't even if you have a drunk driving charge, they won't let you have entry into Canada.
Yeah. See, I have stuff on my record. That's why I don't even bother trying it.
Well, I mean, there is that whole conundrum, right? Like that whole man, and me being able to come to Australia, I had to it was like a miracle that I lived the lifestyle that I did, end up for so many years without catching some kind of a major case, right, or something that's going to exclude me. And I just knock on wood or whatever that
Well, I'm glad I don't have any DUIs or DWIs or anything like that.
Yeah, because it's
but my record isn't spotless. I'm glad I don't have those on my record.
But what I found strange, Josh, is that so I have a friend here, and her husband had he has some past, right? Like some serious past, right? Like been in the Hooskow, right? Major bikey, kind of in that whole bikey gang scene, and and did some time and did some certain things inside there, right? But been out for a long time, and then been doing the right thing. It's cool, and just and he got a passport, right? An Australian passport, right? And he went to America, and he had a good old time, and it was absolutely no problem. And I was like, because she was telling me about him, yeah, he went over to America, he did this and I said, hang on, this is you told me he was, she said, yeah, I know. I go, how did he get in? He goes, she said, he just said when they asked him all those questions, he said, no. Have you ever been arrested? Felony, right? No. Okay. And boom, you're in, right?
You're in.
You're literally in.
They don't
and I thought to myself, well, that kind of makes sense, because I realized that when I was immigrating to Australia, right? So I had came here to Australia about 4 years prior, right? And of course, I did exactly what Mick did, right? I had some things in my past that, don't look so good, right? They're just, and I'm just here for vacation. So I'm, gonna just, no, right? And straight in. And every time I've come to this country, right, they never even looked inside my bag. Just roll. I don't declare nothing. I chat no, and I roll right out the door, and that's it, right? And so when I'm immigrating here, I'm thinking, oh man, I'm I got to be honest, because now I'm coming to Australia to stay here. It's different than me getting, I'm coming to try to get citizenship and try to say, hey, I'm here, I'm going to stay, right? And so I wanted to be honest, right? I wanted to so I got that thing right. The little thing that asks you all those questions, and I get to the, have you ever been, arrested? Yeah, I think that was the question. Like, have you ever been arrested? And so yeah, I ticked that because I had been arrested, and it was been reduced, that it could have been a felony, but what I I never did any probation, and I hadn't gotten in trouble forever, and so that I was worried about that, right? So I ticked it, just to be honest, man. They pulled me in the back and they go, what's going on here, and so I had to really kind of explain it to them, because I was thinking, yeah, that maybe they what I found out is they don't check, they don't have linked up computer systems, right, where they're relying on, looking at that, and and being able to detect, so if you tick no, they're not running your name and
Are you talking about applying for a passport, or?
No, I'm talking about so if you can get issued a passport from your country, right? Which
Right.
obviously, this guy got issued a passport, right? Who has problems and has been, in jail and stuff. And I think it's up to the country that you're trying to really enter, whether they're
Right.
going to let
Right.
you
They
in.
have there's a questionnaire when you get there, right?
Yeah, exactly. There's a process, and if I think that they'll give you a passport, right? That's not saying that when you travel to another country that the other country's not going to go, dude, just kick rocks, right?
Right.
Send you back.
Right. Well, you're talking about the country you live in granting you a passport, right? But who knows what other countries are going to do exactly?
Yeah. So that's the
other countries, right. Which is why I know, because I have a felony on my record, and I know Canada doesn't want felons there, so I don't bother.
Yeah, I watched that Border Security Canada show, and they looked they're really pretty tight, digging into people. They're really.
You can imagine now that COVID's here, it's just going to be now I'm trying to go in their country with no mask. Oh fuck no!
Yeah. You know what they're crazy about?
Dude has felonies and no mask.
Is weed.
Why
They're
did he even bother?
about weed. They're crazy about finding.
Oh yeah, and he's bringing. Oh, weed. And I got weed.
Yeah, they're not down.
I come with gifts. I have gifts for the King's Highway. You don't want it? Okay. Bye.
I find that strange because literally that's where all that pot was coming from, right? Was coming from
all that shit's beneath me once I realized
right? All the pot is coming from friggin' Canada. I don't know in the East, but yeah,
not mine. Mine comes from that black box right there.
Yeah. I mean, but back in the day when, that was it was legal, right, to grow in Canada for a lot of years. It still is. They grow massive amounts. I watched this cool movie about this kid, right? He's, kind of found out that he's got good connections up there in Canada. And he started actually packing it in big backpacks and running into America, right? Actually
through the woods. Yeah.
By foot. Yeah. Through the woods. Right. Yeah. And then
that's the best way to do it. So don't approach the freaking police.
They were friggin'
just go through the fucking woods. What's wrong with people? Use a canoe. Go across the river.
Legging it right out there. Legging it.
Duh, just load up a canoe.
Yeah, it's funny. It's a funny movie. But yeah,
you find a spot. If you have two countries, there's always going to be a spot where the river separates the two countries. There's going to be a river somewhere along that border. Where the river becomes the border. You just find that spot and take a canoe across.
What do you think about this? What do you think about this Justin Trudeau fellow? This Canada runs.
You talking about the president of Canada there?
Yeah.
I don't know much about him, but I hear he doesn't have a lot of.
Yeah, he's a man. Did you hear that
There's
he
quite
was
a few
trying
people
to?
that don't like him. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah, he's changing speech. Like, did you hear him doing that where he wanted to, instead of calling it a recession, he was going to call it a she session to make it more gender inclusive.
Because they didn't want to use the term "re." They wanted to
Yeah,
remove "re" "re."
she session, which I don't really
They
get
want to
it,
call
but
it "she"
she
session.
session. Yeah.
This
So
is
yeah,
Trudeau making
this
this.
is real. Yes, this is like a
He
real.
doesn't have anything more important to do.
No, this is very important, Joshua. This is because it offended me. It was just like them in that Discord today. They hurt me very badly, Joshua. They
That's
were
a new.
very
You're telling me that actually happened. That's real. He's the president of a country wasting
yeah,
time on
yeah,
stupid, meaningless topics to
absolutely.
appease a bunch of.
Yeah, proper like pronoun kind of she session. But now, I mean that like he's making up words like to that. Yeah, to just it's to signal to everybody. Yeah,
So you're essentially telling me that
yeah.
he's
This is
that that he is cowering and catering to the
yeah,
weakest group of people on the earth, making him weaker
yeah,
than them. And he's supposed
yeah.
to be leading a nation.
They've voted him back in. They did. They love it. I don't. Yeah, I guess. Like it's maddening, you know. I think of Canada, man. I
It
think of
might be the
like my.
water. It might be the seriously like
You think there's something's happened up there, bro?
I
Something has
seriously think it's
happened.
the water because I don't drink tap water. So I think if most of humanity, if you're drinking your tap water, man, that's
Dude.
how are people that stupid?
Huh.
Maybe they didn't really vote him in.
Maybe not, but some about the Canadian people are a lot like the Australian people, so they're very, it's kind of they're very
Well,
known to be
both
very
are
friendly.
ruled by. I mean,
They're known to be very friendly, so that
it's
maybe
all
means they don't
British.
really
Even America, British, Canada, British, Australia, British.
exactly.
So
And you got to
it's
have
all.
French.
That's why we're all just.
And I was droning on about this very earlier. I mean, talking about my grandfather in
That's
Canada and what
how
I think
England
about.
expanded. England couldn't expand another way because there's just England is essentially just an island.
Yeah,
So essentially, and that's how England
yeah,
conquered. They didn't make other things England. They just they did. They made Australia England. They made America
yeah.
United
New
States
Zealand.
in
Yeah,
the
they
60s,
see. Let's go
and
plant
then
flags
in northern
wherever.
in Canada too. That's all just pretty much.
Oh, yeah. That's it. I was
It's all the same.
yeah.
And
Sorry about that, bitch. Yeah.
even if
Talking
there's
about
imaginary borders, I mean, all the militaries. If you think about it that way, all the militaries, they're all
yeah.
United States' biggest ally is Britain, of course.
Yeah. Well, I was talking about this earlier, and I was talking about that old bag that you're bringing up there, right? And how much of the world that she actually owns. And I love to speak with Australians about this very subject because there we go. She does not own. Like, what are you talking? She doesn't
It's
run
all red,
us.
white, and blue. Australia's
She
red, white, and
doesn't.
blue.
She
Yeah.
doesn't. She doesn't have anything to do. She's just a little old lady, and Parliament is controlled by Parliament, and so it's nothing. And yet, I was like, "Are you kidding me? Like, go to every park in this country.
She's
I'm
on the
literally
money,
over
bro.
to the
She's on
most
the money.
beautiful park. Right? This is
She's on the
it
money.
hangs right over the ocean. It is the most precious real estate you could ever imagine. Right? It's King Edward Park, and it's like
Why would the Queen of England be on Canada's money if Canada wasn't England?
yeah, exactly. She's on all our
Duh.
money. Exactly.
Like how come somebody from Canada isn't on Canada's money?
Yeah. Yeah. And see, and this is what happens in these
Why is it a member
countries.
of some other country on your money if you're your own
Right.
Canada? You are not your own country.
Yeah.
You're
And you
protected by
figure out
America, and your origins are Britain, which is the
Yeah.
same thing because
Yeah.
I mean, it was all the Native Americans' land, and
Yeah.
they were
It comes
they
rough
were
shot.
moved away
you
from
know.
it.
Mother
that,
Mother
you know.
England calls the shots here in Australia, right? And she actually
There you
does
go.
things that really are against whatever Australia. We don't really have a constitution, but there's been a certain way that things were, kind of handled down here for a lot of years, right? And it's basically what I see is happening is these new basically laws or whatever will just pop up. For instance, they really are crazy about like stopping you illegally, right? Like not like pulling you over, but actually having roadblocks. That right, where in America that doesn't really happen, where they can't really impede your progress, right, without having a suspicion that you are, committing a crime, right? So here, the basically, and I think this is illegal, but no one's ever questioned it. So they've just mandated it in that where they have these roadside breath tests where you're just driving along and you have no choice. You have to go in there, right? And they're gonna catch you drinking, and they love to do it in the morning, especially early in the morning after somebody's been out all night and they've even went to sleep, but they're still get up and get drunk and blow something, and you're just going, stop, impede you. And then they came out with this roadside MDT drug test, right? Which is they rub on the inside of your cheek, right? And then it reacts and they friggin', take you back to the van and give you a fat ticket, right? For being under the influence, driving under the influence of marijuana. And then they come to find out
That's
that
here.
this
That's
test,
in Australia,
yeah. So they busted this shit out.
and they're allowed to just stop anyone to know without probable
No,
cause,
like
without any
completely like, so this is what, right, they
just
bring in
complete
this,
random. They can just pick any
right,
vehicle,
yeah.
and whatever.
I mean, like what they were doing, right? So this is a new thing, right? All of a sudden, right? Because now I'm more thinking about this test, right? Like at what level does this measure, this THC, and like how long, like how high am I? Like there's this whole, that's why I think the whole thing is just completely bullshit and
Hi, how
illegal.
are you?
Illegal, right? But basically, this is the story with Australia and places like Canada is they will just come in and all of a sudden do these fucking drastic measures, right? And no one seems to will ever go and go, are you guys kind of allowed to do this? Or like, no, they won't question it. They just, all right. And so literally there's a van pulling around the neighborhood, right? One day. And then it like parks down there by McDonald's. It's a full like cop fucking laboratory, right? That just
Yeah, it's
pulls
all
up, right? Pulls up one day, and like, and this is a quiet place. And then all of a sudden, there's random cops like just pulling in the shopping center, right? And behind cars that were just driving into the shopping center, right? And friggin', hey, I need to, test you for marijuana, right? And they're just
Hold on, I gotta
going
get my
at it.
door.
They're going off, right? They're just swabbing everybody randomly and taking them, hauling them back to the to the station. So crazy. Oh goodness gracious, man. There she is. Oh wow. So you're blocked, Paul, huh? I didn't know LSC had a live chat. Or is that from the past live chat? Yeah. So no, that wasn't you. That's cool. How long in the concave earth, Paul, for you? Yeah, so they're randomly just pulling people over. Right? They caught my buddy. They caught one of my friends like twice in a week. Twice in a week. I mean, it's ludicrous. But then they haven't been around for a while because I think, I think it's just like we're kind of the Queen's little test bitch. Right? We are, because we're like the convicts who got sent over here, right? And they ain't gonna say shit because that's what what we do. We dominate them bitches, right? And so we're gonna go, hire our little checkerboard police with their little Masonic checkerboard over the top of their
I
hat
know they put it right on the rim of
right
the
on
hat.
there, mate. Yeah, and then
You don't even hide it.
yeah, we're gonna run roughshod experiment on some of the Queen's bitches.
Some of the police in Australia, they're just
but they're really, like, as far as Joshua, like, other than that, like, I've had very little engagement with them, and they don't seem to be. They're not like, other than that one time with that mobile MDT, they had a new toy that they couldn't wait to test out on. Like cops when they get a new toy to torture people, they can't wait to really. Well, let's see how much money we can generate from this shit. Let's see what, right? Can't wait.
Yeah.
You gotta go, dude.
They want to show it up. They want to showcase it so that they can charge money for it.
Yeah. It's
cool. Well, what time is it?
All right, bro.
It's pretty. Yeah, it's a beautiful day today. I want to go. I want to go to the lake.
And I'm getting off and going to bed. And football's starting.
Now, what time is it where you are? Got to be.
It's probably late, man. I've just completely 2 days in a row just completely zoned out on YouTube. Oh my god! At the same time, so I ended last night around the same time. It's 2:30. It is late.
Yeah. Cool.
Not that late though.
Well, thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. It was good talking with you again. Yeah.
Take care, Josh, man.
Can actually talk with somebody that has some evidence of flatness, but I guess it's just another strikeout.
Yeah. I appreciate you hanging out, and thanks for having me, or thanks for coming on. And you're always we'll try to shoot this link out next time to maybe some flat earthers or something. I don't know. I don't know where we.
And even if people don't join or comment, there's probably still people that see it that don't ever interact, and so we're probably still reaching people. So it's all good.
Yeah, there has been. Yeah. So, and anybody who's listening, so Paul all right, Josh, I'll let you go, mate. And anyone who's listening, and you guys too, Josh, if it's just send somebody this way and go, hey, peace, bro. So man, it is late, and I've droned on long enough. Yeah. So I think I'm going to call it an evening. My people, you guys have a great night and or day or whatever time it is, wherever you're at. It's been an amazing time, and thanks for joining. And I am going to end this, but I will I will be back soon. Maybe even make a couple of short videos that I've been planning on making during this week. And bring you guys something from the beautiful surrounding Newcastle, so we can have a look-see and bring you back some footage of that. Yeah, maybe bring you live to some amazing vistas. So peace, love, and all those good things. Take care, my brother Paul. And a lunar GG. Thank you so much for hanging out and entertaining me. Peace.